To the Rant, ladies and gentlemen. I am Pugs Moran. We do this every day at noon. It is the Rant, talk radio for normal people. What we just heard there was I used to be fun. I used to be fun. I still am fun. Are you? We try to be every day at noon. That's Team Jesus and the Gene Teasers. They're going to be a big part. They're one of my new discoveries. You know, we've got this thing coming to Radio Misfits. Myself, Pugs Moran, nice to meet you. Myself and Rob Barr. Yeah, Rob sometimes hangs out in the chat room. We all know who Rob is. Rob's a musician and a tech guy out there in Silicon Valley. He's out there. And then, of course, Ed from Radio Misfits. We're all coming together, and we're going to be launching in the new year a brand new show called Unheard. That's right. Why? Because as a talk show host since, well, Groundhog's Day 1992, as a talk show host for all these years, I worked at Q101 in Chicago as an assistant music director at Q101. I got up music history. I managed bands here in the 1990s in Chicago, back when everything was popping. So yeah, I've always had like a music bent. Anybody who's been listening to my shows knows that. And what I've decided was I wanted to do a DJ show. Like, in addition to all of the other content that I do, I want to do a music DJ show. But here's the problem. Regular folks like you and me, we can't just play music, right? You know, it's all... Ugh. So the idea was floated by Ed Silla there at Radio Misfits, radiomisfits.com for all your podcast needs. So the idea was floated by Ed that he gets a lot of submissions at Radio Misfits from unsigned independent bands from all over the world who, I don't know, they think we do music at Radio Misfits. So Ed suggested, he's like, we ought to do a music show with just new music. And that made me go, yeah, that's how we get around it. None of these independent bands are licensed. And that one there, Team Jesus and the Gene Teasers, well, they might be, actually, because I think they might have just got signed. They're out of Australia, and I've been tracking them to make sure that we can still play them. But we'll find out. We'll find out if the entire opening of this show has been blacked out by YouTube. But anyway, we're going to start doing that every day on this show. We're going to start opening up with just one song. What do you care? The show is supposed to start at noon. I usually don't get on until 12:05 anyway. So instead of that, we'll play a song. And then I had this idea too. You know how I've got old man bladder? Like I'll do this show. I'll do a narcissistic extemporaneous rant for the next 4 hours. But my 50-something-year-old bladder needs to take a piss from time to time. So I'm going to start playing tunes. I'm going to start throwing out jams, man. I'll be like, all right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Here's a 4-minute song. I'm going to go do my business, and I'll come back. So that's what we're going to do here. That was Team Jesus and the Gene Teasers. I love that song. It's so happy. It is so nice. All right. Be sure and like, follow, and subscribe. This is The Rant, talk radio for normal people, perpetrated by yours truly, Pugs Moran, veteran of the talk show wars since 1992 in both Chicago and Dallas. I've been doing this every day since 2021. Yeah, that's why I'm not in a relationship. Because you know what? If I was in a relationship with somebody I liked at some point, probably about 6 months into this endeavor, 3.5 years ago, they just said, you need to give that up. You need to give that up, and you need to go sell fucking cars, dude. Because you can sell shit. Can't sell this. That's not working. But that's okay, because we do it anyway. You know why? Was it Michael Jordan? This guy. You see him right there. Was it Michael Jordan who coined the phrase, love of the game? Because that's why I'm here every day. Love of the motherfucking game. I like talking to you guys. Where's my chat room today? Where the hell is everybody in the chat room? Hold on. I don't have it merged. That's my bad. I suck. I'm terribly sorry, you guys. Who do we got? We've got Sports Bras. We got CC Sports Bras. Maddie texted me just as the song was starting. So, the song isn't clean. It's got Maddie's doop-dabba-doop-bop boop. That's my alarm. When I get a text, it goes boop, babba-doop-bop boop. That's okay. I'm not going to be mad at Maddie. She didn't know. How's she know? Let me see. What is Maddie texting me? Oh, boy. What is this? Okay. All right, Maddie, incoming. All right, Maddie's going to be on the phone here in a second. Send me a text. Chat room, Maddie. Pick up your phone. Don't LOL.
You're
sorry me
me
in the chat room. Hi, Maddie. How are you? Maddie?
Hey.
Hey, there she is, ladies and gentlemen. Maddie from the chat room. See how easy that is? What's going on?
Hey, I wanted to tell everybody about how awesome you did on that pod last night. Dude, I don't know if you saw what was happening. People were going crazy.
What isn't okay? So what Maddie is talking about is last night I was honored to be invited to play in the independent content sandbox of some people who I really have a high regard for. They're the From the 108 crew here in Chicago. The From the 108 crew began, I explained this yesterday, began as the 108 is a section at White Sox Park. And yeah, that's what I call it, White Sox Park. I ain't doing none of the corporate branding bullshit. White Sox Park has a section called 108. And it's pretty raucous and pretty wild. And these are guys who have had season tickets in the 108 for years. They've established the raucousness and the party nature of the 108 section. You go to a White Sox game, like say you're from out of town and you just happen to get tickets in the 108 section, you've joined a party. And not only have you joined a party, you are welcome at this party. None of this is, I mean, that's the vibe that these guys have always given out. So a couple of years ago, they began doing podcasts specifically for White Sox fans. That's it. I mean, probably more specific than that. It was probably targeted only to people who sat in the 108 at White Sox games. But it has become, to my eye, a bit of a phenomenon here. And it is basically inventing the way to grow a show on the local level. So the guys from the 108 asked me to come join them for their annual Festivus podcast last night. It had a whole bunch of White Sox luminaries and, different people from Chicago media. I'm a nobody, man. I've spent the last 25 years in Dallas. Nobody in Chicago. Who remembers me from radio in Chicago? Your mom or your dad. That's who remembers me from Chicago. So thank you so much to the 108 guys. Maddie, I was nervous as hell, dude.
Dude, you did so great. Like, I'm serious. So I got in there before they brought you up. There was like one guest before you. They did great. And look, I am not from Chicago. I'm from South Louisiana.
Yeah.
I have no point of reference for anything Chicago related or folklore or fan bases or anything like that. So I was coming in from a really different perspective, but I still was super entertained by it. Those guys are super funny. But when I tell you that the minute you got on, the chat was going crazy. I was cheering for you, of course, too, because I wanted to see some traction, but I didn't have to do much. All the people in the chat were going like, where's this guy? Where's he been? We love his energy. This guy reminds me of like old Chicago radio. We need more Pugs, more Pugs.
Oh, Maddie.
I'm telling you, no lie. Zero lies told here. And then after you got off, they brought up this girl who does sports articles and things. She obviously is very deeply entrenched in Chicago sports, and she was super funny, and she was on a trip from New York. Everybody after you, because I hung around for about another hour just to kind of see how everything was going, and everybody after you was super intimidated by you, bruh. Like, for real. They were going like, I don't know if I can do as good as Pugs. I'm serious. Did you not hang out and see what people were saying?
No, I didn't. I'll explain that situation too. But that is very kind of you to say. And you said you were, you're not from the market, so you're from out of market. The people who followed me, to people in the market, they were not intimidated by me. They might have been like, oh, hey, I like that guy and that guy's new. But the people who followed me, they're all ballers in their own right. It's like I was honored to be mixed in with them. So I really appreciate you saying that.
They said as much. Like, there was these two guys that got on after the girl, and one of them was like, they were funny. It was like this two sportsy guys, and they must do something together. I can't remember what they do. But
okay,
one of them.
Hold on. I'm gonna tell you who that was. Okay. You're talking about Shane Rorden. Shane was the guy. He had the beard, right?
No, it was two young guys.
Two young guys.
It was some really young guys. One guy was talking about he had just gotten hair transplants from Turkey.
Okay, I missed that.
Yeah, it was after the girl, but like literally one of them said like, hey, I don't know if I can do as good as Pugs. Pugs really killed it. Like, seriously, this came out of their own mouth.
Hold on, Maddie. Let me take a second here. Barney says he didn't hear the song. Did you guys not hear the song? Did the song?
We did not hear the song. No.
Motherfuck. So it was just like 4 minutes of silence?
Pretty much.
Motherfucker. Okay, so you can't hear this right now. You can't hear the. Hold on. Let me, all right, a whole nother bed of problems. All right, but I won't be distracted by that. Holy shit. Well, if you can't hear the song, then there is no show Unheard, which is supposed to be. All right, it's a switch. I hit a wrong switch, probably. I apologize. Okay, continue, Maddie. Sorry.
Yeah, so they literally out of their own mouths, like they said, man, Pugs really killed it. I don't even know if I can do as good as him, but we're going to give it a shot. Like everybody, even several guests later that were listening while they were waiting to go up, were talking about how great you did and how much they enjoyed your energy. So I'm just being honest, 100% unbiased honesty.
Appreciate that. I love you. You love me. We're friends. That's nice of you to say, and I'm sure you believe it, but I don't. Okay, so anyway, here is something that I do want to add to that, because I was very, very, nervous. Look, it's anybody who performs, and Maddie, I know you know because you're a stand-up comedian. Anybody who performs, the minute before you hit the stage, or in this case, the minute before you hit live, or the minute before they engage you, no matter who you are, whether you're David Letterman or Eddie Murphy or Robert Plant, you are fucking nervous as shit for about 15 seconds just before you hit that mark, just before. Now, if you are a professional or if you're accustomed to it, that goes away immediately.
Immediately, yeah. You feel like you're going to throw up for a half a second.
Right. So that's kind of what happened with me yesterday. I was sick to my stomach with nerves. There was a problem with the DMing with Twitter where I couldn't get on at first, and it was but once I got in, I got comfortable and I just fell into my own thing. Now you mentioned the response in the chat room. I didn't get to see that because from my end, I couldn't see the chat room. It was just a camera and it was just the boys and me. So I couldn't see the chat room. So later that night when I got home, because I did that from the studio, later that night when I got home, I tried to watch it on YouTube and they don't include the chat. So I have no idea what people were saying. And if you're as insecure as I am, that's not a good way to go to sleep.
Sure. And that's why I really wanted to take this time to really tell you, because like I said, I made a point to get in. I wanted to see how it went. I did want to cheer for you because we all need that kind of support in our lives. Not that you are required of that, but I wanted to make sure, what the vibe was. And I didn't have to do much. And even after you got off, they were calling back comments, the three host guys, the one Chirizi E or whatever his name was.
Chirizi E, Beef Loaf, and My Sock Summer. Those are the three hosts.
So Chirizi E was kind of the guy that was mostly engaging with the chat comments, and he was still calling back like, hey guys, you really loved having Pugs up here. And people were saying, get him on again. We would love to see him go to a Sox game with you guys. He would be super great in the 108, like all those comments. And now that you explain what that is, it makes so much sense. But no, people were definitely commenting about how you gave them throwback Chicago radio day vibes and how they loved your voice and they loved your energy and they need more energy like you. I was talking about Radio Misfits in the chat and I was like, hey, if you loved him, then come watch him every day. He gets on at noon. He's at Radio Misfits YouTube. I was telling him where to connect and things like that. But the vibe, everybody was loving it. Everybody was loving it.
Well, thank you. That is very nice. Can hear me. Chat room, we just had a bit of a flare up here in the studio where everything went wacky for a second. I'm going to need to depend on April in the chat room to answer this question. April, am I going through the computer mic or am I on the regular mic? Because everything just went squirrely. And yesterday when this occurred, I was on the computer mic for a good portion of the show, and that ain't good. All right. Hey, Maddie, I'm going to let you go. We'll talk soon, okay? Thank you so much. What a wonderful way to make me feel good at the start of the show. I appreciate you.
Happy Friday, friend. You killed it.
Happy Friday. There goes. That's the lovely and very funny Maddie. Maddie continues stand-up comic. She's great. She's not doing comedy anymore. She's like, hey, I haven't done it in a while. I'm like, you got to get up. You were great. You're like one of the... I almost said something slightly misogynistic. The mic is good. Thank you, April. All right, I appreciate that. Hi, Jen. Jen's here. Bill's here. April's here. KB's here. All right, so now let's try and figure out what's going on with the music. Why See, this happens every time I try to do something new and interesting. Let me see here. All right, so can't believe I didn't get to play I Used to Be Fun for you guys. You can hear that. So you can hear that, but you couldn't hear it before. I wonder why that is. All right, well, I'm going to have to screw with things later today. All right, never mind. We're not going to worry about that. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I appreciate you helping me out there. Like, follow, subscribe this show. Send it to friends. Help the algorithm. I don't care if you even like it. If you like me, but you don't like the show, there's a lot of you out there like that. I know that. My personal life is full of it. And none of my personal universe people listen to this show. None of them. We don't need to listen to that. We can just call you and you'll just go on and on about shit. Yeah, I do. All right. We got it. Thank you, everybody, for telling me that you could hear the song. Well, it was a great song. It was I Used to Be Fun by Teen Jesus and the Gene Teasers, which not only is a great song, but a great band name. They're from Australia. They'll be featured, I should say, on the upcoming Unheard Independent Music Show. I'm going to get to play DJ. All right. No, you can hear. I'm looking at all these now. You can hear. You have no idea how, and I'm not angry at you. Of course, I'm never angry at you. You're my people. What I'm angry at is that I am just so incompetent at this stuff. And Ed, God love him, Ed has taught me everything. Everything that I know is what Ed says to do, and I still don't know enough. I don't know why that didn't play. Yeah, you're damn right. It's a great tune. It's a great tune. Here it is. Let's listen to it a little bit. Nope. Away. And now our friends live far away. That's just such a good song from a bunch of Aussies. Who I imagine if they're like there, because they're a local band in Australia. If they're like down there and they're like in the middle of the outback, you take their car away. Yeah, I imagine your best friend lives like 150 miles away. That's how I imagine it is down there. Of course, that's what we picture about things when we hear places that we're unfamiliar with. I can't tell you how many of my friends in Texas think I have to wear Kevlar to walk to the car every morning here in Chicago. Dude, you're from Chicago? Have you ever been shot? No. My father has. But no, I am not. I've never even run from gunshots. I'm born and raised on the south side of Chicago. Spent my whole life here. I've never even run from gunshots. Then we got Texas. When we moved to Texas, me and Kelly, my former partner, my radio partner of many years, when we moved to Texas, we used to have a cowboy hat count. Like the first couple of weeks that we were here, we're like, how many cowboy hats did you see? Because we thought we were going to land in Texas and we were going to find cowboy hats everywhere. We didn't see cowboy hats anywhere. Totally we went to the titty bars. Titty bars filled with chicks in cowboy hats. The only people wearing cowboy hats in Texas on a daily basis are strippers, folks. Okay? Maddie, is she suggesting a band here? Maddie says, have you ever heard of Boy Genius? Maddie says, have you ever heard of Boy Genius? I have not heard of Boy Genius. Are they an unsigned independent band looking for a little bit of exposure? If they are, then point me in their direction because I will try and find them. I will, and if they're good. No, I do not know Boy Genius. But I will check them out happily because that's what we're doing with Unheard. Unheard is going. No, it's not going to interrupt this show. I'm still going to do the talk thing, but every day I'm going to do a music show, a radio show, and it's not going to be. And I know this is hard to believe. It's not going to be me talking over song. It's not going to be blah blah blah. Would you shut up and play the music? No, I'm going to play music, and I'm going to DJ it in my best. And this only means stuff to people in Chicago in my best XRT fashion. Right? It's a radio station. It's the greatest rock and roll radio station in America. And they do music radio in a very unique way, a way that's very specific to that station. So that's what it's going to be. It's going to be non-intrusive. We're just going to listen to 10 new songs every day. Maybe a little warm up for this. You don't have to, but I understand that the specific demographic that we are seeking with this new venture, the Unheard Show, is probably different than my talk friends, but that's okay. It's okay. That's coming January 1st. Man, I found it. Okay, so I love that band. That band goes deep. I got like 4 songs from that band that I really like. That's Teen Jesus and the Gene Teasers. Then there's Karis. Karis is just some chick. She's like probably, fits in the Kelly Clarkson or Kellis. Why not Karis? Kellis. That kind of mode, where you're just like sort of a pop singer. But she wrote a pop song that is unbelievably good. And it is unsigned and independent. And I'm like, holy shit, you give that song to Taylor Swift or Miley Cyrus, and we've got a #1 coast-to-coast hit. On my first pee break, we'll be playing Karis. I've got that loaded up. So hopefully the music will work. Maddie says they're signed. They won a couple Grammys in 2024. Then they are already outside what we're going to be doing on Unheard. What are we going to be doing here, though? You're tuning in. You're like, hey, I thought this was a talk show. He's got to be talking about stuff. Well, I am. We've got stuff. Here's what's on the agenda for today. I want to talk about this whole Schedule thing. Are you familiar with Schedule 3? Schedule 3 is what Donald Trump, president of these here United States, is saying that he's going to reclassify marijuana as. So we're going to get into that. Schedule 3. Thanks, Biden. No, literally, thanks, Biden, because it was the Biden administration that made it so that Trump could do this. We'll talk about what that means. Honestly, before I give flowers to the Biden administration on this one, but, facts are facts. They did begin this process of descheduling marijuana back in 2022, but it went to the desk of Merrick Garland, who was the attorney general at the time, and he did nothing with it. He did nothing with it. So now the path has been cleared and the Trump administration is sitting there and Trump's like, how do we get people to stop talking about, deporting college students, veterans, and the Epstein list? And he's like, let's make weed not legal. And that's kind of the weeds that we're going to get into on what Schedule 3 means and what does this actually look like for us moving forward. Those of us who desire some form of intoxicant, but find themselves later in life not really being able to drink the way they once did. That's me. Drinking just, it's not. I like to be high. I like a little puff, relax, watch a TV, fall asleep. All's well with the world. All right, so we'll get into the Schedule 3 thing. We've also got more. We've got more pictures from what did you do last summer, Jeffrey Epstein? Some new Epstein pictures have been released. We're going to break them down. Some celebrities are involved. We'll talk about what that really means, but what we want it to mean, because what we want it to mean is different than probably what it really means, but we'll get into all of that. We'll flip through some Epstein pictures today. Oh my God, you guys. University of Michigan, Sharon Moore. The details on this are coming out, and I know way more than I knew yesterday, and probably you do too if you're following this story. Sharon Moore was the head coach of the University of Michigan football team. I believe they're the 18th ranked team in the country. 18? Somewhere like that. They're a good top flight football organization here, collegiate football organization. He got fired for cause, and that cause was he was romancing his executive assistant. We now got a name, we got pictures, we've got more stories, so we'll get into that. We'll figure out, we're not going to figure out what he was thinking, because look, there's a part of me as a big dumb guy, like, oh, I'm a big dumb guy. We have to fight as men. We have to fight against our big dumb guy reflexes. As a big dumb guy, I look at him and I go, oh, brother, what'd you do? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I have some compassion and some empathy for him. I do. But then there's the other part of me that's just like, oh, fuck, man, come on. You big dumb guy can't be, squelched down so that you can at least fulfill your contract there. Your what is it, like a $30 million contract that he just shit the bed with? All right, so we'll get into that. We've got more details on that. We've also got some 911 dispatch calls, and we've got a report from a Detroit news station that has some really good information. So we'll get into all of the Sharon Moore stuff as well. Let's see here. Oh, here's one. I'm going to talk about a subject that I have been consistent on forever, and my take is one that really angers people. So we'll get into it. But here's the story. A sexy MILF molested a teenage boy. Oh, the horror. Oh my God. We'll get into that. We'll get into that. And we'll show you a picture of the sexy MILF. who seduced the teenage boy. She's a monster. They used to fucking make movies about this. Well, she's now a monster. All right, we'll talk about that, and we'll talk about my controversial take that it's different. A 40-year-old MILF seducing a 17-year-old boy is different than a 40-year-old gym coach seducing a 17-year-old girl. I'm sorry, it's just different. If you don't like the way society, we'll talk about it. We'll get into it. We'll also got another piece of video. You know me. I'm Mr. Hey, if there's ever an opportunity to try and convince you that your next breath can be your last, that's right. Life is precious. We got another video that shows you how quickly we can go. Oh, yeah. Right now, right? Like I always say, man, right now, as I'm talking to you, any number of things can go haywire. From a chunk of poop falling out of an airplane and crashing through my roof and killing me just like that. I'm near Midway Airport in Chicago, so we're on a flight path. That could happen. Or how about a sinkhole? How about, I don't know, Chicago, this entire area was a big fucking swamp. All of our land is like built on swamp. What about a sinkhole? Hey, everybody, let me tell you about Kelly's picks for this week. And then suddenly the whole thing, right? I mean, those are the spectacular ones. I could have a brain aneurysm. I can have a cardiac episode right now. Life is precious. We've got another example of how. The example we showed earlier in the week was that plane landing on that car as it drove down. This one's even worse. This one, the one I will show you today, is my fucking nightmare. And if there is anything that we take for granted in this world, it's what I'll show you. All right, so we'll do another segment there where life is precious, right? Yeah, we got some videos. We got a bunch of fun videos that we'll show. Oh, we've also got some big news concerning the Tyler Robinson case. Tyler Robinson is the guy who killed Charlie Kirk. So some big breaking news on that. We've got Kristi Noem just getting bodied in a congressional hearing. We've got some pretty wild video. She walked out. She made up an excuse. Kristi Noem was getting grilled on, what is she? What is she, like the secretary of hot pants? What is Kristi Noem? She's hot. She is hot. We don't do politics on this show, but we do sex. And Kristi Noem is hot. Objectively, a very attractive woman. I don't know if she knows what she's doing. I don't know if she's even remote. I believe that she became governor of that state. What state was she governor of? Now, it's not a real state. It's just like an area, and we went, put a fence over there, and we'll use that river as, you know what I mean? That's the kind of state she was the governor of, where they've got like 15 people. And she was hot, and she probably showed up to a couple of ranches in really tight jeans, and a bunch of like 50-year-old farm hands were like, I'm voting for her. I'm voting for the lady I whack it to. So she became governor, and now she's in charge of, brown people in this country. And she had to go in front of Congress, and she had to answer. The Congress is like, hey, what are you doing? What do you know how they do? We don't break down politics to the minutiae. So, but you know how it goes. And she got bodied, man. She got completely bodied by this one, I don't even know who he is, this one congressman. And she got so flustered that she went, I gotta go. I gotta leave. I got an important meeting to go to. And the important meeting that she had to go to had been canceled, but she didn't tell them that, but she left. So we'll watch that video. I mean, why not? Look, I got no problem watching a good-looking woman twisting in the wind, because that's really what she was doing. All right, so we'll get into that. We got more Diddy stuff that we got to talk to. What is the Diddy stuff we're going to get into? Oh, Diddy stuff. Oh, Diddy stuff relates back now to Sharon Moore. We've got a Diddy Sharon Moore, former University of Michigan coach kind of connection there. And also, here's something for you guys. I know you guys are interested in this. OnlyFans. Well, I shouldn't have said it that way. Remember AT&T Lily? Remember Lily from the AT&T commercials? Dudes do. You women are like, who? Why would we remember a girl from a AT&T? Dudes remember Lily from the AT&T commercial. Well, she's joined OnlyFans, and I'll tell you what she's doing. Former. Did you know that Lily was no longer the spokesperson for AT&T? Don't you remember Lily? She was in all those commercials, and they made sure that she wore really tight AT&T shirts and really tight AT&T polos. Yeah, Lily's got hoots. Lily's got big old hoots. And she's cute and she's tiny, and every man in America loved Lily. Well, she's on OnlyFans, and I'll tell you exactly what she's doing there. And then, of course, we're going to do football picks. We'll do our Kelly Method picks. Kelly Method is, of course, a method of picking football games that is based on absolutely no football knowledge, just what mascot is taking on what mascot. I'll give you an example. I didn't give you last night's game. Last night's Thursday night game. I should have done it. I got to get into this habit of picking the Thursday night game on Thursday and then doing, the rest of the important games on Friday at the end of the show. But so last night was the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at home, right, against a Falcon. All right. So how does the Kelly Method look at this? Well, first, the Kelly Method looks at the Buccaneers and says, what's a Buccaneer? We know what a Buccaneer is. A Buccaneer is a Caribbean pirate, a gay Caribbean pirate. That's not, I've got to do a little more research to learn about how much they queered off on those boats. And let's be honest, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, that logo, and they wore the logo last night. You old heads like me, you remember the Tampa Bay Buccaneers creamsicle uniforms with the big flamboyant gay guy on the helmet. They wore those uniforms last night, and they are baller uniforms. They are so great. Yeah, that Tampa Bay Buccaneers guy, remember him? He's like, hello, and he's got like the knife in his mouth, and he's got the big fancy peacock feather in his hair, and he's like, let's go on a boat, boys, in the Navy. That was that guy. And would you believe that's the second gayest retro headphone or helmet thing? And by the way, you know me. I got a lot of gay friends. I worked in the art business. They don't mind when I use the term gay like that. They think it's funny. And they also like to be included. They're like, yes, inclusiveness. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers were including one of our gay ilks on their helmets as early as 1976. Anyway, that's only the second gayest helmet in football. We know what the first gayest helmet in football is. That's the New England Patriots. Yeah, it's the guy bending over, literally being sodomized on the side of a helmet. Sorry, Patriots fans, but that's what's going on there. That's what the rest of us see. We don't see a Minuteman hiking a football. We see one of George Washington's lonely boys trying to keep warm at Valley Forge. That's what we see. All right, so we'll do that. We'll do our football picks. But last night's pick, again, it was a Buccaneer versus a Falcon, right? So, and this is how you know that I'm honest about these Kelly picks. That was a loss. Kelly would have had a loss last night because last night we would have picked the Buccaneers. Why? Because look at the picture of the Buccaneer. Look at that guy I just described to you. He is literally wearing a bird feather in his hat. This son of a bitch can take a bird, okay? So if a Falcon came at a pirate from the 1800s, irregardless of his sexual orientation, that pirate is going to kill that bird. So I would have taken the Buccaneers yesterday. And the Buccaneers should have won. The Kelly Method got screwed by a field goal, a walk-off field goal. We'll do the rest of those picks later today at the end of the show. I'll give you the full slate. Why not, right? We're just hanging out today. Patriots Pat, Adam says. Patriots Pat needs an OnlyFans. yes, he does. Oh, look at Adam. Look at Adam. Adam, tell it on yourself, Adam. Hey, where's Libby, Adam's wife? Is Libby listening? Because Adam's telling on himself. I call her Lily from AT&T, but Adam has actually Google searched her. It would like us all to know that her real name is Melina Weintraub or some such. Yeah, right. Or some such. Please. I knew it was her name too because I'm a horny guy. I've Googled Lily. Who hasn't Googled? Let me tell you something. Don't Google Lily. I tell you folks this all the time. If you're looking for whack snaps, don't use Google. At least, I don't know. As far as the way Google lays out their pictures for me, I don't like it. I like Bing. Go to Bing. Bing's pictures, they get bigger. You can make them bigger. I don't know. I just like Bing's whack snaps better. Yeah. Who we got here? We got April. April said Diddy and Jamie Foxx was your teaser yesterday. Yeah, there's a bunch. I got here's the problem with Diddy, right? So like I'm bored with the story. Like I went all in. Those of you Radio Misfits Denzians may remember that during the Diddy trial, I hosted a nightly Diddy trial breakdown called Diddy or Didn't He? Clever name. Although not nearly as clever as I think it is. But whatever, still. And because of that, I've become so detail-oriented in everything about the Diddy trial, because the trial was it wasn't complicated, but there was a lot. There was a lot that you had to factor into how you were looking at the entire situation. So here I am now, 2 weeks from Christmas, and we got more Diddy stuff popping up. And at this stage of it, I'm like, yeah, what else? What, it's like, it's not exciting to me. So yeah, there is some news, and we can tie everything together. And I still haven't talked about the 50 Cent Diddy show on Netflix, so we'll probably get into that too. We got to do some Diddy stuff and all the people who are being associated with him. We got to get into Diddy and Sharon more. We got to get into Diddy and Jamie Foxx, the conspiracy theory, and all of that stuff. Okay, so we'll do that too. Let's see here. What is Adam saying? Oh, wait, let's back it up here. Adam first is like, I didn't Google her. I remember her. She's a comedian. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we're good, man. We're good, Adam. You don't need to, And then he goes on to say, she basically didn't have to do much since she was getting mad paid, but my wife and I watch porn and stuff. We don't. I like that. I like that revelation. That's a level of comfort that Adam is showing me and you and all of us here listening, admitting that he and his wife watch porn. Never been able to pull that move off. I do know that there are a lot of couples who engage in that. And it's just, I mean, when you're working at a deficit, you really don't want there to be anything to like compare and contrast. So I have never really done the, hey, let's put a porn on. It's just, Adam says his wife and he watch porn and stuff. We don't need non-nude spank bank material. We use real porn. Yeah, some of us are a little bit more, I don't know. We like to be teased. We like the overall eroticism of the experience. We don't just want to go into the bathroom and rub one out in 30 seconds. So, okay, Adam? Oh, you're sexually better than me. Is that what he's saying? I hope that's what he's saying, but let's see here. Stop it, Byron. I'm not going to amplify Byron taking shots at Adam in the chat room. We don't need that. Maddie says 50 Cent is delighting in the pettiness right now. I've never seen a human so hell-bent on ruining another person. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Have you seen our president talk about Joe Biden? I mean, that seems. But yeah, you're right. Fitty is taking, he's not only end zone dancing, he is taking a coast-to-coast victory tour about the Netflix. Now, remember how interesting that was. I told you the story about how 50 Cent came to be the executive producer of this Netflix Diddy documentary. It was because he's a narcissist and he's just out of control and he's got more money than he knows what to do with. So whenever somebody says, you should hire a videographer to film every minute of your day until you get arrested, he does it. And he did. Diddy decided that while he was holed up in a hotel in New York City waiting for warrants to be served and his arrest to be whatever, he decided that he would hire a crew and they would film all of these quiet moments, all of these moments, everything behind closed doors, all of the stuff, Diddy preparing with lawyers, all of that. And he hired a team. He's Diddy. He didn't hire his buddy with a camera. No, he hired probably a production company and a team to come in and follow him and do it pro-like because he's Diddy. Well, the problem is he got arrested and he never paid him. So that video footage was right there. And that's when 50 Cent heard about this and he swooped in and he said, how much? I'll buy that footage. And 50 made a great documentary series. 50 and Diddy. What is the origin of that feud? I mean, I don't really care. It doesn't matter. It's probably, talk about petty. It's probably really petty. But also, I mean, 50 ain't Diddy. 50's, with all due respect, 50 Cent's and also ran. 50 Cent is not the top tier of rap guys from that era. He's not. That's Jay-Z. That's Diddy. that's, I would even put multiple members of the Wu-Tang Clan above what 50 Cent was. 50 Cent had some club hits, and he was big in the rap charts and all that, got a lot of stuff that no white people know. But I am talking about mainstream America. If you were to walk into your mother's kitchen and say, who's more famous, Diddy or 50 Cent, she'd probably say Diddy. Diddy was more high profile, more mainstream. So this fight between the two, probably, especially if it preceded all of this, was probably uneven for a lot of years. Like, if you remember the trial, the way that Diddy treated Kid Cudi, that was like a guy up here treating a guy down here in a certain way. And I would say, although 50 was above Kid Cudi, I mean, significantly, he still wasn't at the level of Diddy. So it was an uneven fight until all this went down. And now look at 50 Cent. 50 Cent's like, at least I'm not in jail, motherfucker. So we'll get into all of that. Maddie says it goes back to Biggie and East Coast, West Coast. Yeah, that was great in the Diddy documentary on Netflix. What's it called? Diddy, I fucked up. Well, I don't even know what it's called. But whatever it is, it's the Diddy doc on Netflix. They did a really good job for people. Now, I lived through it, so I remember it, and I was in media, so we were reporting on it. So maybe I have a little bit more of a familiarity with the whole West Coast, East Coast thing than maybe other middle-aged white guys do. But they did a really great job in that documentary of sort of laying it out, sort of explaining what it is and how it really wasn't a thing. It was really just a thing between Diddy, and it was all about, Tupac, and, anyway. It was very interesting. I highly suggest it. So we'll talk more about that. Isn't one of Diddy's chicks 50's wife or some such? Is it his current? Yeah, I know that there's a common chick involved between the two of them, but I don't know that that's the real driving force of this deep-seated hatred. I'm not sure. Maybe ex-wife or something. Is 50 raising Diddy's kids or something fucked up like that, which shouldn't be fucked up at all. If you're a human being, you raise a child. If you love the mother, I don't want to get into it. Anyway, Maddie says 50 says Diddy offered to take 50 shopping and 50 didn't like that. He claims he was trying to groom him. Oh, okay. Really? Oh, so Diddy became big in the early 90s as a record company guy, as a behind the scenes guy, as a producer, as an A&R man, most significantly as an A&R man. An A&R man is the person that isn't necessarily the rack jobber or the music executive. What's a rack jobber? Rack jobber was a guy who has to go to he works for the record company. Hey, Bob from Capitol Records. He still gets to do that in bars to impress chicks. But really what his job is to go to record stores and make sure that they're displaying, the stuff. That's a low entry level thing. Diddy was A&R. If you work in the music business, you want to be an A&R. That is the most important position in a record company other than president of the record company. A&R is the one that gets to go out to the bands and go, I'm going to make you a star. And that's what Diddy was. And he was like 22 years old and he was super successful at it. And so, yeah, I guess when did 50 come around? Like late 90s? So Diddy would have already been established on the scene. Okay, so that makes sense. We just worked it through. Let's see here. One more mention, folks. This show, in order to continue into the new year, is desperate for anything that you can do to help this kind of talk radio. Common sense talk radio, non-political, everyday, regular folk just chopping it up. Certainly it's my perspective, but we'd like to allow the chat room to have theirs as well. Also, I took that call with Maddie today because I want to start taking more calls. You, the fabulous 15 that I like to call you in the chat room, the people who are here every single fucking day, no matter what, the fabulous 15 who tipped this show and all that stuff. I think I'm going to start giving you my phone number so that we can call each other so you can be a part of the show. I want to do calls. I want to take calls. We tried to do that in the very beginning 4 years ago, but I was not good at it and it didn't work and the sound was weird. But anyway, okay, that's another big plan. So if you can help the show out, help us continue, tip a little something, please drop it in the Venmo. Say Merry Christmas if you will. I'm not above groveling. That's how this show runs. You people supported. We're like PBS without the tote bags or the cool programming. PBS, I don't know when this happened. Is this because I'm old? But I don't think I ever watched PBS until I turned 40. And then suddenly I'm like, I could go a good doc on the revolution. Then suddenly I got an interest in that stuff. I think we watched PBS until we're 7, 8 or 9, somewhere in there, because that's, you get all the Sesame Streets and all that stuff. And then we abandoned PBS. After like 10, we never go back to PBS until we're old. The Secret Life of James Monroe, this Wednesday on PBS. You start watching that shit. Let's see here. All right, how do we start today's show? I told you everything we're going to do. Maybe it's time that we start doing it. Okay, first, the big news, at least for people like me. Schedule 3. So I don't know if you saw this breaking last night. The Washington Post put this out there. Apparently, Donald Trump is ready to greenlight through the action of executive the reclassification of marijuana. This is such a complicated conversation to have because we have to talk about states' rights and we have to talk about the federal level. Okay, so first, let's talk about the federal level. United States of America. Rules made from Washington, D.C. that the rest of us all have to follow. That's the federal level, okay? So on that level, it's 1970, and anybody who smokes weed is a bunch of stupid rock and roll hippies, right? That's at the federal level. That's how marijuana is still seen. It's illegal. You go to jail. The feds catch you in Washington. No, actually, that's not true either. I was going to say, where could the feds catch you? Airport? I don't know, whatever. Anyway, it's still illegal. And we can talk about how that affects the individual, but really let's talk about how it affects the actual economy of cannabis. The cannabis economy, if you will. That's fun. Fuck yeah. Good word. Is that the third one? Is that the third cool word that I've coined in 3 days? On Monday, it was wife from another life. And today it's cannabis economy. What was yesterday's? I don't remember. Nah, I guess yesterday's won't catch on. If you remember in the chat room, what was yesterday's phrase of the day? The phrase that pays. Not you, me. If you remember it, send me $5. Venmo. There you go. That's how we do it. So at the federal level, it's illegal. And the real issue here for the cannabis economy is that at the federal level, making it illegal means that the banks can't be involved because banks are all essentially insured by the federal government. That's that FDIC thing. So if the Fed says that it's not something that the banks can be involved in, then the banks have to agree with that, and the banks can't process any money from weed sales or anything like that. Not legally. I mean, that's probably not the case for South Miami banks and cocaine, but if you got a weed shop in Michigan where it's legal, yeah, you don't get to put that money in the bank, and that causes all kinds of problems because you see, now we're going to step off the federal level and we're going to go to the states level. Talk a little states' rights here. So at the state level, numerous states have made marijuana legal, like alcohol, regulated but legal, the way it should be. It's an intoxicant. It's a choice. We're allowed to make choices with intoxicants, right? Or are we just allowed booze? Is that it? It's like, you're going to have wine, whiskey, or beer. Is that it? Is that all we got? So anyway, some states agree with me and they're like, that's stupid. Why don't we just let our people get high? If they don't want to get drunk, why don't we just let them get high? So a number of states have enacted states' rights and decided that they are going to make something legal that at the federal level is illegal. That's where all these problems come in. This is because marijuana is a Schedule I drug. Okay, when you look at how the DEA or the Health and Human Services Department and all that classify marijuana, you know what marijuana is? It's that little thing that grows on a flower and you bud. And that is classified with heroin, opioids, cocaine. I mean, really illicit and really bad drugs. Marijuana isn't that. Marijuana is a fucking beer. Marijuana is a glass of wine or a cold beer on a hot summer day. That's what it is. But for years and years, because of the, demonization of hippies, that's really where this comes from. It's the demonization of, originally it's the demonization of blacks. This was the jazz, man. It was jazz lettuce, man. Those black cats from Harlem were toking this up. That's what it was. And they're like, well, if they like it. It really was. It was about something that minority cultures were into first. So it was demonized heavily by the white culture who was in charge. Look, don't at me with all this liberal shit. That's not liberal. That's history, man. They wrote about it at the time. We can read it now. We know what the motivations were, so stop it. Then that got compounded in the 60s when white suburban hippies got into the jazz lettuce on a level that we had never seen before, and then it became sort of a rite of passage for teenagers, but it doesn't matter. Since 1970 or whenever it was re-demonized, it has been something that has been pervasive in every corner of society. Rich people get high, poor people get high, wealthy people get high. I used to buy weed from the same weed dealer that sold to a judge. Fort Worth judge. Go ahead, pare it down if you want. Actually, I don't think he's the judge anymore. But everybody gets high. Your surgeon gets high. Why? Because it calms you the fuck down. Because it actually does real positive things for people, especially if you're anxious or, whatever it is. I'm not going to get into the medical side of it. Long story short, marijuana is not a Schedule I drug. It never has been. That is a politicized thing. People have been thrown in jail for decades. Lives have been destroyed. Families burned to the fucking ground over the devil's lettuce. Because it's Schedule I. Well, enough states over the years have decided that that's fucking nuts. So now we've got this system here in America where at the federal level, weed is illegal, but at many state levels, it is legal. And it's Schedule I. So what Trump is promising to do mean? Well, it just means that he's doing something that Biden did. Biden did this. Biden started this. Sorry, I know you don't want to hear that because everything Biden did was bad. And I'm no Biden fan. And, I'm certainly no Trump fan. Not a fan of politics at all. But Biden started this. That's, again, fact. In 2022, Biden is the first guy who went to the DEA and he said, I want you to do a study on what would happen if we declassified marijuana. They did. Biden was like, okay, that study's all right. So at that point, Biden sent that to the Department of Justice. That it was Merrick Garland. Merrick Garland was the Department of Justice. What is that guy called? Attorney General. He was the attorney general at the time. And in just, consistent Merrick Garland fashion, he did fucking nothing with it for years. It was the attorney general's job to actually sign off on the declassification and rescheduling of marijuana from 1 to 3 in the Biden administration. And for some fucking reason, Merrick Garland did nothing. Thank God. Can I just say this? Remember a bunch of years ago when people were like, Merrick Garland got screwed on the Supreme Court? Good. Because that guy turned out to be a complete waste of space. Anyway, Merrick Garland let it sit on his desk. It did absolutely nothing. Now you got Pam Biondi in there. Trump needs something. Trump needs something to be a hit. Okay? Because a lot of his stuff haven't really been hits. They've been hits with, his people. They've been hits with the bots on Twitter and Instagram and all of that. But with the rank and file people, his numbers are pretty bad and he needs a win. He needs something to bring people together. And I've been saying for years that there are a number of bipartisan issues. We're seeing it play out with Epstein. But marijuana has always been, in my opinion, the bipartisan issue of bipartisan issues because conservative MAGA Republicans and hippie libtard lefties all like weed, and they all hate that they feel like criminals for indulging something that they prefer over booze. That's just the truth. Okay, so I need a drink. Hey, wait a second. I'm sorry. I don't mean to get off path here, but I see Maddie and Adam talking in the chat room. Could you guys not hear Maddie when she was on? Oh, that's going to fucking send me. Because you couldn't hear the music, you couldn't hear the phone call. Did anybody say, did I miss that in the chat room at the time? Did somebody go, hey, we can't hear her? Oh, God, I don't know what's going on. Everything sucks. Everything doesn't suck. Everything is great. It's Christmas time and you should all be happy and we should all be in a good mood. And I am in a good mood. Okay, back to the rescheduling story. Trump needs a win. The Epstein stuff won't go away. He's replaced kids in cages with deporting college students and war veterans. We deported a dude with a Purple Heart. We deported a dude who got shot wearing the uniform. Okay, so Trump needs a win, and this is a win. This is a bipartisan issue, and I've always thought it was a winner. I don't know why I do know why he's against it. He's against it because he's a weird guy. Guys, I know. Like, if you're a Trump person, you're like, what do you mean he's weird? He's weird. He's weird. He has nothing in common with you. You wouldn't get along with him well if you had to go to Florida, right? If you guys had to pile into a car and you and Trump were in the back seat on a trip to Florida, you'd fucking hate this guy by the time you got out of Indiana. He's just a weird guy. He grew up in a completely different way. He's a billionaire. His daddy was very overbearing. He's never had anybody really tell him no in his life. So he's a weird guy. And because he's a weird guy, he's like very, very set in like a 1970s ideology of what marijuana is. It's evil, hippies, because Trump hates hippies. It's another example of he's a weird guy. Trump should have been a hippie. Trump, when his generation was all engaging in what was normal for his generation, he was like the weird guy. He was like the weird guy wearing suits at 19. No, I don't know that for sure, but how could a guy who came through that generation be as stalwart in opposition to the legalization of marijuana? And Trump has always been against, I don't like it myself, but I'm going to ask people. That's always been kind of his thing. Like the way he refers to it is like, yeah, I know you and we all know it's fucking evil and it kills people. No, we don't know that. We don't know that it's evil and we don't know that it kills people. But he's always tried to play both sides of it, which has been very interesting. Well, now it looks like, again, because I said he needs a win. He needs a win. He's polling at like 36%, which is the lowest of any president in modern history. He needs a win, and this could be a win. And I will applaud this. If he takes marijuana from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. Now, what does Schedule 3 mean? It doesn't mean what we think it is. It is not legalization. It's a fucking half step. Which is fine, because Trump can do this, right? He's afraid to go all the way. And then what? Gavin Newsom will come in next and legalize marijuana from coast to coast? Okay. If I got to wait another 2 years or whatever it is. I'm voting for Gavin Newsom. I don't know. Who do we got next? Who's coming next? Because I refuse to believe it's going to be J.D. Vance. There is no way that man can be president of the United States. But anyway, whoever comes in next, they might go full legal. I don't know. But Trump is trying to do this because, again, he wants some kind of unifying positive thing that he can do, even if he doesn't like the thing that is unifying. Let's see here. It's a very complicated subject. This comes from the story. This comes from, actually, I pulled this one. I saw a bunch of stories on this, but I pulled it from the Cannabis Business Times because I figured those are the people in the industry who are going to have, the best information on how this is going to affect everything. So here, this comes to us from the Cannabis Business Times. It says it's a very complicated subject, the subject of marijuana. No, actually, this is Trump. This is a quote from Trump. All right, here we go. He says, I wish I could do a Trump imitation. I can't do any imitations. You want to know something funny that's about me and imitations? Like, in my private life, I do imitations of people. Like, I do imitations in my private life. Like, I will try and imitate so-and-so. And I have from time to time had people go, that's good. You're good at that one. You're good at that one. But I've never been a voice guy on the radio. And you know why? It's because I came up under a guy named Kevin Matthews, who was like the best voice guy on the planet. And then I became friends when I hosted my own show and had regular visits from people like Craig Gass and Frank Caliendo. And those guys do voices. So I have never done voices. I'm like, I don't do them good. There are people who do great voices. Not me. So I can't do a Trump. But here's what he said. It's a very complicated subject, the subject of marijuana, Trump said in August. I've heard great things having to do with the medical, and I've heard bad things having to do with just about everything else. Wouldn't you like to see the president expand on that? I mean, we're not allowed to actually have a give and take with him. I mean, he'll just If he doesn't like the question, he just says, shut up, piggy, or he says, you're terrible at your job. You know, you can't have a conversation with this guy. I would have loved the follow-up to go, Mr. President, what have you heard? What other really bad things have you heard about marijuana? Because wouldn't you love to hear the president from the Oval Office say something like, I heard a story about a guy who took one puff and then climbed on a roof and thought he could fly. Can't have that happen. Or do you remember in Texas when, who was it? Ken Paxton? Is it Ken Paxton? There are so many ghouls in power in Texas. I can't get their names right. No, Dan Patrick. Dan Patrick? Yeah, it was Dan Patrick, Lieutenant Governor of Texas. Remember a couple of months back when he was trying to get hemp, THCA, and Delta-9 products banned in Texas because kids were getting high, and he stood up in front of a room full of reporters and held up a bag of, like, gummies, and he goes, there was a kid in San Antonio who ate one of these and then walked in front of a train from gummies, from hemp THC gummies. And everybody in the room laughed. Like all the reporters who are way cooler. Hey, look, you may not like what reporters do, but you know, yeah, hey, that's a cool guy. That guy's kind of an asshole. Like if you were in that situation, Dan Patrick would be the asshole guy, the uptight prude with the big fake teeth. That's who that guy would be. The reporters probably had cool people you want to have a drink with, watch a football game with, you know, normal people. They all laughed at him when he said that, when he was like, and he walked in front of a train. He ate a gummy in San Antonio, and he walked in front of a train. We must protect our children. That was basically the whole argument, and everybody laughed. It was like... So, of course, every reporter in the room went, okay, let's follow up on that. Let's get all of the people in San Antonio who have walked in front of a train. Let's see if this story is even the least bit true. And, of course, it wasn't. Nobody in Texas had walked in front of a train. Certainly nobody in Texas after eating a bag of gummies like the one anyway. So there's so much bullshit about this subject because there are a lot of people who refuse to change an opinion that they had years ago. And if you were a dork, if you were one of these Nancy Reagan dare to stay off drug dorks in 1986, you're probably still that fucking dork. There you go. So that's why a lot of these attitudes still exist. You're a nerd. You're a nerd. You have to pay for it, you weirdo. All right, so again, let's go back to the president. Here's what he said about the subject of marijuana in general, not the declassification or rescheduling of it, but just in general. Here's what the president said about marijuana. It's a very complicated subject, the subject of marijuana. I've heard great things having to do with medical, and I've heard bad things having to do with just about everything else. But for medical and for pain and various things, I've heard some pretty good things. But for other things, I've heard some pretty bad things. Mr. President, Mr. President, Mr. President, Mr. President. You piggy, what bad things have you heard? And then, you know, he'll make up this. Well, I heard the lieutenant governor talked about a kid in San Antonio who walked. Yeah, that's not true, Mr. President. That is not true. These fucking guys, man, we got to get them high. That's what we got to do. We got to get all these people fucking high. Because what happens when somebody who has never gotten high before gets high for the first time? We've all seen this, right? We've all had the girlfriend who tries the bong for the first time with you and the boys. What do? First of all, it's like, you know, something like this. It's like, am I doing this right? Do I put my whole... okay here now? Oh, yeah, and then somebody else has got to light it because that's way too advanced a thing for somebody who's never used a bong before. So you got some dude, I'll get you, and he's trying to light it, and she's like, "Okay, I'm gonna," and she takes a huge, you know, that horrible coughing the first time. All the rookies have to go through that. And then comes the reveal we've all heard before. This is why I say we got to get all these people high. Here's the first review of almost everybody who's gotten high for the first time. I don't think it's working. I don't feel anything, guys. Is this it? Okay, two reasons for that response. Okay, one, someone who's never smoked weed before has heard all kinds of things from the likes of Trump and Dan Patrick and their preachers or whatever. So their expectation is like fucking heroin. Like that they've seen people shoot up heroin and then just go, and they think that's what's going to happen to them. Am I doing this? Guys, it's not working. And then they talk for 10 minutes straight and you stare at them and you're like, nah, it's working. It's working. You just didn't know what to expect. So you don't know what this is and you don't recognize it. That's why we need to get all of these people high. We need to get all these people high so that we can get them high, let them do whatever they're going to do when they're high. And then the next morning we can talk about it. You can say, did you want to jump off a roof? No, you didn't, did you? You wanted to eat a pizza. Mr. President, you wanted to play Madden for 4 hours and eat pizza and maybe, watch a re-binge an episode of The Sopranos, something like that. That's what you wanted to do, right, Mr. President? So tell me about these really bad things that you've heard about weed. Because I'll tell you again, I think I like it like this. I got a 16-year-old son. I got a 16-year-old son who is a straight A student. I know I say that, and you guys are like, oh, you're just bragging. But I need to put all this stuff out here now for context. He's a straight A student. He's captain of the football team. He's a good kid, man. He's a good kid. And fingers crossed, me and his mom were not good kids. His mom was a straight A student and graduated high school early and all that stuff, but she was still sneaking out her senior year and dating some guy who graduated from college when she was like 17 or something. Yeah. So, we have that gene, his mama and I. And she turned out wonderful, so I'm not a bad human being, so I guess maybe we have hopes for our kid, but we knew going in that, oh my God, this kid could be trouble because you're combining my genes with your genes and this kid is just going to be, and then we produce this kid and he's brilliant. He gets straight A's and he's definitely smarter than both of us. He can argue his way out of anything. He's a good kid. He doesn't get in trouble. He's 16 years old. We've never had the police come to the house. We've never had the school say you need to come here because your kid's a fucking monster. We've never had that. So overall, my point is this: he's a good kid. I have long, and his mother has too. We have told him flat out the difference between marijuana and booze, and then we absolutely, under no circumstances, want that kid at 16, 17 years old drinking booze. We don't want you to drink booze. I mean, I've done the Irish dad thing where, at like 13 years old, one night we sat up and I said, okay, this is a beer. Here, taste this. And then he tastes the beer. This is whiskey. Okay. Do you see the difference between whiskey and beer? They're two completely different things. Don't ever think you can chug anything. You certainly don't chug anything. No booze, right? We don't do that. So anyway, we had that whole thing. My kid is 16, 17 years old. He's never been to a keg party. Not because he's a nerd or anything like that. He's never been to a keg party because they don't fucking have keg parties anymore. Kids don't like booze. Do you know what American teenagers like? Weed vapes. They like weed vapes. They like gummies. And yes, some of them like flour. And let me tell you, as a parent of a teenager, I couldn't be happier. I couldn't be happier about this change because I, don't buy into the demonization of marijuana that everybody was forced to believe in throughout the 70s and 80s. No, I was actually there. I've smoked weed, right? I've never tried to jump off a building because I thought I could fly. Although, my God, if you sell me some weed, that makes me think that. You got a customer for life, pal. I'm not going to jump off the roof, but if I'm like, Jesus, this is the first weed I've ever smoked that makes me want to jump off a roof. This is the weed they promised. My son doesn't drink. So doesn't want to drink. And I'll have a beer with him every now and again. Like over the summer, remember he was trying to make varsity as a long snapper. And so we were working really hard with long snaps in the Texas summer, man, 110 degrees. He's out there. He's like, no, I want to do 100 more. And I'm like, fuck, 100 more snaps, Jesus. And after that, we would have a cold beer, just me and him. Because I wanted a beer and I looked at him and he's all wet and I'm like, you can have a beer. So that's like the extent of it, right? But he doesn't go out. He doesn't need to drink Friday nights. He's not looking for a party. He's not stealing alcohol from his parents. He's not doing that. What he is doing is smoking weed. To what extent? I don't need to go into great details with you because, personal is personal. But we know that our teenager has smoked weed. We know it. And we as parents are perfectly comfortable with it. Why? Because we are not in the headspace of President Donald Trump, who thinks about all the really bad things that happen other than helping grandma in her arthritis. We need to stop about that. It's not a dangerous drug. It is an intoxicant, and it needs to be respected and treated and regulated in the way that all intoxicants should be. But the demonization of it needs to stop. And President Trump has announced that he has plans to reschedule marijuana from a Schedule 1, which would make it just like being caught with heroin or whatever, to a Schedule 3, which I think is just like being caught with, I don't know what it means. I really don't know. Okay, so we've heard what President Trump had to say about it. Now let's see what the actual story says. Again, this comes from the Cannabis Business Times, which you might think, well, that's not real. Well, no, in this subject, this is probably where you need to go, because these are the reporters who completely understand the lay of the land, and they can tell you the best story. So that's why I chose this story and not the Washington Post version. It says here, Trump prepares to reschedule cannabis to Schedule 3. He is expected to direct his cabinet to move forward on a proposal to reclassify cannabis to Schedule 3, but the decision isn't final yet. Says here, after weighing the good and the bad, President Trump finally appears ready to direct his administration to follow through on a campaign promise to unlock the medical uses of cannabis. My mom told me the other day, she said, she goes, I got my medical cannabis card. To which I was like, I don't fucking care. It's fucking Illinois. You just walked in. And then she's like, no, I get discounts. And I'm like, tell me more. Tell me more, Mom, about the discounts. Because I'm going to send you to the dispensary with a shopping list this Christmas. After weighing the good and the bad, President Donald Trump finally appears ready to direct his administration to follow through on a campaign promise to unlock the medical uses of California as a Schedule 3 drug. That would allow marijuana to be issued by doctors in all 50 states. It is now being taken off the restricted list. A doctor can't prescribe heroin, right? You can't go to a doctor and go, man, I'd really like to try heroin. And that doctor's like, here's a prescription. Can't do that. Can't do that with cocaine. No, but could be allowed to do that with marijuana, I guess, at the federal level. After holding a meeting that included cannabis industry executives on December 10th in the Oval Office, Trump is expected to issue an executive order directing top officials in his cabinet to reclassify the plant to a less restrictive status under the Controlled Substances Act. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., he big pothead. Our health secretary is a big pothead, dude. Seriously. You guys are like, no, he's not. Everybody's a pothead. You guys don't get it. Even people who don't drink it or are really straight, they're all fucking turn out to be potheads. Oh, I smoke weed. I'm California sober. You ever heard that one? I do kind of like that. California sober. California sober is you don't do drugs, you don't do booze, you don't do anything, but you'll smoke weed. You'll rip a bong if it's there. Health secretary. I think that's what Robert F. Kennedy is. California sober. A lot of rock stars are California sober. Why? Because it's alcohol that's the problem. Because it's alcohol that causes you to want to fight somebody at a backyard keg party, not weed. Let me go back to your own high school party days, right? It was a little different. The stoners were stoners. And they're like, look at stoners in there. But the stoners never caused any problems at the parties. The stoners were the ones that were, when it was a backyard party, when everybody was outside, doing keg stands and, oh, who's that fucking dude from that school? Who invited him? When all that shit's going on because everybody's ratcheted up on fucking booze. It's the stoners who are inside on the couch. One dude's got a guitar. There's some cute chicks who you're like, oh, those chicks hang out with the stoners. They're playing video games inside. They're chill as fuck. They're not causing any problems. They're also, unfortunately, the first people who meet the police when they show up. Cops walk in. Bunch of stoners laying around on a couch. You probably want the dudes out back making all the noise. Those are the drunk guys. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Chief Mehmet Oz. Oh, God, all of these people. It's all TV people. Jesus Christ, it's all TV people. Robert Kennedy and Mehmet Oz also attended the meeting while the president phoned in U.S. House Speaker Mike Johnson. Johnson's against it. Johnson's a nerd. We can't have this guy. We can't have dorks in important positions anymore. Or wait, maybe it's the opposite. Maybe we need nothing but dorks. Maybe it's the cool guys who have screwed everything. I don't know. Anyway, under its current schedule, Schedule 1 listing alongside heroin, LSD, and ecstasy. I'm a big fan of ecstasy. I'm a big fan of ecstasy. I will speak honestly about all drugs. I've not done them all. Remember we used to do that? We used to, on the old Pugs and Kelly show, we would on Mondays, occasionally we'd go around the room and ask if anybody tried any new drugs this weekend. Eric was always great. I was at a party and I had an opportunity to try crack. And I took a puff of crack cocaine, and now I'd like to give you my review of crack cocaine. Remember when Eric, we were looking at Eric like, you smoke? No, I'm kidding. Not Eric. It wasn't Eric now that I think about it. Now that I think about what Eric has gone on to do, it wasn't Eric. It wasn't Eric at all. It was, let's put that on Paco. Paco's dead. It was Paco. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, it was Paco. All right, so Paco was the one who smoked crack. and I'm not kidding. I accidentally said Eric as a reflex, but that wasn't Eric. It was Paco. It was Paco. It was like, I smoked some crack this weekend. And we're like, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to find out how Paco smoked crack this weekend. Anyway, under its current schedule, heroin, LSD, ecstasy, all of those things are the same. I do like ecstasy. I love ecstasy. I mean, I haven't done it in 20 years, but ecstasy is a pretty good drug. Ecstasy's ecstasy's a good drug if you and your lady want to have a private dance party in your house for 5 hours. If that's what you're up, don't go out. Don't go. That's my rule with all drugs. Don't go out on drugs. Don't go out on drugs. Drug-proof your house. Make sure your house is good. Stay in there. Invite a friend over if it needs to be, a social drug, but whatever. And again, that's also only for like mushrooms, ecstasy, and weed. You shouldn't be doing coke anyway. Heroin. If you're doing heroin, we got nothing to talk about because, you're sticking something in your arm. That's a bridge too far for this intoxicant adventurer. I have no interest in anything like that. Pills, no interest in pills. Cocaine, but if you are going to do cocaine, you almost have to go out. Cocaine is definitely, you got to be out around people on cocaine because you can't do cocaine alone in your home. If you're doing cocaine alone in your home, man, you got a problem. Anyway, under its current Schedule 1 listing alongside heroin, LSD, and ecstasy as drugs with the highest potential for abuse, the federal government does not recognize cannabis as having a currently accepted medical use in the United States. This would change under the White House's expected plan to reschedule the plant. However, the president cannot unilaterally reschedule cannabis, and he hasn't finalized his decision. See, he can't do it with an executive action. You know why? Because this particular issue requires a different set of expertise, one that the president of the United States is not expected to have. President can write executive actions on any number of issues because he is the president of the United States. But this is an issue that, it's like, well, shouldn't we have a doctor or somebody have an opinion on this? So that's why it's a little bit different as far as the executive action or the executive. It's different. Under its current schedule, okay, it's listed with LSD, heroin, and ecstasy. Within the executive branch, what is this? What is the CSA? I don't know what the CSA is. I don't know. Whatever. Within the executive branch, the CSA vests the Attorney General with the authority to schedule or reschedule or decontrol drugs, meaning U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi holds the keys, not the president. Well, should I mean, it's not like we have an independent-minded Department of Justice. I mean, we've got the most crooked Attorney General, or at least insofar as there's fealty to the president, probably since Robert Kennedy and John F. Kennedy. Probably, that's the funny one. People are like, Trump is just putting his friends in important positions. And I'm like, Kennedy put his brother as Attorney General. The Attorney General is the one that, when push comes to shove, needs to actually prosecute the president. And Kennedy put his brother in that job, and nobody said dick. Whatever. whatever. Let's see here. The report that Trump plans to direct his cabinet to ease restrictions on cannabis comes 4 months after the president told reporters during a press conference on August 11th that his decision on the matter would come when, folks? In the next 2 weeks. That's what he says all the time. It's 2 weeks. Hasn't been 2 weeks. Been more like 20 weeks, but that's all right. That's what he meant. He meant 20 weeks. It's a very complicated subject. Here we go. Now we got Trump's thoughts on it. It's a very complicated subject. I've heard great things having to do with medical, and I've heard bad things having to do with just about everything else. This pending decision could mean that the proposed rule that Garland signed back in May of 2024 to relist cannabis as a Schedule III substance would be back in play after being sidelined by the administrative process early in January. So Garland is the one, it was on Garland's desk, and then he just kind of put it aside, and it never went anywhere. And now, as I say, the Trump administration needs a win, so they're going to go with this. And I encourage them, do this win. Baby steps. It is not what I want. I want full-on legalization. I want all the nonsense to be over about how we look at and talk about marijuana. I want that to be done. Okay, this does not do that. As a matter of fact, this doesn't do the most important thing, the most important change that we need to see enacted where marijuana and marijuana rights are concerned in this country. The number one thing that we need to do is make it bankable. It needs to be, yesterday I was on the 108, their Festivus thing, and one of my grievances was, why are Illinois weed shops like fucking war zones? Why when I walk in, is there a dude who is armed and dressed like a SEAL team member, and it's a cinder block nondescript room, and they like interrogate you and they take your ID, and it's all very official. Then you go to this uncut gems like double locking security door where you need to be buzzed in, and that door opens up, and then you're in a weed shop. A weed shop where you can't use your credit cards or your debit cards because, again, it's illegal at the federal level, and the banks don't accept these sales. So what do they have? They got the strip club model. They got ATM machines all over the place in there. You better go get yourself some cash, and don't you mind the 20% service fee on taking money out. I just want to take $20 out of the ATM. I'm just trying to buy one dog walker. I just want one pre-roll. It's only going to cost me like $9. I'm just going to take 20 out. That'll be a $10 service fee for that place. So it's stupid. It's fucked up because the banks do not acknowledge this industry in America. So that's the change that we need. Moving it to Schedule III doesn't change that one bit. That doesn't. So all it does is, and this is a victory, and you got to take your victories where you can. All it does is make sure that any kid that gets caught with a bag of weed doesn't fall victim to some bullshit 3 strikes and you're out drug law. Hey, 17-year-old with a joint in his pocket, this is the 3rd time you've been caught with a joint in your pocket. You can go to jail for the rest of your life because weed is evil. That's like, from my way of looking at it, that's kind of one of the important things that are going to happen here. If it gets put on Schedule III, you won't go to jail hardcore for having weed anymore. Does that mean they got to let out all the people who are currently in jail for? I don't know. We'll see. It's complicated. All right, there you go. That's the Schedule III conversation. Epstein pics. Hey, you want to look through some pictures? What I did on my summer vacation? All right, let's do that. So this morning, apparently a whole bunch of new Epstein pics got released. Let me see here. Okay, so this will be... Sorry, why do I have 3 of these open? Why do I have 3? I don't need 3. Oh. All right, let's look through some of these pictures. First of all, we'll get started here. It says, Sicko Snaps. That's the headline that the Sun puts out. Sicko Snaps, bombshell new Epstein files released showing pics of Andrew. That's Prince Andrew. Actually, no, it's not. it's just Andrew now, which is interesting. Epstein files released showing pics of Andrew, Trump, Richard Branson, Woody Allen, Bill Clinton, among other top elites. Woody Allen doesn't need this shit. Woody Allen doesn't need this shit. Don't get me started on Woody Allen. You know Oh, maybe you don't. Maybe you don't. All right, let's table this. Let's not get into the Woody Allen thing and about how you people all have no idea what happened in the Woody Allen Mia Farrow-Soon Previn situation. You have no idea, okay? You're wrong. You're wrong. What you think happened there, you're wrong. I've explained it many times, but whatever. It's not 100% good look for Woody, I'll give you that, but it sure as shit ain't what you people think it is. He's a child molester. Fuck you. You people are so stupid. You have no idea what he actually did. Because that's what he actually did, which again is like not a good look. What he actually did is bad enough. But you people like try to create something even worse. Anyway, Woody doesn't need to be drawn into the whole Epstein thing. Greatest comedy writer of all time. There, I said it. Greatest comedy writer who has ever lived is Woody Allen. He's an absolute genius. But newly released photos from Jeffrey Epstein's estate show several elite figures from former Prince Andrew, that's gotta hurt, to Donald Trump. Yeah, that's right. Trump's all over these new pictures that were released. Let's see. The bombshell snaps were released by Trump's Democrat enemies. In the House overnight, or in the House Oversight Committee on Friday morning, showing a string of powerful figures in the convicted sex trafficker's orbit. All right, let's look at some of these pictures. All right. So I'll use this for the story. I'll use this one for the pictures. There we go. Is there a slideshow? Well, maybe let me do a slide. I don't want to do a slideshow. We'll just do the pictures. All right. We'll try and figure out who some of these people are, because they're not all the people. Yeah, that's it. All right, boom. Here we go. Look at all these pop-ups. Jesus. Ugh. Journalism ain't free. Son, don't call yourself journalists. You're the Sun. You're basically TMZ. All right, so here's a picture, another picture we haven't seen before of Jeffrey Epstein, Trump. I don't know who she is. Who's she? She is. They're hooking up. She's totally down. She's like, a billionaire. This dude back here looks like Harry Styles, though. You see him? I don't know if you can see him. It looks like Harry Styles. Is Harry Styles at Epstein Island? All right, again, stupids. I don't mean to call you that because you're not stupid. But this isn't Epstein Island. This is just a party. This is just a New York society party with a whole bunch of people that gathered around. Anybody pictured in here isn't necessarily a pedophile. I only see two. Moving on. Look at this one. Look at this. We got, now this is a posed picture. See, now I always find more damning, candid pictures where you get to see people actually in action, talking, laughing, whatever. Does he look engaged? Is he interested in that? I prefer, if we're trying to find a story, I prefer candid pictures. This is posed. This is bullshit. I hate these pictures. These pictures mean nothing. These pictures don't even mean that these people were hanging out. You know what hanging out can be proved by? Random pictures. Random candid pictures of people at a bar sharing a drink together. What we're looking at here is Bill fucking Clinton, who was a president, was approached by a billionaire at some fancy billionaire party, and they said, "Can we get a picture?" This tells me nothing more than that. Now, I know Bill Clinton, so I know that there's probably more than that. But again, hey, who's the chick? Is this like the best Hillary has ever looked? That ain't Hillary. Who's the chick? Where's Hillary? Hey, Bill, where's your wife? All right, I got another question for you. This is an uncomfortable question. This is an uncomfortable question that I'm going to say out loud. But here's what I know. Can't speak for the women out there, but I know that all the straight men have thought this. Okay, you've asked yourself this question. You've looked at the pictures. You've seen them long enough. You've asked yourself the question. It's an uncomfortable question. It's an uncomfortable question for me to make public. Ghislaine Maxwell, would you? Would you? Because I got to be honest, she looks pretty good in this picture. She looks pretty good. Sometimes, you see some pictures of her, like where she's rubbing Jeffrey Epstein's feet, and it's just. But then you see other pictures and you're like, Ghislaine Maxwell is kind of sexy. There's something kind of, and then you remember, oh wait, oh she's like a horrible monster, but still she can wear a pantsuit or a low cut dress. Anyway, there you have Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein, Bill Clinton, the Hillary clone. They're like, Mr. President, we're going to need a double for your wife. And he chose this one. He's like, we'll go with this one. This is my Hillary double. Yeah. I don't know who this dude is over here on the end. We'll go with Jimmy Buffett. Let's say that's who it is. I don't know, right? That could be Jimmy Buffett. I don't know. That could be somebody. There's a picture of Trump with a whole bunch of girls, and they got their faces blacked out so that we think that it's even more illicit than it is. It's really just a picture of Trump with a bunch of girls. But black out their faces and let the stupids out there think that these are all underage girls and these are girls that Trump participated in. You know what I mean? Why are you blacking out the faces? These people were there. These people were at a party. If they're underage, I get it. I get it if they're underage. But you don't know that they're underage. They don't look underage to me. These women all look above 18 years old. Why are you sparing them? It's a picture. What is the thought process here when you have a picture of the two-time president of the United States and a bunch of random women and you think, I bet these women don't want to be pictured with him? Is that what you're thinking? It's just a guy who would be president posing with a bunch of women. All right, now this one is the troubling one. This is, here's what we got here. This appears to me, and again, this isn't so damning for Woody Allen, but this appears to be Jeffrey Epstein visiting Woody Allen on set, okay? This isn't a picture of Woody Allen on Lolita Island with a 12-year-old on his knee. This looks like Woody Allen is directing a film. And if you know anything about Woody Allen, what you know is that he doesn't work within the studio system. So what Woody Allen does is he gets independent financing for all of his films. He also makes all of his films in New York City. So much of the independent financing comes from guys in New York rich guys, billionaires, people that they might meet at cocktail parties or rub shoulders with. And they come up, well, I really liked your last film. And Woody says something like, well, I've got a new one if you'd like to be interested in a producer credit. That's how this works. This looks like Jeffrey Epstein gave money to Woody Allen in a film project and he's visiting the set as a producer. Or not even that. Jeffrey Epstein doesn't have a producer credit on it. That doesn't matter. He might be the ringleader for people who did bring money in, right? That's how this all works. Anyway, that's what that looks like to me. But it is a picture of Woody Allen, who everybody thinks molests kids, with a guy who everybody knows molests kids. It's unfair. Bill Gates and Prince Andrew. Sorry, former Prince Andrew. Bill Gates. See, again, though, this isn't damning. Wait, I'm sorry, it's just not damning. We want to hit the easy button and go, proof that Bill Gates is a child molester. He had a picture with Prince Ed. He was the richest man in the world. You don't think he's going to go to luncheons where there's fucking royalty? There could be any number of pictures of Bill Gates with a whole bunch of sketchy people. None of this is damning. We all know that Jeffrey Epstein, as a billionaire, had a lot of people in his circle. He was involved in a lot of things. People are drawn to billionaires who offer them rides on planes and shit. It doesn't mean that you are also molesting children with the billionaire. I do, however, have a problem with the Lolita Island stuff. Anybody who's been to the island, that's a problem. Let's get the list of people who visited the island. Those are the people who are a problem. Just simply flying on his plane, that does not make you a child molester. What that makes you is a typical celebrity who is accustomed to just hopping on private jets of rich people because rich people want to fly a celebrity from New York to LA and spend 5 hours with them. That's what that is. Celebrities jump on rich people's planes all the time because they get free rides because they're celebrities and the rich people want to hang out with a celebrity. That's it. But if you went to Jeffrey Epstein's island, that's a little bit different. All right, now I don't know what this is. This looks rather islandy. This looks problems. Although it doesn't say where this is. Doesn't say. It does look like an island. We got Richard Branson, Jeffrey Epstein, a couple of billionaires. Yeah, I don't know what this is. I just did my whole rant about the island, and then the next picture is like they're obviously on some kind of they're at some kind of tropical place. These aren't evergreen trees back here. All right. Oh, geez, another one for Woody. And Woody's wearing a different outfit, so that means that these are two separate pictures of him on two separate days with Jeffrey Epstein. But again, this is not a there's no condemnation here in this picture. What I see here, this looks like fucking look at the walls. Okay, see those walls? You know what that looks like? That looks like one of those conference rooms at a hotel. Look at the doors, the way the double doors that open up. He's probably on location filming a movie, and these are those rooms. They use those for these kinds of situations for production offices and stuff like that. It looks to me that Woody Allen is having a conversation about money, probably about a film. I don't know that, but I'm just going by what the context tells me. There is no alcohol in these drinks. They're drinking water. There's paper. It looks like there's notes. He's wearing glasses, so he's reading. This is a business thing. This is a business picture, but it's got Woody Allen. And again, the stupids all want to believe something about Woody Allen. What is this? Here's a picture of Donald Trump on an airplane. Epstein isn't anywhere near it. They're not saying that it's Epstein's plane. It's just a rando picture of the president with who I imagine is a very hot chick. That chick's got, am I crazy? That chick's got kind of Christy Brinkley vibes, right? I know the face is completely blacked out, but I'm like, was Trump banging Brinkley? Was that, I wouldn't put past him. But I don't know who that is. That's just some random hot chick and a picture of the president. And I don't know what we're supposed to take away from this in the context of Jeffrey Epstein, but here we are. Oh, no, this is an airplane. I don't know. Like, I wish they would say, is this the Lolita Express? Because again, just being on the Lolita Express to me is not any kind of problem. Being at Lolita Island, Little St. John, being down there, that I think is a problem. So this is Larry Summers. Larry Summers is a former secretary. And was it Obama's cabinet? Biden's cabinet? I don't know, whatever. But they're on a plane. There is no context here as to whether or not this is a... Oh, Jesus. All right. Here we go. I'm going to move through these again. 8, 9, here he goes on the plane. And the last one. Oh, here we go. Steve Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein posing together for a selfie. Okay. All right. Those are the new pictures that are released. I see absolutely nothing here that makes me think anything different than I thought before those pictures. Those are all pictures that seem like they would have existed. I'm not surprised by them. This, though, we didn't go over this.
Chilling new images.
Oh, and these are, this is the island. This is what I'm kind of interested in. I wanted to talk about this last week, but we never got to it. So this was a video that was released last week, I think, of Jeffrey Epstein's island, Lolita Island, where we know a number of, molestations and the abuse of women, the rape of children occurred. It was also a place where we understand a lot of celebrities were. We don't have a list of celebrities who came to this place that we now know is where children were raped. But I'd like to see that list. I don't need a bunch of random pictures of people and places that are obviously public places with Jeffrey Epstein. I don't need that. That tells me nothing. What I need to know is what celebrities were on Lolita Island. That's what I want to know. I don't care what the list is. You know what? If I have to read the list and then never buy Nikes again, see, that's what's going on here. We all want these lists to be released because we want to know the celebrities. We want to know the movie stars, and we want to know the people that we like and enjoy so that we can think bad of them. That's all we care about. Those are not the people that are being protected. Trump don't give a fuck about that. Trump is protecting the president of, and I'm just going to throw out random companies. I know nothing. Trump is protecting the president of Nike, right? The chairman of the board of Northrop Grumman. These are the people that Trump is protecting, not the celebrities who we want to know. He's protecting the business moguls who contribute to political campaigns from coast to coast. That's who's being protected. Those are the names that I demand to see. Well, let's watch the video. So this is Little St. John. This is Epstein's Island. This is where he stayed. Very cool piece of artwork. Looks like some native with a what do they call that? A bow, I guess. I thought there was. Anyway, let's watch.
And footage of Jeffrey Epstein's home on his infamous private island have been released by U.S. authorities.
All right, I love the Australian accent. Jeffrey Epstein's harm.
Never before seen pics show the pedophile financier's exclusive property in the US Virgin Islands. One of the eerie pictures show a bizarre dental room with faces hung up across the wall.
If we're being honest about there, I imagine a great number of his visitors to this island wore retainers. So sure, it looks creepy because of the faces on the wall, but I bet there were a lot of people who were in need of,
Another showed
some. You got any rubber bands for my braces? I mean, it was probably a big problem. So having a dental chair and a dental setup is probably not all
a
that weird.
chalkboard with strange text written on it, including the words power and deception. Creepy footage also showed a tour of the notorious island where the convicted sex trafficker lived. A handheld recording showed multiple different rooms.
All right, so this is a room on Epstein Island. This is not a great room.
Located on the disgraced financier.
Oh, maybe it is. I'm sorry. I thought it was a lot smaller. I thought it was like a shotgun room. No, it looks like it's got a
Little St. James Island. The shocking new glimpse into the sex offender's Caribbean pad was released by Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. Washington continues to wait for the Department of Justice to release all the files on the case. It comes after
Let's see what's he got. What are we looking at here?
Donald Trump gave the DOJ
There's a great commercial for Gillette. Gillette.
30 days to make all unclassified records, documents, communications, and investigative materials public last month. The US Senate unanimously approved the official release of the Epstein trove just hours after the House.
All right, I don't care. All right, we're done. We saw the pictures. We still don't have anything that we can really sink our teeth into with this whole Epstein nonsense, but here we are. How do you know Maddie? Maddie's like giving us hot takes on what these pictures are. She says one of them, it says that was taken at a Victoria's Secret party in 97. That Lex Wesner guy and Epstein were very tight. Yeah, is that the one where they blanked out all the pictures of the girls? See, it's all about framing. It's all about the way they are presenting this story to us, because it's just a bunch of girls with a guy who's the president of the United States. You shouldn't have to blank out the pictures, but because of the narrative that surrounds this, they want us, the reader, to think that terrible things are happening. So that's why they blacked out the face. It was nonsense. You didn't need to black out the faces of a bunch of grown women who were pictured with a guy who would go on to be president. Let me tell you something. I know a little something about privacy laws, having been through a federal deal with that. They had no expectation of privacy in a room that was very public with roving photographers. That's what I would say. They got no expectation of privacy. They don't get their faces. That was an editorial decision. Anyway, he says, no, the girl with the short blonde hair at the beginning. Yeah, all right. I don't care. I've moved on. We're past that now. Man, it's already been 2 hours. It's been 1 hour and 47 minutes, and I've only done really like 2 stories, and we've got a whole lot more to get to. I think it's going to be a long Friday show. Grandpa's got to pee. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take a quick break. Okay. So we'll try and do music. So let me tell you, here, let's try this. You tell me if this works. I'm going to take a quick break, and then we'll come back. And can you hear this? Hold on. You tell me, is this something you can? Oh, I hate this delay. Can you guys hear that? Did I fix it? Because it wasn't fixed in the beginning. No, I'll wait. The 10-minute delay that we have on this show. Why do we have a delay at all? Yeah, you can hear it. All right, thank you. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take a quick break. We'll come back. Let's see. What should I leave you with? You know what? Why not? Let's do this. All right. I'll take a quick break. I'll come right back. In the meantime, enjoy this from Karis. I love this song. This is a hit song. You give this fucking song to Taylor Swift or Miley Cyrus, and you've got a massive hit. Quick break. I'll be back after this. fuck. All right, I didn't leave. I wanted to see what you would say. What do you mean it dis-fucking-peared as soon as I left? It disappeared. Did it really? All right, let me do this now. Sorry, guys. We're doing a little bit of in-show maintenance here, something that I don't like to do, but we're going to do it anyway. Okay, so let me try and figure this out. Here's what I want, okay? Yes, I know I've played the song before once, like 4 months ago, okay? Yes! So here's what I'm going to... Now we can't hear. Something to do with the screens. We can hear when we see you, but not when the screen is blue. Okay, let's try that. Let's try this. Here's what I'm going to do. I don't think that's it. I think it's because I'm hitting a mic button. So here's what we're going to do. Try this. Can you hear this? Okay, here we go. I want you to comment now. I'm going to make the screen black. You tell me if you can hear this, okay?
No, they're gonna ask me. I'll tell them that I'm so happy, so happy, so happy, so happy. You think you can break me? It's so suffocating. I can't be what you want.
Yes, what? It's like, yes. Everybody's like, yes. Yes, what? Yes, you can hear it. Yes, it goes out when you turn the cameras off. Could you hear? Can hear. Thank you. Okay. Now, let's try this again. All right, I'm going to try this again, and I'm going to do something different. Now, you tell me if you can hear it, because I think we figured it out. It got low, came back up. Motherfucker. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're trying to do that. Now, you tell me again. We're going to try one more time. We're going to try it again. You tell me if you can hear it, okay? Here we go. Righty, there we go. So that's what we just figured. Thank you, Monica. We just figured out exactly what the problem is. So the problem is that I can't turn my internal mic off here because that mutes. See, this is the delay where I get so confused. April's like, we can't hear anything now. And I'm like, well, I'm talking now. And I know you can hear me, but you're 30 seconds behind. You know, I love you guys. I'm just so frustrated about everything technical. I'm not good. No, yeah, thank you. Okay, no, it didn't stop when I turned the video off, Kevin. Kevin's like, heard it, and then it stopped when you turned the video off. No, I turned the video off and I clicked the mic at the same time. It's when I'm clicking the mic that it goes off, because the time before this, I turned the video off but didn't click the mic, and you guys were like, oh, I can hear it. So that's good. Okay, so now we got it figured out. Yeah, I'm not a boomer. Don't do that. I'm not a boomer, Byron. Byron, like you and I are like the same age. We're Gen X. All right, we're gonna try this again. Because I still have to go to the bathroom. I still haven't gone to the bathroom. I don't want to cheat myself out of a bathroom break. All right, let's try it. We'll try it one more time. Here we go. Doesn't matter. Either way, I'm just going to be gone like 3 minutes. I just got to pee, okay? We'll be back. We got a lot more to do coming up on this afternoon's Rant. RadioMisfits.com.
You knew what you wanted, caught me open-hearted. I saw good in your eyes. You crave my attention, jealous heartless and aggressive. I forgive every time. How could you say you love me? Hug me, then shove me. My head against the wall, pretend that it's nothing. 100 different times I lead and you catch me. I keep it from my friends, no, they're gonna ask. How could you say you love me? Hug me, then shove me. My head against the wall, pretend that it's nothing. 100 different times I lead and you catch me. I'll keep it from my friends, no, they're gonna ask me. I'll tell them that I'm so happy, so happy, so happy, so happy. You think you can break me? It's so suffocating. I can't be what you want. Sorry, always follows. I'm scared of tomorrow. Swear next time that how could you say you love me? Hug me, then shove me. My head against the wall, pretend that it's nothing. 100 different times I lead and you catch me. I keep it from my friends, no, they're gonna ask. How could you say you love me? Hug me, then shove me. My head against the wall, pretend that it's nothing. 100 different times I lead and you catch me. I keep it from my friends, no, they're gonna ask me. I'll tell them that I'm so happy, so happy, so happy, so happy. Packing my bags, it's nearly 2 in the morning, 2 in the morning. I should lock the door, it's nearly 3 in the morning, 3 in the morning. I should have started the car, it's nearly 4 in the morning, 4 in the morning. I should go, but I don't. How could you say you?
All right, never mind. Fuck that, because apparently I can't even play. All right, there we go. There you go. All right. Yeah, I don't understand what's happening here. I don't understand. Like the mic just went off. Like I was talking and the mic just went off. I didn't touch anything. I didn't touch the mic. See, and now everybody's, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Yeah, I know. So we've got a problem here with the way we play our music, which is going to seriously affect. Gonna have to figure that out. Look, the fucking delay kills me. We're back. I know we're back. We've been back. I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys. I definitely appreciate you guys letting me know. And you know, my little like tantrums that I throw here every day because I'm upset. That's not on you. That's not on you. That's me. You know, that's the thing that we learned about social media, right? Whenever somebody like just some rando attacks you on social media, it's not about you. It's about them. They're a fucking miserable piece of shit, not you. You're just out there saying what you think. And then some stranger decides because they hate the choices that they've made in life and their wife is ugly and they're stuck with her for the next 20 years or whatever. They're mad and they're going to just talk shit to you. That's how we are. So I don't really mean it when I yell at you guys. You guys are very, very helpful. The delay is incredibly frustrating and the technology is not there for us to do what we want to do. Don't worry, you didn't miss. There was no rant. There was no rant that you missed. Oh, God, that's so upsetting. It is so upsetting because every time I record, I think it has to do with it being live. Honestly, that's what it is. It's that it's live. Because when I record, and I've recorded a number of practice shows, they all sound great. That's a recording. But it's when we do live. It's the live stream where, so maybe the Unheard Show can't be live. That sucks. That sucks. I really want to rely on the chat room for Unheard, but I don't know. I don't know. Rob is like, what happens if you leave the screen on? I don't know. And I'm not really worried about it. But I've got hours after I finish this show to fuck around in this studio and try and figure out why I can't play simple music. Because you're absolutely right. I mean, I have heard back live stream shows where I played music and I'm like, why does it sound like that? What the fuck? We can't play simple music? Other people do. That's the thing. Other people do. Other people do a lot of things that I don't know how to do. And I'm angry at myself right now for not having learned. Kevin trying to talk me off a ledge. He's like, the music during the break was fine. Can't be perfect. Don't let the in and out comment throw you. Don't tell me what to do. Honestly, what I should do is I shouldn't let anything that Adam tells me throw me, because again, although he's helpful at times, I have to really go 3 layers deep with reading what Adam says, because there's always like some kind of a fucking mean thing in there. Like, did you notice he gave a really nice sort of explanation. Adam, I'm busting on Adam again. He gave a really nice explanation of what he was hearing. He's like, oh, it sounds okay. It's going in and out and out. Then he couldn't help but take the opportunity to basically say, yeah, but your taste in music sucks because I usually like this and this is garbage. You suck. He can't not be a contrarian. He can't not. It's just the way he's wired. Therapy would do wonders for that. It would. It really would. It would. I used to have my own set of problems, and I'm sure you guys are aware of them. Therapy helped me. Fuck her out and figure out, Adam says. Yeah, you're right, bro. You're right. This is fucking just pissing me off. Don't worry. Maddie's like, I missed your whole rant. You didn't miss a rant. You didn't miss anything. God, I'm so upset about the music situation. Rob, you should be upset. Ed, you should be upset. Everybody should be upset. You have these good ideas and we can't do it. All right, let's go. What did we talk about? We talked about the rescheduling of marijuana. We talked about the Epstein picks. Oh, God. All right. After that, now we got to get into some kind of dark shit, man. This University of Michigan story, Sharon Moore. I mean, it was... do non-football fans understand? Do people who really have never heard of Sharon Moore, who really don't understand Michigan's place in the pecking order of college football? I mean, do you guys understand? This is a pretty seismic story for college football and for one of the legacy institutions of college football. This is a big fuck up all around. And it seems like now, as we get these details, seems like Sharon Moore, the head football coach of the University of Michigan, who parents sent their child to be turned into a man, has severe mental problems. Severe. Now, guys, I joke a lot. And you know that I have this long-standing opinion that all college football coaches go directly to hell. This comes from a bit we used to do where we would go through a list of people who died on this day, and I would try and figure out where they went, heaven or hell. And one of the rules is actresses, if you're an actress, without special consideration. If there's something special about you as an actress, we'll consider it. But most actresses, just sight unseen, go straight to hell, right? Royalty. Anybody who's royal, right? If goddamn Princess so-and-so of Luxembourg dies, she goes to fucking hell. Because, you don't get to be in heaven after having essentially being born into heaven. But football coaches was always another grab. Football coaches go straight to hell. They're like the worst people on the planet. They really are bad people. Major college football coaches they're bad people. And they're not the same as pro football coaches, which is maybe why college coaches can't make it in the pros. Being a terrible person who is, basically a dictator in a locker room goes over, I suppose, better at the college level when you're screaming and berating 19-year-olds as opposed to berating a 25-year-old multimillionaire who's like, fuck you, coach. But college football coaches are bad. Not all. Some are named Marcus Freeman, but the rest of them are all pretty bad. Sherrone Moore has some real problems. So let me catch you up on the story. Yesterday, as I told it, here's the timeline we gave you yesterday. Sherrone Moore, the head coach of the University of Michigan football team, was called into the school president's office. Was it yesterday or the day before? I think it was the day before at this point, right? Okay. He was called into the president's office, and he was fired. He was fired, something that Michigan doesn't do. Michigan doesn't fire coaches in the middle of their term. Michigan is the school of Bo Schembechler. Michigan, well, actually, they do fire. They kind of got rid of, Lloyd Carr wasn't around forever, but he was old. I don't know. Anyway, Michigan, this was a big move for them because they pay their coaches a lot. This guy had a $30 million contract, Sherrone Moore. Came in, he replaced Jim Harbaugh after Jim Harbaugh made the jump back to the NFL. He came in, he had 2 seasons. They were pretty, they weren't, look, they're ranked 18th or 19th this year. So, Michigan, I think, would expect to be ranked. If you talk to the rank and file Michigan fan or booster, you'd say, where do you think is the spot where you should be ranked every year in and year out? They'd probably say we should be a top 10 team, so maybe they're not there. But Michigan is still a good football team. Even in down years, Michigan still has recruiting classes that most other universities would die for. So he hasn't been, turning the world upside down, but he's also not been a complete train wreck. So on Monday, he goes and he gets fired. He gets fired because there's been an ongoing investigation since midsummer about a relationship that he has been supposedly having with, at the time we were told, a staffer. We know more today. Today we know that it's actually his executive assistant. So his secretary. So Sherrone Moore, the head football coach of the University of Michigan, was not having sex with a student, as we were speculating yesterday. He wasn't banging some junior staffer or anything like that. No, he was having an affair with his secretary, his executive assistant. We know who she is. We know what she looks like. And it is a bit confusing because if you saw the pictures of her circulating, that probably would have supported the idea that he's banging a sophomore sorority girl. That's what she looks like. First time I saw the picture, I'm like, oh, fuck, it's a student. But then you learn more. It's not a student. It's a 32-year-old. It's a 32-year-old grown-ass woman who is in a professional job making 6 figures a year as an executive assistant to the head coach of the University of Michigan. That is not some scared little kid living in a dorm who doesn't know what to do. She's a grown-ass woman. Now, depending on how you want to look at this, I suppose her physical appearance, she does look like that 19-year-old sorority girl that I described. Here, let me show you. Maybe we got some pictures. Let me see. Okay, that's the dispatch call. I don't want that. All right, here we go. Let's look at who. Paige Shiver is her name. Paige Shiver is the young woman. So again, people, stop acting like this is some child that I'm talking about. She's a 32-year-old professional woman who is working in the family business. Yeah, she's just not she wasn't a student at Michigan who matriculated her way through the football office, because she's a professional in this. She graduated at Purdue. She didn't even go to Michigan. She applied for a job as an executive, and she had football experience. Why does she have football experience? Because her dad is Jeff Shiver. Who's that? You're like, who the fuck is Jeff Shiver? So Paige Shiver is the woman at the center of this situation. Her father is Jeff Shiver. Her father has been the executive scouting director for the Chicago Bears for as long as I can remember. She is in the football world. This is a profession for her, and this is a part of, her first gig. Probably wanted to be. Her dad's a very well-regarded scout, professional scout. I don't want to say anything, but I bet, dad being dad, dad probably, she got the job probably because they knew her dad. Oh, so you're Jeff's kid, huh? Oh, Paige. So that didn't stop Sherrone Moore from sexing her up and having a little bit of a relationship with her. Here's a picture of her. Let's show you. So so these are some pictures here. This is her on the sideline with him. All right. Look! You should read some of the comments. My God, they were just so out in the open about it. They're just, look at them, a picture of them on the sideline together. My God, they weren't even hiding. Shut the fuck up. She's his executive assistant. You don't think businessmen go around and stand places and observe things? He's observing this is taken from, I believe, a lacrosse game. A University of Michigan lacrosse game where the coach came down of the football team and was watching on the sideline. And who's the girlfriend? Stop it. This is a professional situation. This is his executive assistant. Okay. They're not being sloppy. They were allowed to be seen together all the time. And there's going to be a lot of pictures of them together all the time because she was his executive assistant. Okay. And again, 32-year-old grown-ass woman who comes from the world of sports. Her father, Jeff, is a very well-regarded professional football scout. Jeff Shiver, the man responsible for Kyle Monangai. That's right. You too can have a 7th-round draft pick turn into be one of the most electric running backs in the league. All you got to do is hire Jeff Shiver. Anyway, that's who this is. So this is Paige Shiver. It says, Paige Shiver, the executive assistant of fired University of Michigan football coach Sharon Moore, has deep ties to the sports world as the daughter of, okay, here you go, veteran Chicago Bears scout, blah, blah, blah. It's been revealed the 32-year-old, that was the first thing this morning that I went, okay. 32-year-old is not an 18-year-old, not a 19-year-old, not a student. Which is interesting because the way that this story was initially brought to us was that he was fired for an inappropriate relationship with a staffer. Now, I guess I haven't really worked within a corporate structure in a very long time, but I do remember back in the day that, you could be dating somebody you worked with. Sometimes, especially in the case of high-profile individuals, HR would be involved. Like, I just want you guys to know that I'm now dating so-and-so from sales or whatever, But I didn't think it was actionable and you could fire for cause because you're dating somebody. Now, that's why when the story was initially put out, I went, oh, staffer. It's one of these student helpers that they have. He's banging No, he is banging another adult who is a professional who is not a student at the school. So how inappropriate is it? Now that I know this, I'm like, well, why? What else was going on? What would lead to the firing? And today we know why. Today we understand why. Because that in and of itself is not inappropriate. It's the kind of thing you might have to go talk to HR to. Or when you've got a $30 million contract, they're not going to fire you for it. They're not going to get rid of you. Because that alone would lose in court. If he decided to go after the University of Michigan for firing him for cause for simply dating a grown-ass woman who wasn't associated in a student role with the school at all, he'd win. And he'd win the rest of it. So they had to come up with cause. So now we're learning what the cause was, and there is more to it. The inappropriate relationship was inappropriate, not because of the two people involved, but because of the actions of Coach Sharon Moore. He's the one that made it inappropriate. And we'll get into that. All right. So timeline, back to the timeline. So, again, he wakes up, he called to the president's office. The president meets him there in the office and the president fires him. Yesterday, I had the timeline going like this. I had him leaving being fired at the president's office there at the University of Michigan and going home and getting into a fight with his wife, right? Remember, we did that whole role play thing. We sort of thought about how that is. He gets fired. He goes home. He walks through the door at noon on a Tuesday. And the wife's like, what are you doing home at noon on a Tuesday? And he's like, baby, I just got fired. And then she's like, oh, baby, I'm so sorry. Why? And then he has to tell her why. And then that turns into the big fight. Because we were told then the wife of Sharon Moore yesterday afternoon called Ann Arbor police and said, my husband is threatening to kill himself. And he has just sped off in the car. Right? That was the way the timeline seemed to play out yesterday. Okay. I don't know that happened. I don't know that he went home to his house. I don't know that anything that I just described to you actually happened. It just kind of fit the narrative I was trying to create yesterday. But what we do know is that after he got fired, he ended up over at the staffer's apartment, Paige Shiver, the girl we're looking at right here. Oh, no, we're not looking at her anymore. Here we go. There's probably some more pictures. This is not a great picture of her. This is probably some There she is. There she is on the sideline taking pictures. That's the apartment. All right, there you go. There she is. All right. Now, tell me I'm wrong when I say that if that was the picture that they put out and only that picture, we would all be, not crazy to think he's banging a student. She looks 19. She looks like she goes there. But no, she's 32. She's a grown-ass woman. This is a professional administrative job. She didn't get it because she was a student helper. No, she's brought in from the outside. All right, so let's go through it. So we'll just look at her, and then we'll go through the story. Okay, so here's what we know happened now. Oh, let me finish the timeline. So he gets fired, and we know that he ends up over at her apartment. He tries to kidnap her. He pulls a knife on her. He threatens to murder her and murder himself. And then she called police. She somehow got into a position where she was able to call the police. She called the police from her apartment while he was holding a knife or claiming he was going to kill himself. That's when the police showed up. We've actually got audio of that here. Let's listen. We've got audio today of the dispatch call. This is what it sounded like. All right, where are we? Okay, here's the audio. This is what the call sounded like after Paige Shiver, called the Ann Arbor police. Now remember, the wife called the Ann Arbor police.
Called the caller, told her there's a male at the location and the house attacking her. The state's been stalking her for months. For the Pittsfield unit's reference to domestic, we just got a call from S1's wife.
All right, hold on. I don't know what's happening. Why is it's buffering, but the sound is fine. Let's listen to this again. This is Ann Arbor Police Dispatch. The wife of Sharon Moore has called police and said that her husband is suicidal. In very close time proximity, the mistress, Paige Shiver of Sharon Moore, has also called police and said that he's here, he's holding me against my will, he's threatening to kill me, and he's threatening to kill himself. Okay? So those are the two 911 phone calls that Ann Arbor police have received on Sharon Moore this afternoon. So here it is. Let's listen again. This is the dispatcher putting it out to the police and letting them know we've got a wife who's calling, and so let's try and listen. I understand it's difficult, but here we go.
561-553 for domestic. Subject just called the caller, told her there's a male at the location and the house attacking her. The state's been stalking her for months. For the Pittsfield unit's reference to domestic.
Okay, so that's important. Just got a call from, what was it, victim or something? Let's listen to that again. Hold on, one more time. Because this is her. This is Paige Shiver. The first thing the dispatcher is talking about is her call.
561-553 for domestic. Subject just called the caller, told her there's a male at the location and the house attacking her. The state's been stalking her for months.
All right, so she called police and said that Sharon Moore is attacking me and he's been stalking me for months. That's what she told the police.
For the Pittsfield unit's reference to domestic, we just got a call from S1's wife.
All right, now they're saying there's also a call from his wife who is saying what?
In Ann Arbor, saying that the subject is suicidal.
All right, so the wife is also calling the police saying that he's suicidal.
Reference losing his job today.
Suicidal.
You want that with 7-9? Clear. And just FYI, there's a U of M detective.
All right, just an FYI for your information, there's a U of M detective. Apparently, the University of Michigan has their own detective force.
Going to be making that location as well.
There's a U of M detective at the location as well. Oh, yeah. Yeah, see, that's, they're a big-time program. They've got their own internal security, and I'm sure it's like really, they were on the scene first before the police showed up.
561-553.
All right, there you go. Okay, so now we've got that. There's the dispatch. Okay. So we now know more. So all this took place on Tuesday. On Tuesday, he was fired, and on Tuesday, he was arrested, and on Tuesday, he did all the things with the knife and the suicidal and all that. That was all on Tuesday. What we learned today is that on Monday, there was an event, a seismic event in this story that changed everything. Now, as we said, there had been a investigation. They used a strange word to describe it. We'll call it an investigation. There had been an investigation since the middle of the summer about this relationship that Coach was having with this woman. Okay, it had been going on. Until very recently, both Coach Moore and this woman in the investigation have denied. They've denied everything. This isn't true. This isn't going on. So the investigation was kind of puttering. It's been going on since the middle of summer, and news of there even being an investigation at all didn't even come out publicly until minutes following the University of Michigan's loss to Ohio State, which is interesting. Remember this story. This has been a story internally at the University of Michigan since the summer, and it did not make news. Now, if this were to have leaked out in August, you better believe that everybody from Get Up to Pardon the Interruption and all that would be talking about the sex scandal at the University of Michigan, but they didn't, because they kept a tight lid on it. They kept a tight fucking lid on this story until, coincidentally, minutes following Sharon Moore losing to Ohio State, suddenly it's out there in the Twitter sphere being made public. That's called a leak drop. That's called there's people within the system at the University of Michigan who wanted Sharon Moore out for whatever reason. Losing to Ohio State probably made somebody go fucking nuts. Somebody who donates, a library to Michigan or something probably went a little fucking nuts and decided to make public that, hey, this motherfucker's been under investigation. He can't beat Ohio State. It was like that kind of thing. So that's when we all found out about it. It started to become a thing. There is a story. It was revealed. There was an investigation. The story at the time was the University of Michigan has started an investigation into a relationship between the football coach and an unnamed woman. That's how it was. It was out there, and everybody went, okay. And the investigation was going absolutely nowhere because Coach Moore and the girl were like, we don't know what you're talking about. So it wasn't going anywhere. And it wasn't even public. And then it became public after Michigan lost to Ohio State. But on Monday, see, this is why I say it was a seismic chain. Again, Tuesday, he got fired. He went nuts. Police arrested him. That's where the story really began and became public. That was Tuesday. On Monday, apparently this girl woke up on Monday morning and she marched her ass down to the president's office of the University of Michigan, and she changed her story completely on Monday. She said, how I've been telling you for months that there's nothing going on? Well, there is something going on, and I've brought receipts. And apparently she laid on the president of the University of Michigan all kinds of emails, text messages, photos, inappropriate photos. And I haven't seen this confirmed by anybody, but there's a lot of Twitter talk going on about he forced her to have an abortion. And I don't know. I haven't seen that confirmed by any, journalistic source that I would consider to be. I mean, I've seen that said by a whole bunch of people on Twitter who are pretending to be journalists, but they're not real, not in my book. So I don't know. Maybe more will come out, but she sunk him. Something happened on Monday that changed everything, that made her march her ass down to the president's office and say, you know what? We are having an inappropriate relationship. She accused him of stalking. And I say accused because, we don't know. She had been denying. And now she's saying, no, he actually did. He stalked me. He did all this. So this might be like this. Let me read you the story. Here, let me give you the story on this, because there is an interesting chain of events where the university, during the course of this investigation, suggested that she be transferred, that she lose her job as the executive assistant to the head football coach and be transferred. I don't know. She's now going to be working with the women's volleyball coach, right? That was, I guess, the compromise or something that was brought up by the university in the investigation. Now, that sucks. That sucks. And unless if she was a willing participant in this romance and, she thought that she was going to run off with this hunky guy, and she was a willing participant, then, that's just what she's got to deal with. But I got to tell you, if you are the executive assistant to the head football coach at the University of Michigan, and then suddenly you're the executive assistant to the head volleyball coach at the University of Michigan, you have been demoted. You have been so seriously demoted, maybe not in pay, maybe not in, bureaucratic hierarchy within you. You're still there. No, you have been demoted. You ain't going to as many cool things as the executive assistant to the volleyball coach. The head coach of the University of Michigan is the most important person in the state of Michigan. There, I'm going to say it. I'm going to say there's the governor, and then there's the head coach at the University of Michigan. For years, it was guys named Schembechler, and then, Harbaugh, and people like that. So I don't know. I mean, he might be a monster. And a lot of times, we hear these stories, and it's the he said, she said, and you got to look at both, and you got to figure out, what was in it for either. Well, we know what was in it for him. All right? She's hot. He's married to the same woman for 30 years. He's a college football coach. He's a piece of shit. It's like, he's cheating on his wife? Yeah. He's a college football coach. He's doing a lot worse shit, too. He's probably involved in a bunch of crypto scams. College football coach have no moral foundation. Zero. So he's that's what's in it for him. She's a pretty young girl, and, he's going to get into it. Now, what's in it for her? Maybe nothing. Maybe, there are two ways to look at this. She was his executive assistant. He maybe made a move and she was afraid to say no, right? What do we call that? Imbalanced power structure, right? Where she's got to do what he says. And, the line there is, she doesn't have to do sexual stuff, but, it gets pretty blurry when he's being the demonstrative, you know what I mean? Look, I understand that. But also, I also understand that there are plenty of women out there who would be like, oh my God, all right, I'm going to hook up with him. That could be good. I mean, the world is filled with women who slept their way to the top. I'm friends with a woman who we all openly say to her face, yeah, but how many blowjobs did you have to give for that corner office? I mean, it's a real thing. I mean, women do these things. So we don't know is my point. It is easy for us to look at the black man and go, well, he's obviously a monster because you know how those people are. And we're seeing all kinds of shit about the University of Michigan now. This is what happens when you hire a colored coach. Those people are being given all kinds of ammunition to have fun, and they're having fun. This is a very complicated thing. These are two fucking grown-ups. Yes, there is a boss and employee situation that makes it problematic. But it's, again, we all rush to the most. We don't know what the romantic dynamic there was. We don't know if she was into him at any point. We don't know. We know that it's probably best not to fuck your assistant. That's probably where we could avoid all of this, but we're through that looking glass, Alice. So let's deal with where we are. And where we are now is that this assistant has a relationship with her boss. Maybe she's soured on it. She doesn't want to be in it anymore, but she's going to be fired. She doesn't want to screw up her career, which is understandable, which is also a reason why you don't fuck your boss, but she's saying that she was stalked. She's saying that he pursued her relentlessly. She's saying all kinds of things. And we happen to know that he was arrested for holding a knife to her and saying that he was going to kill her. So at this point, maybe I'm leaning a little bit more in understanding her point of view over his. But here's the greater thing here. He's got real problems. This is a guy who has serious, serious problems. You guys probably don't like when I talk about, mental health awareness and all that kind of stuff, but it's a very big thing for me. I'm very fascinated by our brains, our minds, and how that affects our lives. It's the one area of human biology that we don't know dick about. We can do heart transplants. We can set a broken bone and we can stitch up a dude who's been bitten by a bear. But we don't know the first fucking thing about what's going on in our heads. We've only scratched the surface as far as research and study into that part of the human anatomy. We don't know. What we do know is there's a lot of assholes and a lot of crazy people and a whole bunch of people throughout time, immemorial, as Tony Soprano might say, have done things that normal people, us, just don't understand. Hitler? Fuck, what the fuck? How? What? Genocide? There are evil people. Dahmer? There are, well, it's just evil, praise Jesus. Oh, shut the fuck up. I think that's a reason that we haven't done the legwork with mental illness and all that, because for hundreds of years, people have just said, that's the devil's work, and that's been good enough. It's not good enough. This guy is going through some shit. This guy has some real fucking problems, man. Because losing your job because you're having an affair, it's a bad day. Having to go home and tell your wife and your 3 daughters that you had an affair and that you lost your job because of it, that's a bad day. But a normal person who is not emotionally volatile and mentally fragile does not react in this way. And isn't that scary? Because we look to football coaches as these, that's a good man. That is a good, you know what I like about our program? Our coach is a good man. None of them are good men. Unless they're named Marcus Freeman. None of them are good. But that's kind of the cartoon that we buy into about football coaches. Well, I wouldn't send my son to be mentored by it. You know, that kind of a thing. This guy's a dangerous motherfucker. This guy reacted to losing and this guy reacted. Imagine the size of his ego. Imagine the narcissism where he thinks that because of embarrassment that he is in the right to then go and kill her and kill himself. That is ultimate narcissism. All right, there you have it. That's the latest on Sherron Moore. He is, by the way, he was in court today. I don't know. I think I was streaming, so I didn't get to see anything there. But he made his first court appearance. I don't know if he's out on bond or anything like that, or if he's got to be cleared for mental stuff. He should probably go to a hospital. I think he probably needs to go to a hospital because that is not a rational, sane reaction to having the worst day in your life. I mean, he snapped. And, well, he just snapped. Yeah, that's, short form. That's pidgin English for somebody who has had a severely debilitating mental health episode. You can just reduce it by going, I just snapped. We all snapped. No, that's not what happened. This guy went somewhere else. And maybe you don't understand that. And maybe very few people do understand it. But it is something that I think we need to know more about. We don't give a fuck about mental health. Get into therapy. Just get into therapy. Learn this little set of tools. And maybe you won't be such an asshole. I was an asshole for many years. I still am to some extent. Well, I get to be an asshole in the ring. I get to be an asshole doing this. Maybe that's where I vent it all out. That's why if you were to run into me in line at the 7-Eleven, I am a wonderful dude. Oh, we'll talk about whatever. Okay. All right, there you have it. There's that story. Let's see. What else do we have? We got a lot more. We got a lot more stuff, and I got to pee again. Can you believe that? It's my old man bladder. All right, so we did the Sherron Moore stuff. Diddy parties. Oh, God. Oh, no, actually, that's a part of the... well, maybe we'll bring that back. Sherron Moore apparently went to Diddy parties. The guy we were just talking about who made all the bad decisions and who tricked a bunch of parents into thinking that he was a good mentor for their sons. Yeah, that guy went to Diddy parties. So here you go. So there's an OnlyFans model out there who is now claiming that Sherron Moore slid into her DMs as it's revealed that he also attended Diddy parties. It's going to get me started on this. You know how I get mad about this shit? Yeah, he went to Diddy parties. So what do you think that means? What do you think it means when you hear somebody went to a fucking Diddy party? Guys, Diddy had 2 kinds of parties. We've talked about this. There are 2 very different kinds of Diddy parties. There are the publicly attended and mass marketed, branded, and promoted white parties, which occurred on yachts. And we've got all kinds of pictures from the white parties, and we've seen videos. Why? Because there ain't no fucking crazy drugs and sex going on at the white parties. The white parties, Diddy's annual events that brought out A-listers from all around the globe, those are not the things he was on trial for. But because he was so well known for throwing these parties, these white parties, everybody thinks that anybody who went to a white party is somehow also doing freak-offs. I attended a couple of white parties. Oh, you did? Tell me about freak-offs. Well, I never went to a freak. But you said you were at a white party. Freak-offs were private events, okay? They were private. It was Diddy, it was whoever he was banging, and it was a paid male prostitute. That is the long and the short of what freak-offs were. All of this stuff about Diddy had these wild orgies with J-Lo and all that. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. I mean, he might have, but there's absolutely no proof that anything like that ever happened. And simply because you can pull a picture from a white party, a Diddy white party 25 years ago that shows Leonardo DiCaprio and Ashton Kutcher and Demi Moore and J-Lo, that doesn't mean they were all fucking there, okay? Don't be stupid. The white parties were a part of Diddy's brand. Entertainment fucking Tonight was there with cameras. You think there's some illicit shit going on? No. He was a freak behind doors. That's where Diddy became a freak. And he wasn't, I know there was all kinds of Twitter stuff. Some guy in some band said that Diddy raped him at a freak off. No, nobody fucking knew about freak offs. Even the people who were closest to Diddy, who were buying the fucking baby oil, didn't know exactly what was going on in the freak offs. They were private. It was Diddy and Cassie, and then there were others, but we'll use Cassie as the main one. It was Diddy making Cassie have sex with a paid prostitute. Diddy would hire a male bull, as they were termed in the court case. Diddy would hire a male black bull prostitute, is how they're described. That is a large black man. And Diddy, these are what freak-offs were. Diddy would then instruct the prostitute to have sex with his girlfriend 4 hours and sometimes days. Went on for days. That's what a freak off is. So if you ever hear a story about Justin Bieber was at a freak, no, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. Whoever you heard that from, they got the facts wrong, and they're just trying to fucking gin you up because, and here's where the bad news is, they think you're stupid. And if you believe it, you just might be. So there's a difference between Diddy parties and freak-offs. And what Sharon Moore went to, which is what we're learning, is a Diddy party, is a Diddy white party at the Kentucky Derby held at a very public venue. But of course, just the association makes the stupids connect dots that don't exist. Oh my God, he also had sex with Cassie in front of Diddy because he went to a white party. No, he didn't. Here's the deal. He attended a party that was attended by thousands of other people during Kentucky Derby weekend 2018. It was a party that Diddy threw. So that's the story. Well, I know it's not nearly as salacious as, did you know he was also banging Diddy? No, it's not. That's not it. That's why you tune in here. I try to cut through the bullshit and tell you the actual story. The actual story is almost never as fun as what we want it to be, but there's that story. All right, so let's check out some of these OnlyFans chicks that Sharon Moore was. See what kind of taste in women he had. We know. Okay, so we got this little. She's cute. She's cute. The victim of the whole thing, right? His Paige Silver, his executive assistant. She's a very cute girl, right? Let's just acknowledge that right here. What is that? There we go. Okay, I don't need this. No. Okay, so let's see. Here's oh yeah, there you go. That's the OnlyFans model that Sharon Moore was slipping into her DMs. The fuck is this? The fuck is she wearing a cod piece? Is this supposed to be sexy? Look, you want to know what's sexy? Here we go. Let me draw the line. All right. From here up. All right. Face, sexy. Boobs, sexy. Like the rib cage. Everything goes fucking haywire below the waist. What am I looking at here? What is this? That is not a vag. That is not what a hot chick is supposed to have. All right. Anyway, there you go. So he's look, here's what they're apparently, and this is always the embarrassing part, which you can't catch me on this. You won't catch me on this. Apparently it turns out that Sharon Moore followed on Instagram and shit a whole bunch of like bikini models and like, you know that thirst trap girls. Don't follow thirst trap girls. Yeah, I got a funny story about that. So last night I was telling you about how I was invited to come on the 108 with the boys from the 108. Like, follow, subscribe, do all of that good stuff. Okay, they're wonderful. Even if, like, look, I understand that if you're in Dallas and you're one of my Texas listeners, you're probably not all that interested in making fun of the White Sox. That's what they do. But please go there from the 108. Like, follow, subscribe, help the algorithm. It's all about cheating the system. You don't have to actually listen. Just for me, do it for me. So I was on that show last hour, their Festivus celebration. They do it every year. They invite just a bunch of media luminaries and, baseball people and stuff like that. It's fun. And people one after another give their grievances. That was last night. You can find it, by the way. You can find me. I'm on in like the first half hour, so you don't even have to go too far into it. But it's Festivus from the 108. Okay. So there were a lot of people who were on that show last night who I thought were terrific, who I was like, wow, they're great. And I friended, like I sent, follows or whatever on Twitter or anything that I could. I followed as many of them as I could because I'm like, good. I'm like, these people are good. They do similar things to me. We should all be friends. We should all go roller skating together. But there was this one girl, this one girl who I thought was really great. And if you know me and you know my history, you know that I have a lot of respect for female broadcasters and I was a 50-50 partner with a female. It wasn't like, hey, it's Pugs, and what do you think, Kelly? No, you sit around the contract table and it was 50-50. That was a business. She was every bit as important. I wasn't her boss. She wasn't my boss. We were equal partners in that show, which is kind of rare in most male-female teams because it's always like, Bongo Boy and Linda. And Linda does the news, and her job is to, every once in a while, when Bongo Boy gets nuts, to go, you guys, right? Yeah, that's not what I like. I fucking hate that. That's not what Kelly was. That is certainly not what Sybil was. So I like women who are like that. But there was one girl last night who I was like, oh, this chick's fucking fire. She's great. He's like, I got to follow her. So I went and I found her and I didn't follow her. I didn't follow her because she was too attractive. And I didn't want to be like middle-aged thirst trap guy. I'm like, oh, I should follow her. I go, she was really good. I followed everybody else. I didn't follow her because she was too attractive. And I was like, I don't want to be that guy. She's just going to see that I followed her. And now all of a sudden she's going to think I'm like, man, it must suck being attractive. I wouldn't know, but it must suck being attractive. Not really. I don't really give a shit about that. April's like, I'm sorry. I just want to go back now just because I'm getting distracted. I guess this is going back to the music situation from like an hour ago. April says, can you use Spotify on your computer to play music? What do you think I'm using? That's what I'm using. But thank you, April. Appreciate that. All right, where are we? All right, so we just finished the Diddy party thing, right? Okay, Sharon Moore went to a party along with like 5,000 other luminaries, a VIP party that Entertainment Tonight was at because they got pictures. Come on, man. How illicit could it be if fucking Mary Hart's giving her approval? Is she even on Entertainment Tonight anymore? I don't know. Am I too old? All right, let's see here. What's our next story? Okay. All right. Here we go. Do I want to do this or do I want to take another break? I need to pee again. I really do need to pee again, but I want to get into this. Oh, guys. And the bathroom is all the way upstairs. So I got to go all the way upstairs if I need to Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take another pee. You guys go do the same. You guys take a quick break. We're going to come back. We're going to get into this story about a 41-year-old Instagram fitness influencer who has, taken a shine to her son's friend. He's only like 16. We'll talk about that story. It's crazy. It's going to be very provocative and controversial. I'll be back. I'll be right back. All right, here we go. We're back. Thank you. Excuse me. That was a burp. What's going on with the chat room? Seriously? Nobody has said anything in like 20 minutes? Adam is the last one, especially with synth pop type stuff. Poor one. The last comment in our chat room that is supposed to be a selling point of this show is from like an hour ago. Is that me? Did I do something? Is something wrong with the chat room? It's usually not that quiet. I mean, we've got a decent crowd here. All right, I guess I haven't said anything that has made anybody want to talk to me about it. That's all right. All right, here's what we're going to talk. This one, this one's going to do it. This one's going to get probably a lot. Everybody always gets mad at me on this. Not everybody. Smart people don't. But, people who are easily triggered, they always fall victim to their own programming and fail to be able to look at this like a reasonable person and understand that there are things that are different, even though we've been told they're the same. They're not the same. You want to know what's not the same? This story right here. I titled it this. That's a terrible title. I had to, in my little notes, I have to put the story. I titled it, Sexy Lady Molests Boy. Problem? Question mark. That's kind of how I'm going to frame this. All right. Here's the story. It says, wannabe influencer. That's a shot at her clicks. That's a wannabe influencer because, she goes around, what do you do for a living? I'm an influencer. I would love to say that because technically, that's what I'm trying to do, but I influence nobody. I can't even influence show needs $200. I can't even influence $200 into this show. And we've been doing 2 weeks. I'm not an influencer. But, there is this class of person who is out there. It's women, usually women with fading looks who are desperate for one last, she's hot in their life. And now Instagram and stuff like that has allowed a platform for these desperate, sad thirst trap operators to do their thing. And they run around and they call themselves influencers and they have 50 followers. All right. So you're not an influencer, but whatever. New York Post says wannabe influencer 41 accused of exposing herself to teenage son's friend while whining about her unfulfilling sex life. All right. Let me give you this picture because we need, right? This is what we always do when the cheerleading coach molests the captain of the basketball team. We always want to see what the cheerleading coach looks. That's always the bet. That's the cheerleading coaches. It's always, I don't know if I want to talk about this because having an edge is one thing, but in the moment going for a laugh and then we're going to back off that. All right. We're going to back off that. I want to show you pictures though. All right. So again, remember 41-year-old woman sexing up a high school boy who's like friends with the son, something like that. All right. Now I'm going to grant you that is not great. That is, I'm guessing that is not her Instagram profile pic. That does look like, look at the clown eyelashes. Oh my God. So, I'm Mr. Empathy. I'm Mr. Don't be mean to them. Right. I always feel bad for people. Like, I don't know. I can't help it. My mother's a good person. She instilled all of these things in me. I have empathy and compassion for people. But this woman, where was I going with that? I had something that sounds weird now that I didn't connect the dots. Anyway, she doesn't look good. She does not look good. Let's forget the last 45 seconds of what I was talking about because I lost my train of thought. It says here, an aspiring influencer was arrested in you know what? Here, let me do it this way because you need to look at her picture while I read, and I don't want to have to affect. All right. Sexy lady molests boy. Problem? There we go. I found it. All right. We're looking at her. Her name is Lisa Singh. 41-year-old mother from where, folks? Let me hear everybody. Where's she from? Where's she? Florida. That's right. We got another Floridian. There she is. Singh. It says Lisa Singh, a 41-year-old mother from Florida, was cuffed outside an Applebee's on November 19th after an eagle-eyed stranger reported seeing the diner who had a warrant out for her arrest. This according to a police report obtained by the Post. All right, so she's at okay, sorry. All right, so let's work this out. Lisa Singh. Lisa, this is here. We're looking at her. Lisa Singh, 41 years old. Jesus, she looks 61, right? That's not a great 41. But 41 is beautiful. 41 is gorgeous. You're still stunning at 41. And I see more and more women stunning at 51. This looks like she's trying. This looks like everything went to shit around her 57th birthday, and now she's been doing nothing but plastic surgery and makeup and bleaching her hair and all that shit. She is struggling. She is a fading beauty. She's going through some stuff. Yes. The way you deal with fading beauty. We've seen this a lot. Beautiful women, they hit a certain age and they start to panic because they aren't 22 anymore, right? So that's, they try hard. God, dude, you know what? That's why I always, the aging gracefully thing. Who's the person that I say is aging poorly? Who's the person that I always get mad at? Because she could age very gracefully and she could be cool and classy and sophisticated, but she's not. She's like 70 and still dressing like a club hua. Madonna. That's who it is. It's Madonna. Madonna could be like, Dame Helen Mirren if she wanted. Madonna is a pretty woman who could be elegant and classy and sophisticated, but she's not. She's doing the painted on eyebrows. She's trying to look like a 22-year-old club girl. Doesn't work. Doesn't work for Madonna. But let's get back into what we're talking about here. Lisa Singh. Now, don't worry. This is her booking photo. Okay, this is her booking photo. We're gonna see some pictures, some of her Instagram pictures, and I don't know. Maybe if you're like me, you might have a different opinion. But this is what wakes up next to you in the morning and gets booked. Okay, there you go. That's her. Oh, and again, let's break it down. So she's 41 years old. She's in the Applebee's, the local Applebee's. She's got a warrant out for her arrest. The police don't arrest her. Somebody in the Applebee's who recognizes her from the community and knows that she's got a warrant calls the police and they arrest her. Is she like the trampy, milfy, you know what I mean? Everybody knows who she is. That's because it's got to be something like that. If she was, it says here, it describes her as an eagle-eyed stranger reported seeing her dining. She had a warrant out for her arrest, according to police. Okay, so that's what happened. That's how she got busted. Let's see. Singh, who is unemployed but calls herself an influencer. There's no need for that. Post, there's no need for that. New York Post, there is no need for you to be taking shots at this woman. That's unnecessary. She's unemployed. She's unemployed, but she's rich. We'll learn more about that. Singh, who's unemployed but calls herself an influencer with a humble online following. Speaking as somebody who considers themselves an influencer with a humble online following, I take personal offense. Let's see here. Singh, who is unemployed but calls herself an influencer with a humble online following, allegedly forced herself on her teenage son's friend. Awkward. They're not friends anymore. They're not. Like, even if this didn't blow up into a New York Post story and we were talking about it here on some random daily live stream, even if it didn't become that, if this had been contained to the local, hell, if it was contained to the living room of the people involved, those kids aren't friends anymore. You can't be friends. It's not that you can't be friends with somebody who's had sex with your mom. That's not the problem. I'm saying you can't be friends with somebody after you fucked their mom. I'm saying that's the problem. We don't have time to go into it, but it's a very different set of situations. Maybe you can think about that now. But yeah, you can be friends with somebody who's had sex with your mom. There's plenty of dudes who like their grown stepdads or whatever. That's not a problem. We're not all hung up on sex. Sex is a very natural part of our world and all that. People have sex. It's not a problem. I don't have any daughters. I might have a different view on it if I had a daughter and then I had to sit and have drinks with a guy who's banging my daughter. Yeah, that might be different. But all right, the wannabe influencer invited the victim and 3 other witnesses to her ritzy $250,000 home mere hours after having an altercation with her husband. Okay, a couple things here. $250,000 home in Florida is not ritzy. I'm sorry. $250,000 home is a nice house. It's a house. $250,000 home is a normal house, normal person's house. Nobody's going to see a $250,000 house in the year 2025 and go, that's a mansion. Unless you were raised down at the Holler, maybe then. That you mean they's got two of them indoor plumbing? $250,000 in Florida is not a ritzy home, but whatever. Seeing who is unemployed but calls herself an influencer with a humble online following, invited victims, three witnesses and the victim to her ritzy $250,000 home mere hours after having an altercation with her husband. All right, so let me give you some different pictures of her. Let me show you. This is the woman who got booked. Let me show you the woman. Let me show you some other pictures. Let me show you what she probably looked like while she was entertaining the teen boys. Because it ain't bad. There you go. That ain't bad. I'd hit on that. I'd walk up to that and start talking to it. I'd be like, huh. Actually, what would my line? I don't know what my line would be. I'd have a good line, though. I have good lines. I have great approaches. Look, when you look like me, you got to make the approach. You got to have something that's going to get a reaction other than ew, because that's the reaction. You're fighting back the, ew, look at this troll coming at me. So you better have something that makes them laugh or something or disarms them. What would my line for her be? I don't know. I'll tell you the greatest line I ever heard. The greatest line I ever heard. Oh, God, man. When people got game, they got game. And they're just good at it. So we were at the, what hotel? We were at some fancy hotel in Chicago. I don't know. I think it was like the Ritz or something. We were at some fancy hotel in Chicago. And I was in Dallas at the time, but I had made my annual trip with my boys. We had a boys trip every year. We'd come to Chicago and we'd turn the town inside out. We'd stay in nice hotels and we'd do everything right because times were good back then. And we were in the Ritz-Carlton in Water Tower Place in Chicago, which is a 5-star hotel. It's one of the best hotels, in Chicago. And we're coming down the elevator, and it's me and Emil, E from the E Gallery. Me and Emil are alone. We're in the elevator. We're meeting the rest of the people downstairs, and the door opens up on a floor. And Emil called her, when it was all over, Emil called her a Ferrari. And that's a good way to describe it. We open up on a floor at the Ritz-Carlton and a fucking Ferrari walks in. A Ferrari of a woman. Dark hair. She looked like she was Italian and beautiful. And she was just a Ferrari who belongs in the Ritz-Carlton. It's probably there with her 70-year-old billionaire boyfriend, whatever. She was a Ferrari. And she gets into the elevator and it's just me and E. And I immediately, in the presence of such undeniable beauty, I recoil, I put my head down and I try to become the turtle that I know that I am. I hope she's nice to me. That's where I go. Not E. Not E. E had a 10 waiting for him in the lobby. And he's not a cheater. He's just charming. And when you're charming and when you've got game, you can't turn it off. So the elevator door opens up. This Ferrari woman walks in. I recoil into my turtle shell. And he just kind of turns and he goes, boy, you got to think you're something, huh? And she goes, excuse me? Like he starts out like going aggressive. And she goes, excuse me? And then he smiles wryly and he points at her bag and her shoes. And he starts going chapter and verse about how rare that bag is and about how somebody must really love her and those shoes are limited. He knew about bags and shoes. And this Ferrari of a woman for the next 15 floors was chatting him up. And then the doors open up and we all go our separate ways. And she's like, it was nice to meet you. And I'm still in my turtle shell and I'm looking at my friend E and I'm going, what the fuck just happened? Because you look like Mick Jagger in a blender. I don't think he's hot. But he's confident and he's got games. And he turns to me and he goes, If you want to swim in those waters, you got to know about the things that they care about. Shoes and handbags. Learn it. And I'm like, whoa. Lesson learned, Obi-Wan. No, it was great. It was great. And I never took the time. I don't know anything about handbags and shit, but he did. And he's like, yes, you got to do it. He's like, you want to be able to talk to girls, you got to know what the girls want to talk about, dummy. And he's probably right. Anyway, here you go. This is a pretty good picture of her, I think. This is, she molested like a child. They're trying to tell us. We'll get into the details here. Hold on. Let's get back into the story. All right. Am I on the wrong page? Did it move? Made it move. It didn't move. Okay, very good. Witnesses. Okay, so she has a fight with her husband. She is in her living room at her house, and apparently her son's friends come over. I don't know where her son is. Her son is not mentioned in this, but her son's friends come over. There's 4 of them, the victim and 3 witnesses. The witnesses reported observing Singh, this woman here, display flirtatious behavior with the victim. We don't have ages. I need to know the ages. I'm just going with like 15 and 16. That's what I think. Because they're underage. They're 15, 16, 17. It seems like they're high school kids. The witnesses reported observing Singh display flirtatious behavior with the victim, including excessive touching, like rubbing his arms and shoulders and bizarrely calling him babe. Sometime that afternoon, the 3 witnesses departed. Yeah, they probably got the hint. It probably became obvious. Sometime that afternoon, the 3 witnesses departed, leaving the victim alone with Singh. Why? If he was in fact the victim and the other 3 left, and it was obvious when the 3 witnesses were there that she was doing things and being flirtatious with the victim, why didn't the victim leave with his 3 boys? You think I'm victim blaming? Is that what you know? What are you victim blaming? No, I'm not victim blaming. I was a fucking boy. I know why he didn't leave, okay? He didn't leave because that was hitting on him. And he's like 15 or 16 and he's super horny. And that, the picture we've got right there, that's kind of a hot MILF, man. And MILFs are a thing. MILFs are a thing with boys. So we're going to continue to call him the victim because, not a monster. I'll play the game. We're going to continue to call him a victim, but there is no great question as to why he didn't leave with the 3 others, okay? Because, quite frankly, the victim was down. The victim was like, I want to ride this out. I want to see where this goes. I want to see what's... Sometime that afternoon, the 3 witnesses departed, leaving the victim alone with Singh. She quickly began to lament. This is apparently what the victim said. After the other 3 left, she began to lament her husband's inability to satisfy her sexually, and plainly told the victims that she wanted to fuck the shit out of him. Sometimes with young boys, they're not really up in the ways of seduction. You got to be on the nose. And she went dead on the nose there. Let's see if there are any other pictures of her. Hold on. Let me see. Okay. Any other pictures of the influencer? That she wears too much makeup. You know what? She's not. This is way too much. I don't like. She's 41 years old. Why can't she lean into the fashions and stuff that she's comfortable with? Why can't she's 41? So 15 years ago, she was in her prime. Okay, dress like a hot chick 15 years ago. Don't dress like a 22-year-old today. It doesn't look good. And what do I mean by that? I mean this fucking eyebrow thing that every girl is doing now. Have you seen this? It's not a good look. And I think it was only big for a year or so, but all of these women got their eyebrows shaved and got tattoos instead, and it looks fucking awful. And then there's like this shit. There's like she's got like, come on, man. Stop being weird. You were probably a smoke show 15 years ago. Lean into that. That's you're not fooling anybody. Nobody thinks you're 22 years old. Nobody thinks you're a beer tub girl at the titty joint. You're a fucking older woman. And here's the other dead giveaway that I absolutely hate. Although I see this a lot with younger women too. And it is the worst. It is the worst trend in female fashion ever. And that is pancake makeup is back. Just layers. Why? Because everything's about video and photo shoots and light resolution. So every girl now has to go out like they're fucking camera ready for a Cecil B. DeMille film. And it's gross. It is gross. It smells. Yeah, ladies, your makeup smells, okay? I know you try to cover it with your perfume or whatever, your vape or whatever, but it's gross. Right. I don't like the eyebrows. I like a beautiful, sophisticated woman who understands the style that is appropriate for her. This woman is trying too hard. She is desperately trying to be 22 and sexy again, failing to realize that she's 41 and she could be very sexy if she just stops thinking she's a kid. Singh allegedly exposed her breasts to the victim. Hold on, let's see. What do the breasts look like? How's she doing? How's she doing boob-wise? Does she look like she's got a set? Let's see. Yeah, she's got the fakes. Nice. So I'm thinking about getting them redone. A number of girls have done this to me. This is a way that they... Okay, many of them strippers, but whatever. Girls like who have breast implants who are hitting on you or whatever, they'll be like, could you tell me, do you think that these look wrong? Do I need work? So that's probably what she did. I'm promising you that she did. I'm thinking about getting a lift. Here, just look, put your touch. Does that feel natural? And they make it seem clinical, but it's not. They're really trying to seduce you. Because they're healers. And healers, you know me, got a long-standing, very well-established position on healers. Got no problem with them. Sexually independent women are cool. Just don't be gross around me. Yeah, do your thing. I'll determine in the moment whether or not I think you're a gross healer or, one of the good ones. Anyway, there she is. There she is. The female victim, meanwhile, says here, only obliged because he felt extremely awkward and uncomfortable, according to the report. So he laughed. So there was no sex or anything like that. She just pulled a boob out, said, here's my boob. And then she talked about her husband and what a dick he is and how he doesn't sexually satisfy her. And then the kid panicked. No shame, kiddo. No shame, kiddo. Come on. Come on, grab some bench, kid. You bring him out. Hit the showers, kid. We're going to bring in a reliever. We're going to bring in a 22-year-old college student to finish this off for you. That's a little too much for your little 17-year-old ass to handle. I get it. Go sit down. Good job, kid. Good job. So he left. And the victim, meanwhile, blah, 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 said that he only felt her boobs because he felt extremely awkward and uncomfortable. Then Singh also made verbal threats to inflict harm if the victim revealed what she had done. All right, so the kid's like on his way out. He's all nervous, and he's like, oh, thank you, Mrs. Singh, or whatever. And she's like, oh, by the way, if you say anything, I'll kill you. I don't know if she said kill you, but, she made a threat. She made a grown-up threat to a kid. Kids don't know anything. You tell anybody, and that'll go in your permanent record. And the kid's like, fuck, I got so much bad shit in that permanent record. Permanent record. I used permanent record on my kid years ago. I said, you don't want that going on your permanent record. And he goes, I've heard you talk about how there's no such thing as a permanent record. And I'm like, fuck. Yes, that's right. All right. The only permanent record is credit score. Let's be honest. That's the only permanent record that anyone needs to be concerned about. Soon after, she allegedly made verbal threats to inflict harm on the victim if he revealed anything to anyone. Singh paints a seemingly picturesque boy mom lifestyle online, though she's attracted few fans beyond her immediate friends and family. And a new wave of hecklers since her arrest. Oh, here's another thirst trap picture that the dad, there it is. Thirst trap picture from mom. Hold on. In one post that she shared, remember, she's a boy mom. She's a sexy MILF boy mom. In one post she shared in May, Singh praises her son and describes him as her best friend and best accomplishment. The best day of my life was when I found out I was pregnant with you. And then when you finally came into the world, it made my life worth living. I love you, son, more than you will ever know. Well, then maybe you keep his friends off limits, Mom. Singh faces 2 felony charges of indecent, lewd, or lascivious touching of minors. Okay, let me break these down because I'm going to go into my whole spiel about how this isn't the same thing. She faces 2 felony charges. Okay, so should a sexy woman seducing a teenage boy be a felony? Yeah, I guess we have to, because we can't really be parsing crimes that fall under sex crimes as being anything other than a felony, right? We're going to make sex crimes are always, because of how serious the most extreme can be, there really is no completely innocent sex crime. So let's make it a felony. All right. She faces 2 felony charges of indecent, lewd, or lascivious touching of minors. Okay. She's being held on a $100,000 bond and is set to appear in court on December the 21st. Merry Christmas. She was previously arrested in 2024 for allegedly stealing Amazon packages from her neighbor. She's crazy. She's I'm a crazy lady who's not hot anymore, and I'm not handling it well. All right. So now let me tell you why I'm so comfortable being cavalier and silly about this story. I hope none of you are all that offended by it because, quite frankly, I do not consider this kind of molestation, and we'll use that word, to be in the same league as if it were a man and a woman, a man and a young girl. And that triggers a lot of people. A lot of people don't like to hear that, and I don't do it intentionally. I don't have a malicious bone in my body. Bone in my body, probably wrong choice of words. Yeah, Maddie's right. Maddie's like, this woman is a nightmare. Yeah, there's a lot of things that are true all at the same time concerning this story. This woman is a nightmare. She's probably, I was going to say she probably shouldn't be around children, but I don't know. She needs mental help. She definitely needs mental help. I mean, when you combine all the stuff that we got from that story, she's stealing Amazon packages. All right, that alone, if you're the neighbor who has already been caught stealing Amazon packages, holy fuck. What is wrong with you? You're stealing Amazon packages from your neighbor? Do you not recognize that you have to live there? Are you moving? Are you counting on them moving? Because you're going to have to live next to these people. You own a $250,000 piece of real estate right next to this person, and you're stealing their Amazon packages. Holy fuck. That tells me all I need to know about the kind of person this is. This is a garbage person. Florida was a hint to that, but this is a garbage person. So now we add into all of this stuff. All right. So, yeah, oh boy, look at her. She's she doesn't have any fucking sexual boundaries and she's inappropriate. Okay. That goes with the overarching theme here that this is a fucking mentally broken woman. There are a lot of problems. Why she's doing it, it's not just that she's evil, although these actions certainly could be described as such. She's not doing it because she's evil. She's doing it because she's fucking nuts. She's doing it because she's got some problems and she's making choices that are fueled by whatever crazy juices are pumping through her brain. I'm no doctor, as you can probably tell by the use of the word crazy juices. But I don't think I think she's a fucked up woman. I think she's a fucked up person. Now, why do I think it's different? I think it's different for any number of reasons. I think that, first of all, let's just say we don't have an age on this. But let's just say that he's a 16-year-old boy. Let's say 16-year-old boy. You know what? Let's make it, because I got a 16-year-old boy. Okay, so let me give it to you from this perspective. Let's say it's a 16-year-old boy that had this happen to him. Okay, we're thinking about that? Well, we guess we don't have to because we just did a whole story about it. Now, let's say it's a 16-year-old girl that has this happen with, let's not change it at all. This is one of her girlfriend's dad, she's maybe she's babysitting or something. Or no, maybe it's just the dad. A 16-year-old girl who gets involved in a sexual relationship with a 41-year-old man who is the father of her friend, to me, is a much bigger problem on a whole bunch of different levels than with the boy and the girl. And here's why. First and foremost, and this is the one that angers people so much. This angers people so much. When it comes to the world of sexual indiscretion or anything having to do with sex, it is a different playing field for a female because a female can get pregnant. A female has to carry the result of that indiscretion for 9 months. And then they're a decent person, 18 years at a minimum after that. So it's a big deal. Sex is not the same thing for a girl as it is for a guy. Now, that's not to say that women don't enjoy sex and are not sexual. Of course they are. But these are two completely different things because of the results of sex. Men, oh, Kelly used to hate this. Kelly used to get so mad at me when I would go into this, but it's true. You know, you may not like it, but do the fucking research. Look at a goddamn anthropology book. The pursuit of sex is different with men than it is with women. Women do not pursue sex. They do not have that shit in their body that makes them horny all the time in the same way that men do. Women are built to be receivers of sex. They choose. They are very they're very picky. You know, they're trying. Women inside, and by the way, this isn't stuff that they do consciously. This is stuff that we unconsciously as human males and human females do. It's another one of the reasons that we are different. There are two completely different genders. God love my trans friends. You have every right to exist, and I support you. And I will never be mean to you or whatever. But there are two genders. There are boys and girls. And they are very different. How sex happens for men is different than how it happens for girls. This is just one issue, okay? Men are they got to spread their seed. This is the thing that Kelly hated. It's true. Men are genetically and biologically made to have this urge that they can't explain to spread their seed as far and wide as possible. Why? Because the human fucking race depends on that motivation being an instinct in men. Men have to. It's how humanity continues. Women, for their part, they have a different role. Women are picky. Women try to find the absolute best man to procreate with so that their offspring will then be powerful and won't get hunted and eaten by lions or whatever it is. But that just at the jump is different. Sex is different between the two. So now let's get into the modern world and let's talk about boys and girls. Well, just societally speaking, up until very recently, it was totally okay to have the whole Mrs. fucking Robinson thing. The Mrs. Robinson thing is real, and it was accepted, and it wasn't socially repugnant. My God, one of the greatest American songs ever written by Simon and Garfunkel is Cuckoo Cuckoo, Mrs. Robinson, about a woman seducing a young boy. Now, I know in the movie that he was older, but not in the original script. How about the 1980s? Remember the movie My Tutor? You remember My Tutor? Rich Dad is his kid's in high school and he doesn't have a girlfriend. And Rich Dad is a little bit worried about that. So Rich Dad goes and hires Sylvia Christel to come be his private tutor and teach him the ways of sex. This was the 1980s. And they were comedies. My Tutor was a comedy. The Graduate was a comedy. Okay. Class. Have you ever seen the film Class? I believe that was Andrew McCarthy and Jacqueline Bisset. Andrew McCarthy played like a 17-year-old. Jacqueline Bisset played Jacqueline Bisset. And guess what she did? She fucked Andrew McCarthy in a movie. Why? Because in no time in our history have we looked at women and men in the same way in these kinds of situations. Because they're just not the same thing. A girl, well, this is where we get into that conversation that I hate, the whole power dynamic thing. But it is very true, especially at the teenage level. Teenagers, boys and girls, see authority and their role in the pecking order different. Boys, if they're, hate to use these words, but if they're leaders and if they're winners, they challenge authority. So they're not as intimidated by authority. Women, for the most part, because of what society has dictated their role to be over the last 300 years, women are a bit more docile with authority, especially in the formative years. These are all facts, and they may not be things that you're comfortable with being true, but they have been true up until this point. So just because in the last couple of years we decided that there was absolutely no difference between a 41-year-old woman seducing a 17-year-old boy and a 41-year-old man seducing a 17-year-old girl doesn't mean it changes the facts or the way that the rest of us have seen this our entire lives. I had a friend, now this wasn't high school and I guess it wasn't underage, but we were freshmen in college. We were only like 18, 19 years old. Daryl was a stud. Daryl was a stud. There's no two things about it. He was a 18, 19-year-old kid. He was tall. He was good looking. He had the best looking girls. He had game. He came from money. He was everything. Like 19, he's like 18, 19 years old. He was dating like a 28-year-old Chicago Honey Bear cheerleader. Blew our minds. It blew our fucking minds. We weren't even old enough to go into a bar, and he's driving downtown to the Lincoln Park apartment of some girl who cheers for the Bears on weekends. It was insane. We applauded it. His dad knew about it, and it was all very, yeah. Now, again, I know there's that arbitrary line of demarcation there, 18, and I do think that Daryl was above it. But I'm telling you, if Daryl had been a senior in high school at 17 in that same situation 6 months earlier, it wouldn't have changed the way we felt about it. Because, again, the dynamic is different between a man and a woman when it comes to the sexual dynamic. A man is a predator. I don't have any daughters, but if I had a daughter and a 41-year-old friend of her or a 41-year-old father of a friend of hers did this, that motherfucker would be dead in his driveway. And I think that everybody in town would agree that that's fine. But it's just different. It's just different. Creepy, crazy woman who's dealing with fading looks, and she's not mentally stable because she's stealing Amazon packages. We already know about that. She looks good. She's desperate for attention. She calls herself an influencer. She's got the Instagram thing. She's taking all these stupid pictures. She has a fight with her husband. She finds one of her son's friends who she thinks is hot, and she makes a bad decision. Why? Because she's fucking crazy. I don't think she's dangerous. I think the gym coach who wants to have a little after school time, I think the gym coach is dangerous. I think the 41-year-old father who decides and makes the decision that it's all right to sex up his daughter's friend, I think he's dangerous. I don't think she's dangerous. I think she's a fucking nut. And there's a big difference. All right. There you have it. That's a fun story, isn't it? Yeah, fun story. All right. Now let's go to another not so fun story. This is something that I like to bring to your attention from time to time. By the way, I know most of you aren't new, but any of you, if you happen to be new, I'm not really mad. I just get passionate. I just like to go with it. I just throw the throttle and go, rah, 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 and I just rage. So it's not like, oh my God, how is he going to calm down? Pretty good. I can go from 60 to 0 real easy. I can go from rah to... Because it's all a construct. It's all a construct. It's all performance. As Shakespeare said, all the world's a stage and we are but players. All right. Life is delicate, baby. Let me tell you. I say it all the time. This is why we've got to resist. Here we go. Opening up the therapy toolbox. This is why we have to resist, or at the very least recognize when we start to take things for granted. Because we take things for granted. And life can change all that in a minute. So I like from time to time to show you examples of why you pick up the phone and call your mom tonight. Why maybe you haven't talked to your daughter. She's away at school or whatever, moved across town. Why you need to just fucking talk to her for 20 minutes tonight. We need to tell the people in our lives that we love them. We need to let them know how important they are to us. You go, that sounds gay. I don't want to do that. What am I supposed to call my dad and say, yeah. You know why? Because your next breath could be your last. Oh, that's something people say. Yeah, they say it because it's true. They say it because it's a dangerous world out there. Hell, this shell that our souls, that our personalities, that our electricity, our energy are encased by are incredibly flawed products. Whether we're talking about, hearts exploding with no warning, or brains exploding because of aneurysms, or just the mayhem that we encounter every day when we walk out our front door. Falling tons of steel from space. Oh, yeah, the Russian satellite fell. It killed a guy in Poughkeepsie. We were sitting on our back porch and a meteor killed your mother. Whatever. Life is precious. The other day, I showed you about some people who were driving down a road. Where class? Florida. Some people who were driving down a road in Florida. And they're just driving, probably just listening to Spotify, singing. Oh, I love this part. I love this part. Right? That's life. And a fucking plane landed on them. Remember, we saw that the other day. They're just driving, and a plane landed on top of their car out of nowhere. That's life. That's what happened. Oh, that would never happen to me. Well, it happened to them. It happened to them, and I bet the day before it happened to them, they'd say, that would never happen to me. That's life. So here we got another one. And this I have to tell you, you guys. This shit scares the fuck out of me. You want to talk about shit that we take for granted? Here's something that we take for granted. Somebody a couple hundred years ago, or probably just about 100 years ago or so, somebody decided that, hey, you know what would be great to pump into every home in America? Natural gas. Let's just make every fucking house a potential Roman candle because this is the way we're going to do it. You tell me there's no better way. You tell me we still got to fuck around with this kind of stuff. Gas lines under every house. So we do know, of course, that from time to time, things happen and these houses just explode. Middle of the day, they just explode because poor gas line maintenance. No, but that's okay, because then you sue the gas company, and they're some giant global multinational conglomerate, and they're more than happy to give your surviving descendants $100 million, because that's nothing. That is nothing. Hell, the CEO of the company makes $5 billion a year. You think they give a shit about giving you $100 million because your children were exploded? They don't fucking care. It's a business. The bottom line is they can weather a certain amount of these tragedies. So why really work on changing the entire system and finding a safer and maybe even more profitable way? Nah, status quo. Maintain the idea they had in 1890. That's because we're making money off that idea. Anyway, this is a house. I think this is in California. This is so fucking scary, man. You know, the sinkhole one scares me, right? The shit falling from a plane, you know, that doesn't really scare me. The plane stuff doesn't really scare me. Sinkhole shit scares me. Because, man, I've read a number of those stories where people just come home from work and they jump in their bed. Oh, I'm going to crash out. And you go in your bed and then suddenly you're like 1,000 feet underground because the whole ground underneath you gave way. That's a real thing. That shit's scary. Sinkholes are fucking scary, man. We just accept it. we just live in a world where, like, yeah, every so often the ground opened up in front of us. What are you gonna do? Where you want to eat tonight? You wonder why people are anxious. You wonder because some of us are tuned in to what's actually happening in this world, and we're all just okay with it. It's a house in California. Hayward, California. 6 people were injured. That's old news. I don't know. I don't know if that's the like that 6 people being injured. That was from the first report. I haven't looked it up because the video is just too crazy, and we've got to see this video. So here we go. This is a house. Look at it. It's just a house. The gas people are fixing some lines. They're like, yeah, we got to do a little bit of work in front of your house. We're going to be screwing up your driveway for a couple of weeks. I'm sorry about, you know how that happens. City needs to do something and it's adjacent to your property, so they're doing it. Middle of the day. I hope everybody was employed in this house. I hope everybody was at work. Oh my God. Yeah, that's what happens when the earth mover hits the wrong pipe while it's digging. Did they not call 511 or whatever it is? You know, there's like that number. Before you dig, call this number. So that we can tell you if you're about to blow up the entire block or not. So here's what's happening here. I don't know if you can see it, but I'll break it down slowly for you. So it's this earth mover right here. It's this thing right here. This guy, you'll see it. He digs into something and the whole fucking house goes up. He severed a gas line, created a spark from the pressure of the thing, and the whole thing went ba-boom, boom. Here's the frightening thing. You can see him. You can see the dude in the earth mover. I don't know how big you can make it on your end, but you can see him. You can see the guy who is right there at ground zero of the blast. You see him blown back onto the back of the earth mover. And then you see the fucking roof of the house land on him. I don't know if he's alive or dead. I would think he is dead, but let's watch it again. All right, so here it is. Now you see him right in here. You can see you see him, he's sitting in the middle there. Sitting in the middle. He has not been affected by the blast yet. Okay. Secondary wind. Now, here he is. See the yellow vest? He's being thrown out the back. He's being thrown out the back of the earth mover. And here's the roof. The roof is about to land on him. So there he is. He's laying. See his head and his arm is laying off the back of the earth mover. And yeah, the whole fucking roof lands on him. All right, one more time. Let's watch that. Yeah. Jesus. All right, guys. Happy Friday. Oh, I didn't share it. I'm sorry, guys. That sucks. I didn't share it. Ah, crap. Here we go. We'll do it again. Watch this. All right. All right. For you. Here you go. Okay. All right. So here's what I'm trying to show you. There's a guy right here. You see the yellow? You see he's inside the earth mover. Back from the beginning. I'll show you again. Okay. So here's the earth mover. Here's the guy. You see the back yellow of his jacket. See how they're all wearing the yellow jackets? You see the back yellow of his jacket. He's running this earth mover right here. It hits a line. The whole place goes kaboom. He's right in the blast zone. All right, so at this point now, you see he's been thrown out the back. He is sort of laying, his body is hanging off the back of the earth mover, and here's the roof. Oh, for crying out loud. I mean, it looks like it cut his head off. It looks like it crushed his entire body. Jesus. That guy probably had plans. He's meeting his girlfriend after work for a drink. Look at that. Fuck is exactly right. Life is precious. And you never know. You never know. That's why when you're just, you're going off half-cocked and you're about to be a complete asshole for no reason, well, there are reasons, selfish reasons, and, but in recognizing that in the moment, it just fucking go, you know what? This fucking roof could cave in right now. I don't have time for this. I don't need this in my life. I don't need to be an asshole right now. Yeah, that's terrible. All right. Yeah, Rob said, where is Rob at? Rob says, this was all over the news yesterday. Did you see the guy in the forklift? Yeah, I did. We pointed it out. It's pretty rough. Hope he's okay. Don't want to look into it. I do not want to look into it. Nope. I just hope he's okay. I don't need to learn that he's dead because I've watched him die, and that would be a really bad thing to carry into the weekend. Capiche? Capiche. All right, what else do we have here? Here's a little something for our Fort Worth friends. This is crazy. This is, but it's not. It's being celebrated. This should not be celebrated. This should not be celebrated. It is being celebrated, but it shouldn't be because it's new and it's cool and it's different. And it's like the way we celebrated drone deliveries from Walmart. It's like, oh, it's so great. It's so cool. It's so new. And now your cousin's out of work because he used to drive a van that delivered for Walmart. And, the drones, they don't need health insurance. So all this robotic bullshit, I'm against. Unless somebody who, everybody who's doing the robotic shit right now, they're just focused on the trillions of dollars that will be made in the robotics industry for their company should they be successful. That's all they're thinking about. Like, oh my God, the whole world's going to need a robot. Why do you need to make your own peanut butter and jelly sandwiches when you can have a peanut butter and jelly robot? Right, everything's fucking robot. And it's taking all our jobs. And instead of maybe these guys game planning for how they're going to spend their billions and billions, their windfall, once their little robotics company takes off, maybe they ought to be also at the same time game planning on how we support a society that no longer even has menial jobs. Nobody's thinking about that, though. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Don't worry about that. It'll be fun. It'll be fine because it'll be a slow trickle. It'll be, this industry is gone, then this industry is gone. If all the industries went away all at once, you'd have a bunch of upset people in the streets, but that's not how they do it. It's death of 1,000 cuts. First it'll be truckers. Oh no, first it'll be McDonald's workers, then it'll be truckers. We got the delivery guys out of business. Robotic cars are going to end Uber and Lyft. Well, they'll just have to get a real job. Oh, like what? In one of our great American steel mills? Is that where you think they're going to go? Well, we're going to start digging coal again. Yeah, you said that fucking 10 years ago. What happened? Remember when Trump was going to return us and we're going to reopen the coal mines? Because those were the jobs that he thought were good for Americans? Working class coal mine jobs. Get in the hole. Get in the hole, peasant. Yeah, that was an idea. And a whole bunch of fucking peasants bought into it and went, that'd be great. And you know what? In the absence of all fucking jobs, that would be great. But that didn't happen either. I hear the coal mines are opening in 2 weeks. 2 weeks, he says. So there are no jobs. There is no jobs. And you've all been programmed to think that some form of a universal pay for citizens is communism. Well, what are we supposed to do when there's no fucking jobs and the government is doing nothing but making hand over fist now because they're invested in all these robotics and AI companies that have absolutely destroyed the job market? So what are we supposed to do? I'll tell you what we do. If they don't have some kind of universal pay for people when they take away all of our jobs, we get to the streets and we start burning shit down because that's what a failing society looks like. And that's what we're heading towards. If they don't put some kind of thought, and I've seen nothing. Well, we're going to train people to be able to build and fix robots. But to train one guy to fix 1,000 robots that took 1,000 jobs? What about the other 999 people that still don't have fucking jobs? And not for nothing. But everybody that's being unemployed by our shift away from manual labor, not all of them are up for a robotics gig. Okay? Some of them are doing the jobs they're doing because that's about all they can handle. That's about it. They're never going to complete an 8 months robotics course and then be ready for a new career. That is not a real suggestion. We've got a society and an economy that is dependent on certain fucking people, fuck-ups, who aren't really going to get six-figure jobs and aren't going to be lawyers and doctors and all of that. And I call them fuck-ups because that's how the elites look at them. We've got an entire country of people like us, working class people, skilled laborers, who are being X'd out of the job market. And again, it's not all going to happen in one day. It's been happening now for years. It is death by 1,000 cuts. And what happens next when we have no jobs? Jesus. I mean, I don't know. There doesn't seem to be any concerted effort on what we're going to do. And every time somebody says, well, local municipalities will reap the benefits of this, so that money should be put back into the citizenry in the form of universal communism! Fucking liberals! Communism! Oh, come on, man. No, you're right. You're right. Those people that got rid of all of the jobs, they should just keep all the money. They should just keep it all. And we shouldn't storm their mansions and, slaughter them all in their fucking billiards rooms or whatever they got. Yeah, I'm getting back into my eat the rich attitude. I am. I don't have a problem with it. You guys know me. Half of my friends are rich. And I talk like this around them all the time. It's kind of why they keep me around. I'm like their fun peasant friend. All right. Anyway, Fort Worth just opened a fully automated McDonald's. That's right. Not a single goddamn human being is in this McDonald's. And isn't it fun? It's cool. You walk in and it's... what happens when they fuck up your order? Who are you going to argue with? You're going to miss having a person. You're going to miss fighting with a 33-year-old black woman about whether or not you got a large or a medium fries. We're going to miss that. All right, let's watch this. Here it is. A little video, a little cool, fun video out of Fort Worth, Texas. That's right. The very first fully automated McDonald's. No people. No, where is it? I can't find it. No people at all. right here in Fort Worth. Where in Fort Worth, Texas people? Do you guys know where this is? Like what side of Fort Worth? Like is this, because Fort Worth, which by the way, for those of you who don't know, Fort Worth is like my favorite. I love Fort Worth. But can I also say how cool does the show Landman make Fort Worth look? It really does. It makes Fort Worth look so cool. It also makes Aledo look way cooler than Aledo is. Aledo is not what they pretend Aledo is in Landman. But Fort Worth is baller, man. Like every time, like Billy Bob and Landman's got to go see John Hamm at the oil company offices, and he goes into Fort Worth and they land on helicopters and it's all oilmen and stuff. It's cool. It's cool. I love Fort Worth. I think Fort Worth is infinitely cooler than Dallas. I don't think Dallas is cool at all. I think Dallas is a big city that doesn't know who they are. Dallas has no idea who they are. Other cities know who they are. Los Angeles knows who it is. New York knows who it is. Chicago knows who it is. Boston knows who it is. Philly knows who it is. Detroit knows who it is. Miami knows who it is. You know who doesn't know who they are? Phoenix, Dallas, maybe even Houston. Although Houston does seem to have a pretty well carved out, what they are. Austin knows what they are. Dallas doesn't know what the fuck they are. Dallas doesn't know if they should be more like, the East Coast big cities or if they should be more like the West Coast big cities. And what you end up getting with places like Dallas and Phoenix are just a couple of cities who desperately want to be LA, and they're not. And it's just a bad look. Meanwhile, Fort Worth is out there going, yeah, we're fucking Fort Worth. We're the gateway to the West. You come downtown, you want to do the cowboy thing here in Texas? You can do that here in Fort Worth. Not in Dallas. They run from that shit in Dallas. They're embarrassed by it in Dallas. Dallas is trying to be sophisticated. Anyway, I'm re-binging season 1 of Landman. I know season 2 has started, but I can't watch an entire season. I mean, I can't watch scheduled TV. I'm not going to watch a 1-hour episode of a show that I really like and then be like, well, guess I got to wait a week for another episode. No, I want to watch another one if I want to watch another one. I don't like being held hostage by Taylor Sheridan or anybody else in television. So I'm waiting for season 2 of Landman to sort of get at least 7 or 8 episodes. I think they're at 4 or 5. So in the meantime, what I decided to do was just take a little refresher and watch season 1 of Landman again. And so I'm at like episode 5, and that's such a good show. It's such a good show. Yes, it's not a perfect show. It's not heady. It's not like smart or anything like. It's just a good show. It's a soap opera that is telling a really interesting story with characters who are fascinating, being portrayed by incredible actors. Incredible actors. Let me say this too. Because anyone who knows me from back in my teenage days, you know that this is one that goes way back. Kevin Barber can back me up on this. I have been a Demi Moore head since I was like 14 years old. I used to have pictures of her. I'd cut pictures of her out and I'd put her. She was like the epitome of what I thought beauty was. Never like big boob blonde types. No, it was Demi Moore with her dark hair and her husky voice. And oh my God, 1987 Demi Moore. Woo! Woo! Striptease era Demi Moore. Woo! Woo! Demi Moore is a beautiful woman. And what is she, like 60 now or something like that? So she's in Landman, and I got to tell you, she's still beautiful. She is so beautiful. You know what I was saying about Madonna? About how Madonna doesn't understand how to age appropriately? She's not. Demi Moore does. Demi Moore is killing it. Demi Moore looks gorgeous as John Hamm's wife in Landman. Gorgeous. Cammy is her name. Anyway. About last night. Kevin knows about last night. When I saw About Last Night, when I saw that, I decided that was it. That was what I wanted. That was, and I was a dumpy, fat, awkward kid back then, so that was really not in the cards. But I will tell you that in my dating life, Kelly would always pull out girls who were my type. She's like, I think this one's your type. I think you should meet her. She's really nice. She's a listener. This was always an easy way to make girls. But she knew she would always go for the slight brunette. And we'll just go brunettes. Demi Moore. Demi Moore was but there is a version of the Demi Moore, type of girl that I like that goes too far that I don't like. And that's the Anne Hathaway. The Anne Hathaway has gone way too far. We've gone from this tall, slender brunette who's just very sexy to Anne Hathaway, who isn't sexy at all, and she's built like Big Bird. Like, I imagine Anne Hathaway is what's inside the Big Bird costume. But Demi Moore is almost the perfect version of that. Demi Moore also, why are we doing Demi Moore talk? Why not? She's great. She's awesome. Do you know what Demi Moore comes from? Demi Moore comes from serious trash. Like serious trailer trash. Like if you knew Demi Moore at like 16 years old, you would never think that she was going to be Demi Moore. Hillbilly trailer trash. Mother is a train wreck. Like no dads. You don't even know who her dad is, or I don't know. I think there's something squirrely about Demi Moore's dad too. Like, I don't know, he's on death row or something. I don't know, something like that. Some squirrely. You're like, which is cool because it means that no matter how she presents herself at these fancy Steven Spielberg parties or at the Oscars or in Hollywood or, you know, whatever, she's presenting herself in this certain way and we're buying into it, the Hollywood starlet. We know she's a dirtbag. We know she's got dirtbag genes. She's cool. She's cool about stuff. You just know she is. All right. Anyway. Yeah, Demi Moore about last night. That was a thing. Oh, God, she was so beautiful. All right, here we go. Enough of this nonsense. Let's talk about this Fort Worth McDonald's that everybody's excited about. Guys, again, I asked you in the chat room, do we know where in Fort Worth this is? Do we, like, know the area? Like, is this, like, downtown? Is this, you know, Stockyards? Is this, like, West Fort Worth, you know, out towards the nothing? There's nothing west of Fort Worth. But Fort Worth itself is awesome. All right, here we go. This is the robotic McDonald's.
This is huge news. The first fully automated McDonald's is now open in Fort Worth, Texas. Now, this is what's going to happen with AI technology. It's going to first take over low-level jobs that require repetitive tasks, simple decision-making. This includes jobs like this McDonald's here. As AI systems become more sophisticated, they will take over more complex jobs. Financial analysis, legal, even medical diagnosis will eventually be taken over by AI. This is huge news.
There's the first fully automated McDonald's. That guy, I didn't listen to that. I just saw that there was a video. I thought we could watch it. I didn't know it was a guy with an opinion who was going to be narrating it because that was basically the same opinion that I just threw out there. The McDonald's is at Las Vegas Trail and I-30 in a shitty part of town. They probably couldn't keep employees there because of all the crime on that. Yeah, there you go. That's probably it. All right. Well, will Grapevine and Southlake still have fully functioning humanoid McDonald's, or will they also be moving to the impersonal, sterile robot McDonald's? I don't know. All right, fuck the robot McDonald's. Although I'll go to one. I would go out of my way to go to that McDonald's just to see it, you know, just to experience it. But I don't want that to be the only choice, right? That's kind of, I guess, what I'm saying. I don't want that to be the only choice. Actually, it's fine. It can be the only choice again if we've got a game plan on how we employ American citizens once we take away all of their jobs. Nobody has an answer for that. That ain't any fun. All right. Here's a little piece of news we can throw at you. So Tyler Robinson, who is the weirdo who killed Charlie Kirk, another weirdo. This is weirdo on weirdo crime. Terrible, terrible, terrible thing Tyler Robinson did. See, many things can be true at once. I cannot like Charlie Kirk. I can think that he is a terrible person, but I can also be appalled at the way Tyler Robinson decided to handle that. That is not right. And again, I say this as somebody, you know, people are like, you don't know. I'm like, I know. My entire life has been shaped by being a victim of gun crime. There isn't a path in my life that wasn't affected by a gun crime. Okay. My father was murdered by a guy with a gun, changed my entire life, changed everything. So I am very comfortable talking about these kinds of issues because this is what I said about the Charlie Kirk thing. Maybe you guys remember this from In the Moment. One of the things that people were leaning into was like, those children. Imagine having to tell, he's got a fucking baby, okay? You know, don't fucking worry about the baby. Seriously, do not worry about Charlie Kirk's baby. You know why? Because I was that baby. I didn't know anything about it. I didn't go. Worry about Erica Kirk. Worry about the woman who is now a widow. Okay? Don't worry about the baby. The baby's going to be fine. The baby at times in his life is going to be like, wow, it does kind of suck that I never got to know my dad, but I don't know any different. That's what the baby's going to deal with. Okay? So it's going to be fine. The baby's going to be fine. But they're going to allow cameras in the courtroom. So when Tyler Robinson goes on trial up there, we're going to have a full-on media circus. Now I wonder is because you know me, I'll cover it. If they got cameras in the courtroom and we're able to do a live stream, we'll sit here, we'll eat popcorn, and we'll watch this trial from beginning to end. I like to do that stuff. Just finished it with Diddy. I am looking for my next celebrity trial. But is there any hook to this trial other than gawking at a monster? Because that's what this Tyler Robinson guy appears to be. What is the hook? I mean, he did it, right? We all know he did it. It's not like OJ, where there was like this great back and forth debate the entire length of the trial. Where like, did he do it? Did he not do it? Did he do it? Did he not do it? He did it. We all, right? So I don't know if cameras in the courtroom are going to be all that fun for this particular, because we all know that this fucking guy did. Didn't he admit it? And he like, yeah, I did it. All right, there you go. Cameras will be allowed in the Tyler Robinson trial. Tyler Robinson, of course, the man who assassinated Charlie Kirk. I'm even uncomfortable with that. He killed Charlie Kirk. Although I do guess technically by definition it's assassination, but I think that it gives Charlie Kirk a little bit too much. But then again, by the way the world responds to it, maybe it is appropriate. Maybe it's me. Maybe this is a me thing. I feel yeah, I do. That's how it is. I guess it is appropriate. Assassination is the appropriate term. Just makes me cringe because I didn't like the guy. Because I thought he was a terrible influence on American culture, and I think that he probably did a lot of really horrible things as far as shaping the viewpoints of young people, and we're going to take years to undo that nonsense. But again, I also didn't know really all that much about him until he died, and then it was just this wave of he's the greatest boy ever. There was all of that, and I'm like, wait a second. I didn't know a whole bunch about him before he died, but I certainly wouldn't think that he's the greatest boy ever. Then I realized that I confused Charlie Kirk a lot with that Nick Fuentes guy, and the Nick Fuentes guy is really bad. But once I realized that, then I went and I started looking at some Charlie Kirk stuff, and I went, oh yeah, he's bad too. But not as bad. A different kind of bad. I'll tell you the thing that I most... Just bottom line, first thing about Charlie Kirk, fucking unlikable. Super unlikable. Smug. Entitled. Looks like he grew up in a country club. Condescending. Artificially intelligent. He's good at repeating stats that he repeats over and over again because he gets the same argument from the same kid. I've watched enough. And then just the way he sees the world, his ideology, he was kind of a piece of shit ideology. That's how I felt about Charlie Kirk. None of that changes after he dies. He died. Okay? He died in a terrible way. He died in a terribly serious way that we need to be serious about. This Tyler fucking Robinson needs to be rung up the flagpole. Is that even a thing? What does that even mean? But it would probably hurt, and that's what he needs. He needs to be hurt. He'll go to jail. He'll probably die in prison, right? Something like that. There are no heroes here. But simply because somebody dies in an absolutely horrific way doesn't suddenly indemnify them from the things that they did while they were here. And I think Charlie Kirk did a lot of very anti-societal things. It's okay. Whatever. He was fucking a dumb kid. That's what I look at. He's a dumb kid. When I look at Nick Fuentes, I'm like, he's a dumb kid. But their influence is dangerous. And, that's a problem. We've allowed dumb kids to have these platforms when everybody knows that guys like me who have destroyed 2 marriages and have nothing to show for their life at 50, guys like me are the ones that should be streaming and popular. Anyway, we're going to have cameras in the chat room or in the courtroom there for Charlie Kirk. You want to watch some video of Kristi Noem getting just absolutely housed by some Congress people? I don't even know if these are Democrats. They're probably Democrats, right? I don't know. Again, we're not a very political show. I mean, I have opinions that you might go, that's political. And I'd be like, yeah, fuck you. Hey, I'm just a guy. It's just this issue. Sorry, it doesn't align with your morning email that you get that tells you everything that you need to fucking think. That's a very real thing. I worked in talk radio for a lot of years. We used to get these morning lines from conservative interest groups. Now, we weren't doing that kind of radio, but we still got it because we were on the radio. So we would get these emails every morning, and they're filled with talking points about, ways to make fun of whomever. Always Democrats. It's right-wing groups that put these out, and they get all the media members on. So we know what their talking points are. But then if you listen to AM talk radio back then, you'd be like, oh, they hit that talking point today. Oh, here, I bet they're going to talk about this next. And you're always right, because that's why I won't do AM talk radio, because almost every one of those people are robots who are being told essentially what to talk about. Not being told word for word what to say on it, but they are definitely being told what to talk about. Because those are the issues that the special interest groups want pushed to all the people who are sitting around listening to AM talk radio. I'm sorry to pull the cover off that, but that is how it works. That is why talk radio in America is fucking dead. Now back to Kristi Noem. All right, so Kristi Noem, she went on the Hill, and she had, it says right here, right? Hold on, I'm not sharing. So stupid. Hot. Kristi Noem. All right, Kristi Noem. Here it says Noem testifies about global threats to U.S. at annual hearing every year. Apparently, the secretary of fucking tight blue jeans, that's what she is, right? Secretary of tight blue jeans has to go and report to Congress. This particular time around, there's a lot more they want to talk to her about than probably what the annual meeting is typically grounded in. They want to talk to her about all of these roundups and ICE and border, and you're deporting people and all of that. Watch this. This is fucking nuts. Oh, and by the way, you do need to know how this gets bookended. At the end of this grilling, Kristi Noem announces to the panel that she has to leave for a pre-scheduled meeting. And so she scoops up all of her things, and all these people are like, we got more questions. Wait, you're not done here yet. She's like, I'm sorry. I've got to go. I've got a meeting. And she did. She had a meeting that was scheduled for noon, except that meeting was canceled the day before, and she knew that, but she used it. She used it as an excuse to get out of there. I didn't know it was canceled at the time, to which I think it was Manu Raju of CNN. I think he said, well, you found that out fairly quickly. Why didn't you go back into the chambers and finish your session? Just like, not doing that. They got me out of there. I got out of there. I wasn't going back in. All right, so here it is. Kristi Noem. Like I say, it was her day in the barrel.
Deported U.S. citizens or military veterans.
All right, so as she just said, we have never deported U.S. citizens or military veterans. Okay, that's what she says. That's how this whole thing starts. Her position is that the United States has never deported U.S. citizens or military veterans.
Madam Secretary, how many United States military veterans have you deported?
Sir, we have not deported U.S. citizens or military veterans.
I don't believe you served in the military. I haven't either, but I think you and I can agree that as Americans, we owe everything to those who have served our country in uniform, particularly those who have served in combat. Do you agree with that?
Sir, I believe that people that are in this...
Did you see that? Did you see the assistant sitting behind him? He's got somebody on Zoom ready to testify because she just said that she has never deported a United States military veteran or a United States citizen.
United States...
Oh, I love this. I love how this... Look at, here he is.
Do you agree with that?
Sir, I believe that people that are in this United States that are citizens have legal status here.
Madam Secretary, we are joined on Zoom by a gentleman named Se-Jun Park. He is a United States Army combat veteran who was shot twice while serving our country in Panama in 1989. Like many veterans, he struggled with PTSD and substance abuse after his service. He was arrested in the 1990s for some minor drug offenses, nothing serious. He never hurt anyone besides himself, and he's been clean and sober for 14 years. He is a combat veteran, a Purple Heart recipient. He has sacrificed more for this country than most people ever have.
And he's coming to us live from his new home in South Korea.
Earlier this year, you deported him to Korea, a country he hasn't lived in since he was 7 years old. Will you join me in thanking Mr. Park for his service to our country?
Sir, I'm grateful for every single person that has served our country and follows our
And
laws.
can you please
and
tell
knows
Mr.
that our
Park
laws
why
are
you
important
deported
and
him?
every one of them needs to be enforced.
But you understand that many veterans struggle with PTSD, many veterans struggle with substance abuse challenges. This man took 2 bullets for our country. You have broad authority, by the way, as Secretary, to issue humanitarian parole, to do deferred action. Will you commit to at least looking at Mr. Park's case to see if you can help him find a pathway back to this country that he sacrificed so much for?
I will absolutely look at his case, but I want you to remember that
Madam
our
Secretary, the
programs-
man.
Hey, you know whose case they looked at really quick? The relative of Carolyn Levitt. Remember, you know Carolyn Levitt, the hot chick. I call her Bangable Amy Schumer. She's the spokesperson for the White House. They snagged up one of her like cousins or something and sent them to wherever. And it was like a big scandal. And like within days, that was rectified. Oh, they fixed that one. Poor old Chinese Charlie here with 2 bullet holes in him that he got wearing an American military uniform. Nah, fuck him though, right? Fuck that guy. People are all so corrupt, and you all just are okay with it.
Man behind you, please stand up, sir. His name is Jim Brown from Troy, Missouri. He is a Navy combat veteran who served our country in the Gulf.
Wait to hear this one. He's got another one. It's like they're all seated around her. He's going to have them stand up one at a time, and he's going to... This is great. All right, so now this guy, she's... Here, well, let's go back a little bit, okay? Here.
The man behind you, please stand up, sir.
Okay, the man behind you, please stand up, sir.
His name is Jim Brown from Troy, Missouri. He is a Navy combat veteran who served our country in the Gulf War. He's married to a woman named Donna, who came to our country legally from Ireland when she was 11 years old. She has lived here for 48 years. Because of you, Jim's wife, Donna, has been in prison for the last 4 months.
What the fuck? This is a woman from Ireland who's been in this country for 48 years. She's married to a military veteran, and she's been in prison for 4 fucking months. What the hell is going on with this crew of bumbling fucking morons? This is fuck. You know what it is? Here's what it is. These people do not care about actual accomplishment. These people, and I'm talking specifically about this administration. Here we go, getting political. These people do not care about actually accomplishing anything. What they're in it for is the optics. So the optics that so many libtards on the left were clutching pearls about, going, they're rolling through neighborhoods and they're taking moms out of carpool lanes. Those things all bothered the libtards. You know who it didn't bother? The MAGA base. And that's all they cared about, was the optics of that. Can we show the base that we're being mean to brown people? That's all it's about. We have a real fucking problem in this country with illegal immigration. And if it was honestly attacked from people who wanted something more than good optics on the evening news, we might accomplish something. We got gangbangers, we got gun felons, we got all of this shit. But instead, we're deporting little Chinamen who got Purple Hearts for serving the United States military. And we're deporting women from Ireland who've lived here for 48 years who are married to another veteran. What the fuck are we doing? It's the ham-fisted, clumsy, no attention to detail approach that is causing all of the fucking problems. So even people like me who agree that we have immigration issues in this country and we need to get hard and we need to get serious, people like me are sitting here watching this going, God damn, these people are bad at everything.
She did not come here illegally, and she has never committed any crime other than writing 2 bad checks totaling $80 10 years ago. She is currently in prison and facing deportation. Ms. Noem, will you thank Mr. Brown for his service to our country?
Thank you, Mr. Brown, for your service to our country.
Now, what possible explanation can there be for...
She's getting blown up. I mean, she is being totally subservient here. She doesn't know how to respond to this shit. And remember, she excused herself shortly after this for a very important meeting she had to attend that got canceled yesterday.
locking up his wife for 4 months when she has committed no crime other than writing a couple of bad checks for $80?
Sir, it is not my prerogative, my latitude, or my job to pick and choose which laws in this country get
You
enforced.
have
and
broad
which
discretion as
don't.
the secretary.
We
You
to
can,
follow
you can issue
the law.
parole, you can do all
Enforce
kinds of
the
things.
laws.
All right, forget it. There we go. We don't need any more of that. And she's absolutely right. I don't think her entire position in this government is to look fuckable on camera and take the fucking blame for shit that people above her who don't know the first thing about what they're doing are doing for optics. That's her job. Her job is to be hot and get yelled at by fucking Democrats because of the shit the president is doing. She doesn't have any skills. She doesn't know what the fuck she's doing. Good Lord. And they put her in this position and she's all of a sudden like, I'm sorry. I would like to thank you for your service. I'm sorry. I was just informed that I've got a meeting that I've got to be at noon. And she excused herself. That's embarrassing. This country we live in, the greatest country on earth. That's programming. I say that because it's my country and I like my shit better than you like your shit. How's that? That's why it's the greatest country on earth. All right. Hey, how about this one? I teased you at the start of the show about Lily. That's right. You guys remember the old AT&T commercials? You guys remember Lily from the AT&T commercials? Here, this is Lily. Lily did AT&T commercials for years. Oh, she was adorable. I mean, I swear to God, if I owned a company, I'd be like, yeah, let's get more Lily. There she is. You remember Lily? Real name, Melania Vantrab. Yeah, she's Russian. Although she probably doesn't have her, her parents do. Her parents, but she probably grew up in a house with people with Russian accent. But here she is. She's Lily. Look at, see what I'm talking about? Lily's got big old boobs. And that's why all us dudes know who Lily is. Because she was on every other commercial for AT&T. You're watching a football game. Every other commercial is Lily in a super tight AT&T shirt. You don't think every man in America went to Google and went, who's this Lily from AT&T? And that's why she was Lily from AT&T for like 10 years. Just learned that she's not anymore. What happened? Did she age out? God, she's a fabulous woman. She is just look. Oh, come on. She's not even afraid of it. That is not really, I guess, the image that AT&T might want for their, but look at that. Look at her. Lily is gorgeous. Jeez Louise, Lily. All right. That's AI Lily. That's not Lily. That's Lily. That's not Lily. That's Lily. Anyway, she's a beautiful woman. She's a beautiful girl. She's much older now, too. She's like 40 or something. So she's not, Lily to me is always going to be the 24-year-old girl who recently graduated from college, still living at home, can't get a job, and so she's working part-time at AT&T. That's who Lily is to me. So fans of Lily, where's she been? Have you noticed that she's missing? I haven't. You know who's missing? Oh, is Jan from the Toyota-thon missing? That's the other one. There's Lily from AT&T. There's Jan from the Toyota-thon. Then, of course, there's Flo from Progressive. Flo, who they're moving Flo out. You know, Flo, whoever that actress is, and I don't know, she's a groundling. She came from the Groundlings, I know, because I've seen her in sketch comedy bits online. And I'm like, that's Flo. So I don't know if you guys understand how this works, because this is a very interesting kind of a deal. So let's take Flo, for instance. Flo is an actress. Flo is an actress in Hollywood. Like I said, she came from the Groundlings. I don't know what her real name is, but whatever. You've seen her do her stuff. Like you've seen her play characters in the Progressive commercials where Flo plays her mom, Flo plays her dad. She goes full on Eddie Murphy in the Clump. She plays a bunch of different characters. She's very talented. That woman who plays Flo. She probably liked to have been on Saturday Night Live at some point, but guess what? Saturday Night Live didn't call. Progressive Insurance did. And so she got a gig with Progressive Insurance. And I imagine it wasn't just a one-off commercial. It was, she is the star of this new campaign. They had this entire campaign where this girl, Flo, was going to be the center and she was going to explain Progressive. And they chose Flo because she's funny. She's got good energy. She's not super hot. That's important. They're like, because moms make these kinds of decisions. You don't have to go with the sexy girl. she checks a lot of boxes, and she was great. And when she signs that deal, when you sign that deal with Progressive to be Flo for this series of commercials, it's like signing a contract to be on a television series. You essentially can't do anything else. And when it's a big company like Progressive Insurance, there are so many clauses in that contract that you're not allowed to do anything else. You can't appear topless. You can't do nude scenes. You can't be in a movie where you play any character that it goes against what the values of Progressive are, because you are being branded as the face of, I mean, it really can stunt your career, but also big fucking money. Like Flo probably makes $5-10 million a year being Flo from Progressive, but you can't take any other jobs. Lily was the same thing. Lily, AT&T made Lily a star. They had her on TV every single night, every other commercial break. There's Lily. We see it this time of year with Toyota, with Jan, the Toyota-thon girl. This is like the 10th year that Jan has been the Toyota-thon girl in the commercials, and Jan doesn't appear anywhere else. But Jan is an actress, so I got to imagine that Toyota's probably paying Jan about $5 million a year to star in commercials that only air at Christmas time during the Toyota-thon. It's a good gig. It's a good gig if you can get it, but if you have dreams of being Meryl Streep, those have to take a back seat. You almost never see somebody who becomes a star in commercials then become a star on TV or movies. It happens. It used to happen before, a lot more than it does now. And it still happens in some small degrees now, but mostly it doesn't, because people are locked up. They get paid so well for these national commercials that it's like they're starring in movies and they don't need anything else. Excuse me. So this brings us to Melania Van Trub, who plays Lily. Former AT&T spokeswoman Melania Van Trub. Do you have any good pictures of her? Did I outlast Peter? Did I just see that in the chat room? Is Peter like, I'm done. I can't handle this show anymore. It's been going on for 4 hours now. Yeah, look at me doing a full 4-hour show. Tip the show, folks. I'm burning it at both ends. As long as I'm on, there's a possibility of a tip, so I'm going to keep going. All right. Thank you, Peter. You have a great weekend. Give Kim my best. All right, so Lily, there you go. Former AT&T spokeswoman Melania Van Trub raises $500,000 selling tastefully risque pictures for LA wildlife victims. Yeah. It's not really OnlyFans. She didn't really join OnlyFans. Like, you can't go on OnlyFans tonight and pay Lily $500 to have her stick her hairdryer somewhere. You can't do that. That's not what Lily's doing. I didn't mean to tease you or mislead you, but hey. No, what she's doing is actually, it is with OnlyFans, though. What is she calling it? She's calling it, all right, let me read it to you. Former AT&T spokeswoman Melania Van Trub raised over $500,000 selling tastefully risque photos of herself to help victims of the devastating wildfires that tore across California. Van Trub, 38, revealed Tuesday that she surpassed the $500,000 mark as part of her Only Philanthropy plan, a play on the popular amateur adult video site OnlyFans, who she's working in conjunction with. That turned into the best thing that I've ever been a part of, she said. I had this full-on crazy idea for an experiment, she wrote on Instagram. After the LA fires this year, I saw what multiple people really needed was some cash. So I wondered if you and me could try something ridiculous and team up to help people affected. Well, let's look at some of these pictures. What? What? These are tastefully risque. Why do you got to blur them out? Look at this. All right, there's one. It ain't nothing. Oh, 7 of them? We got 7 of them. Okay, let's see. All right, let's see. Let's see what these, what some of these shots look. Okay, that's nothing great. That's fucking a bummer. Don't do sexy pictures and you're holding your kid. Nobody wants to see that. All right, these are not great. There she is donating the check. Isn't that nice? Look at her. She seems like a wonderful woman. Only Philanthropy. That's what Lily's doing. But more interestingly, I love that she's donating the money. This just tells you how well the AT&T gig was. Because none of us would be surprised if a girl who used to be on commercials years ago is now doing an OnlyFans thing. We would think, well, she hasn't worked in a while. She doesn't do the commercials. She's probably broke. She ain't fucking broke. She probably made millions and millions a year working for AT&T. I mean, she was a very high-profile brand face for AT&T. And she was a great brand face because she was terrific at it. We all fell in love with her. So it's kind of cool. Now she's not doing that anymore, and she's going to do something, and she's trying to help the community that she's a part of, the people who are stricken by the wildfires. She's not doing it for money. She's giving the money away. Good for her. Good for Lily. I always knew she was a good one. All right, let's see here. Let's do this. Let's do football picks. Let's talk football. Why not? NFL. It's the old Monday Night Football theme. All right, this is the Kelly method. We do this every week. I write these down. I've been keeping track of this. Kelly last week went, what was it, 10-7? 10-7 or something? I don't know what it was. She was 3 games above 500 in her picks. Of course, I make the picks. She makes the picks through me. I am the conduit. Kelly speaks to me from the grave, and I make these picks the way she would. What is the Kelly method? Well, Kelly, for years on the radio in Dallas, would pick weekend football games based on nothing more because she didn't know anything about football. Even though she was dating for a long period of time, a professional football player, she didn't know anything about football. She's like, I don't know anything about football. Like, you sleep with a guy. You sleep with a guy who's in his playbook all the time. You don't know football. She didn't know football. So what she liked to do, though, is she liked to root for the team. This whole bit originated because Kelly liked to root for the team that either had the prettier uniforms, so it was whatever uniform appealed to her, or then she would look at the mascot and she would determine which mascot seemed scarier. And that's the origin of the Kelly method of picking games, right? She did it for years and years. It was highly successful. It was crazy successful. Look, I'm going to be honest with you. There are almost never weeks where she's like 15-3. I mean, it's never that. But it's always over 500. I can count on my hands the times when it wasn't over 500, where she was underwater. Her picks are typically, and it just shows the randomness of sports. She routinely picks underdogs, big fucking crazy. How did you pick that? I don't know, because I just think that a lion could probably defeat whatever, Anyway, that's how it works. That's how we do it. We didn't do our pick for last night's game. Last night's game, Thursday Night Football, was the Falcons at the Buccaneers. The Falcons defeated the Buccaneers with a walk-off 3-point field goal. What other kind of field goals are there? I don't know. Falcons won. They walked it off with a field goal, winning 29-28 over the Buccaneers, who held a huge lead in the fourth quarter. But, hey, the Falcons came back. Now, we're being honest. I didn't make this pick last night, but being honest, that's a loss. That is a loss for the Kelly method, because the Kelly method would have told us that the Buccaneer, who wears quite literally a falcon feather in his hair, probably killed that falcon and then stuck the feather in his hat. Yeah, that's all you got to do is look at the Buccaneers logo. He's literally wearing a falcon. Falcon isn't wearing a human. So the Kelly method would have dictated that we take the Buccaneers, and it would have been right until the final couple of minutes of the game. All right, so we start out the week 0-1. That ain't good. Let's get to this game. Here we go. Sunday, December the 14th at noon. Woo! This could be a hot one because both of these teams had rough starts to the season. They are division rivals. It's always, you can throw out the rule book when these two get together. Ravens at Bengals. The Ravens, AFC North battle here. The Ravens are traveling to Cincinnati to take on the Bengals with Joe Burrow. I love Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow's my guy. I'm wearing my Joe Burrow branded Pumas. That's right. I'm wearing my Joe Burrow Tiger Puma. I love Joe Burrow. Joe's cool. He's fucking awesome. You ever seen that guy in an interview? He's cocky. He's like real arrogant. And then he has no fear of his opinions. He will throw out there shit that he sees in society, way he feels about this and that. I love him. He's fearless. He's cool as fuck too. Joe Burrow. He gets hurt a lot though. That is a problem. What's the best ability in football? Availability. And he is rarely available. All right, so it is the Ravens taking on the Cincinnati Bengals. Ravens taking on the Bengals in Cincinnati. Kelly method dictates this is an easy one. This is a win for Cincinnati. Why? It's cat versus bird, dude. It is cat versus bird. It is a tiger versus a bird. Who do you think wins that one? So go ahead, place your bets on the Cincinnati Bengals to take down the Ravens in Cincinnati. We've got another noon game here. Raiders at Eagles. Oh, boy. This is going to be a loss because we got to take the Raiders here. Kelly method says we got to take the Raiders. The Raiders are pirates. They're human beings. They have weapons, and an eagle is a bird. And if, one human pirate were to go get into a fight to the death with an eagle, I'm pretty sure that the Raider is going to get carved up pretty good, but he's going to ultimately kill that fucking eagle. At some point, he's just going to snap the eagle's neck with his hands. He's going to stab it with his saber or whatever. What do they call that? A cutlass? He'll kill that thing. Raiders over the Eagles. There you go. Raiders are going to go in to Philadelphia, and they're going to knock them out. That's what the Kelly method says. All right, the next game at noon, we've got the Cardinals taking on the Texans. Go Texans. Take the Texans here. Why? Because the Texans are a human being. That's all they are. That is all they are, man. Unlike the Patriots, who we know have guns, or unlike the Cowboys, who we know have guns. No, the Texans are just a dude with an address in the great state of Texas. That's all they are. But even in this case, I'm pretty sure that the average Texas dude could kill a tiny red bird. Okay? So take the Texans over the Cardinals. Sunday at noon, we've got the Chargers at the Chiefs. This is a Charger, which is a lightning bolt coming down from the sky. There is no home field advantage because lightning bolts strike everywhere. So the Chiefs are at home. They're on the reservation, and they're like, hey, they're doing their rain dance. And then the Charger comes out of the sky and take the Chargers. Take the Chargers because Indian Chief might be an important dude within his tribe. He might be the toughest. He might be the greatest warrior. He might be the smartest, whatever the hell it is. He's still a human being, and a lightning bolt is coming from the sky. So, yeah, based on this, you got to figure, the Chargers win almost every game. I don't know why the Chargers haven't. Chargers should win every game. Pretty sure, unless it's like an inanimate object. Who the Chargers couldn't beat? Chargers couldn't beat the color brown. Now, I don't know if color brown could beat a Charger, but the Charger definitely could not because that's an inanimate object. It's a color, and a color can be hit by lightning, and I don't know what the results of that are. But anyway, let's move on. So go with the Chargers to take down the Chiefs in Kansas City. And then we got Bills at Patriots. This is the game of the weekend, right? For me, it is anyway. I am so... Bills at Patriots. Within the realm of the NFL, this is an important game because what are you? What are you, New England? Are you back? Are you back, New England? Is that what you're saying? Because in order for you to truly be back, you've got to handle the Buffalo Bills because there ain't nobody that sleeps on the Buffalo Bills, at least not in 5 years. You got to go through the Buffalo Bills to truly be the Kings in the East. Now, you are in first place, so good for you, and I think you're probably going to maintain first place even if you do win. But this is a big game. It is a Patriot at home. What is a Patriot? A Patriot is a Minuteman. Patriot is pissed off. A Patriot is angry. He's looking to fight. That's his whole thing. He wants to fucking fight. That's what a Patriot is. What is a Buffalo Bill? Well, a Buffalo Bill is Buffalo Bill Cody, and he was a showman and a theater dude, and he liked to play dress up like a cowboy, but he was never actually a cowboy. He just convinced people on the East Coast in theaters that he was a cowboy, and the legend is now that Buffalo Bill was a cowboy when, in fact, he was a fucking theater dork. So here's what we got. We got a Patriot, a pissed off guy with a very ancient weapon. He's going up against Buffalo Bill, who's just going to be like, I spent time in Cheyenne. Here's a song and a dance about it. Oh, Cheyenne. Take the Patriots. Take the Patriots over the Buffalo Bills this weekend. Yeah, also by that measure, you would think, how the fuck do the Bills ever win a game with the Kelly method? They don't. They don't. They don't. And that's a problem for the Kelly method because the Bills are a good football team and they win a lot of games. So week in and week out, we can count on a loss because we took somebody to defeat Buffalo Bill. Bad name. It's a bad name. Jets at Jaguars. That's another game on Sunday. This is a crazy matchup. This is the Jets at the Jaguars. The Jaguars live where? In a tropical jungle type environment. And suddenly there's a jet there. I'm thinking right off the bat that the jet probably crashed. But I mean, again, it's a big giant. See, this is where home field is different. If it was a Jaguar at the Jets, then it would be Jets. Then you'd be like, no, you got to go with the Jets here because that Jaguar is just going to walk around the tarmac and they're going to get sucked into the jet engine. But now the Jets are at the Jaguars. That's a very specific. Jaguars live in a very... I should ask AI, right? Remember we used to do this with AI. She used to help me out, but then I think I exhausted my free AI. Oh, where is A? Do I have any AI anywhere? Let me see. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I don't care where Jaguars live. We're going to go with the Jaguars over the Jets. Because I think Jaguars live on like islands. And I think that they live in like jungle terrain and stuff like that. That's what a Jaguar is. And, I'm thinking Lost. The TV show Lost? I mean, that's why the plane is there. I'm thinking... And if we're being honest, the Jets have basically been a plane crash all year. So go with the Jaguars over the Jets, Kelly Method says. Commanders at Giants. Go with your Giants. You got to go with your Giants. Giants don't want to win, right? They don't want to win. Giants don't want to win. So there's a lot of teams out there now. We got 4 games left in the NFL season. There's a lot of teams out there that are playing tankathon. A lot of teams out there that are like, oh, shit, if we win, we drop from 4th in the draft all the way to 12th. Are the Giants thinking that way? Or do the Giants have the key pieces that they need to move forward with Jackson Dart? They know that they've got injuries. Are the Giants out there trying to win? Are the Giants in the tank for the draft mode? Or are they in there, let's learn how to win mode so that we can take this momentum into next year? I don't know. Either way, I'm going with the Giants because a giant is a fucking giant. And a commander is just George Washington. So it's George Washington, who is a badass, but he is a human being, and it's a giant. So I'm going Giants over the Commanders. Browns at Bears. So there are a number of ways we can look at this because, what are the Bears? Like Kelly used to argue, well, the Bears, but the Bears are brown. And if it's a Chicago Bear versus the color brown, and the Bears are already brown, it sounds like brown. That was an argument that Kelly once made during a Bears versus the color brown. Actually, it wasn't the Bears. It was some other thing, but that's a way that she would let Cleveland win sometimes. If the thing Cleveland was playing was the color brown, then that would signal to her that brown is the victor. But the Bears are not brown Bears. The Chicago Bears are grizzly bears. So take the Bears. Take the Chicago Bears over the color brown. Panthers at Saints. Now we're moving into the late games. Panthers at Saints. This is a Panther and a Saint. Again, go Panthers. Panthers take this one. Here's why. Because it's at home. So the Saint is in his house. And, where does a Saint live? I don't know. It's a human being, though. So they probably live in a house with a roof and a door. So there's an enclosure. You're in a structure. You're in some kind of a shelter because you're a Saint. You're a human. And all of a sudden, there's a fucking Panther in your living room. Go to sleep, Saint. That's a win for the Panthers. Panthers would get, and besides, Saints don't mind losing. Saints, that's the thing about the Saints. It's another problem for this team. It's why they very rarely win their games. Saints are martyrs. Saints are individuals that we celebrate because they lost spectacularly. They were either in a fight and they died. I died for my faith or whatever it is. You're dead. You're a saint. You've been martyred. So it almost never works out well for the Saints. Also, 3 o'clock, 3:25 game. We've got the Detroit Lions versus the LA Rams. You got to take the Lions here. Come on. A ram is a goat. A ram is a goat wearing a helmet. That's what a ram is. What do you think a lion would do if it saw a goat walk into its enclosure? You know what? Okay, go with the Lions. Lions over the Rams in LA. That'll be an upset. You might want to put some money on that one. Kelly Method says that's an upset. Lions over the Rams. That's a big game in the NFC. As big as I said the Patriots and the Bills game was, that's a big game in the AFC, and it's a really big game in that division. But overall, in the NFC, Rams at Lions or Lions at Rams, that's a big game. It's a big game, too. Colts at Seahawks. Okay. I don't know what this is. So a Seahawk is, I used to call them seagulls. Like, they're just seagulls. They're just like little scavengers that you see in Target parking lots. Have you guys ever noticed that? You can be 1,000 miles away from any body of water, but if you are in a Walmart or a Target parking lot, the sky is filled with seagulls. It's weird. But I guess they're also ospreys. And I guess ospreys are kind of tough. A colt is a baby horse. The Kelly method is not kind to the colts. The colts almost never win because a baby horse, have you ever seen a baby horse trying to stand? You know, they're all shaky and like that. In a Seahawk, though, like, can a Seahawk take a baby horse? Like, if the baby, I bet it could. How baby is it? Is it a real newborn? Because, I don't know, I'm going with the Seahawks here. Unless we get to see Phillip Rivers. If Phillip Rivers starts and not Riley Leonard, I'm going to change my pick because I think Phillip Rivers is he's been stuck in the house for a bunch of years. He's going to come out and ball out for one game. It's going to be like, whoa. Then next week he'll shit the bed. But seriously, you throw Phillip Rivers in there, a guy with nothing to lose but house money, that motherfucker, he could seriously ball out. I mean, he's not that old. He's 44 years old. He hasn't been playing all season. It's not like he's got wear and tear. His body's totally recouped. He's a good quarterback. He knows how to at least manage the position. You need one game out of a 44-year-old Phillip Rivers. There's a chance he'll ball out. There is a chance. It ain't a 44-year-old Rex Grossman. All right. This is a guy who's accomplished shit. He's a good quarterback. He ain't played in a while. He's not, he's 100%. That's what's crazy. Phillip Rivers has probably never played 100% in a football game since he retired. I mean, since ever. Quarterbacks never play 100%. They're never 100%. As a matter of fact, most NFL players are never 100%, especially not this deep into the season. They're all fucking banged up. They're like, oh, my fucking back, oh, my knee. I mean, I'll muscle it through, but man, they're not 100%. All right, so in that situation, we are going to go, of course, with we'll go with the Seahawks. I don't know about of course, but Seahawks over Colts. Kelly method brings us now to the Green Bay Packers at the Denver Broncos. Okay, this is an easy one. This is the Denver Broncos. You got to go with the Denver Broncos. Why? Because the Green Bay Packers, what are the Green Bay Packers? What are Packers? Packers are union paper packing workers. That's what the Green Bay Packers are named after. They used to be a work team. They were a team that was a bunch of guys who worked at a paper packing plant in Green Bay. So the team is called the Packers. Just like the Steelers are named after the Steelers Union, the Steel Workers Union. So they're just dudes. They're just dudes who load boxes and, that kind of thing up there in Green Bay. They are paper product packers. At Paper Products, because I don't know if you've ever been to Green Bay. I have. You should go. It is lovely. That part of the country is amazing. I love Wisconsin so much. Anyway, it's all trees. It's all trees. It's all paper. That's the industry up there. That's where all of our paper comes from. So anyway, the Green Bay Packers are just dudes. They're just dudes with good union jobs who work their asses off, come home, love their family, go on vacation. They drive on vacation because they're not rich folk. They're working class folks. So that's what a Packer is, okay? They got to go up against a Bronco. Do you know what a Bronco is? A Bronco is a gigantic, angry, untamable horse that has essentially been given up on and just thrown out into New Mexico somewhere to run around and live like a wild horse. That's what a Bronco is. A Bronco cannot be broken. That's badass. Now, if it was the Broncos against the Texans, see, this is where the Texans get a little, or the Broncos against the Cowboys, see what I'm doing? I would say that maybe a Bronco could be tamed. Maybe the Texan knows how to tame that thing because he's a Texan. And it's one of the things that they do down there. They got horses. A cowboy certainly has a familiarity with horses and certainly has a familiarity with rodeo and breaking broncs and all of that stuff. You know who doesn't? A dude in Green Bay. That dude has no idea how to fucking handle a bronking buck. That dude has no idea how to handle. So Broncos, go with the Broncos over the Packers. It's another big game. That is a big, those are two huge NFC games. Packers, Broncos, Lions, Rams. Let's go. I had to take the Lions over the Rams, but I really need the Rams to beat the Lions. No, I don't. Never mind. No, I don't. I don't need the Rams to beat the Lions. I don't need that. The Lions are 2 games back. That's fine. I do need the Rams to lose a game, though. So let's go, Detroit. Packers, Broncos. I definitely need the Broncos to win. And I'm saying this as a Bears fan, somebody from a Bears perspective. We definitely need the Broncos to win. For one thing, they're AFC. Doesn't really matter. Did I call them an NFL? Did I say it's a big NFC game? That's not an NFC game. But that is a good game for a leader in the NFC, the Green Bay Packers. And we need them to lose. So let's go Broncos. Also at 3:30 on Sunday, we got the Titans versus the 49ers. That's easy. That's a Titans win. A Titan is, I know that's a bad one. That's probably another loss. Titans are terrible and the 49ers are tough. So Titans are children of Zeus. They live on Mount Olympus. They are gods themselves. They have incredible powers. They are the Titans. A 49er is just a really desperate middle-aged man who has dropped everything and moved to the hills of San Francisco in order to strike it rich in gold. A desperate, sad person with a weapon for sure, because, he's got a shotgun there and, all that stuff. 49ers versus a child of Zeus. Go Titans. Go Titans. Because again, a 49er is just a regular dude. He's desperate. He's trying to make his money. He's out there hoping, panning for gold. Take the Titans. 7:20, the Sunday night football game. The Sunday night football game is a good one. It's the Vikings versus the Cowboys. Okay. I got a whole bunch of feels about this game because of the Cowboys being involved and because of another team in the NFC North being involved, the Vikings. So let's try and be honest. Let's do the Kelly method, okay? Okay, here's how the Kelly method work here. The Minnesota Vikings, that's a Viking. We know what a Viking is. Dallas Cowboys, that's a cowboy. We know what a cowboy is. Vikings are, well, do you know about berserkers? Okay. I mean, they're in like a state of delusion where they can't be stopped. I mean, it's like you fight a berserker Viking, it's going to take more than, the standard taser from local law enforcement to, drop the berserker Viking. He's going to cut everybody's head off before he even knows that so a berserker Viking, a warrior Viking, that's pretty scary. But we're talking about the 9th century here. We're talking about the 8th, 9th, and 10th century. They're taking on a cowboy who is no pussy himself, right? And he's got guns. He's got firearms. All right, so this is what we got to do. We got to square the circle. All right. Wait, what do they say in Viking things? Make the circle. I don't know. I watched Vikings. There was always something when 2 dudes challenged each other. I think it was like make the circle or something. And then the winner was like the new king of the Vikings or something. I don't know, whatever. Make the circle. So if they made the circle and it was a Viking from the year 900 versus a cowboy from the year 1870. Because Vikings are so legendarily, they don't care. But a cowboy can just, a 6-shooter with a shotgun. Boom. But is the Viking going to get to the cowboy before the bullets take? I'm going Cowboys. Wow. Never really thought about that. You know what it is? It's like the, 800-year difference? It's the 800 years. It's the 800 years that makes the difference. Yes. Okay. I think that a cowboy with firearms could probably kill a Viking. There we go. All right. That's Sunday Night Football. Kelly Method says take the Cowboys. Monday Night Football, final game of the week. I don't even fucking, boy, I bet Monday Night Football is like, Well, it looked good on paper in August. It's the Miami Dolphins versus the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Dolphins are traveling to Pittsburgh. They're traveling to the Steelers, which means that for some reason that no one can explain, there is a fucking porpoise laying on the floor in front of the blast furnace at the steel mill. Take the Steelers. Sorry, that's a quite literally a fish out of water situation. And now, if the Steelers were playing the Dolphins, I would probably take the Dolphin because that would be a home game. That would be in water. And if you're not taking the fish, but no. All right, so there you have it. We're going to go. The Kelly method says take the Steelers over the Dolphins on Monday Night Football. Follow me on Twitter and all that. Pugs and Co. on Twitter. I'll be posting all of Kelly's picks probably sometime tomorrow. That's usually when we like to do them. Get your bets in. Get your bets in. I'm telling you, if you just, a friend of mine was like, you could turn that into like a gambling thing, but the problem with that is point spreads. You're going to have to figure out a way to work point spreads in. And I'm like, no, fuck that. I'm going to work point spreads in. That's the whole point of it is that there is no point spreads. And that's why it doesn't have a gambling sponsor. All right. Hold on. Maddie's doing ChatGPT here. All right, let's see. She says, jaguars live across the Americas, mainly in tropical rainforest, wetlands, and savannas. Yeah, they're all over islands. Like like Gilligan's Island, like they were worried about jaguars. Lost. I think there was a scene in Lost, right? Wasn't there a jaguar or a panther or something that everybody was seeing? Anyway, if your plane is anywhere that a panther calls home, the plane is probably already gone down, is what I'm thinking. Maddie says, jaguars live across the Americas, mainly in tropical rainforest, wetlands, and savannas from North Mexico down to northern Argentina. Their strongest populations today are found in the Amazon. Well, if you're a jet and you're in the Amazon, something has gone wrong. Thank you, Maddie. Appreciate the work. Maddie says, a bird of prey, eagles are pretty fucking terrifying. Well, let me tell you something, Maddie. I'm going to push back on this. And some of you, Maddie's kind of a new listener to this stream. Well, I mean, at least, actually, everybody's new to this stream because we just restarted it after taking a break for 6 months. But I happen to be an eagle expert. I am an expert on eagles. Where I am currently staying here in Chicago, all I need to do is look out my back window and I can see an entire family of beautiful bald eagles. Yeah, my mom lives on a wetland preserve. She's got eagles, she's got coyotes, she's got all kinds of animals, all kinds of stuff going on out there. But years ago, when I used to sit out there on her back deck and just kind of get high and track the eagles, I'd be like, okay, where is he today? Where is he moving? I don't know. I was going through a thing. It wasn't good. But I'm better now. So I used to track the eagles, and I watched a lot of bald eagle behavior. And I got to tell you, they're not honorable birds. They're kind of pieces of shit. And I have seen, and this is the most shocking thing about eagles. I always assumed that my bald eagles would be kings of our wetland, our little wetland ecosystem that we got behind my mom's house. I always thought the bald eagles would be king of that. They're not. You know who the fucking eagles are afraid of? Giant gray herons, or I think they're called great blue herons or great whatever. These things look like dinosaurs. These things, when they fly, they look like pterodactyls. I mean, it's really weird, and they're giant. They're like really big. And I watched an eagle and a gray heron. I'm sitting on my back porch just watching this play out. I'm telling you, folks. If you just look at nature, and if you're willing to be patient and you're willing to just slow the world down and watch everything that's happening, there is a fucking opera going on. If you just notice things, if you just take the moment to notice things, you'll see, oh, I didn't ever notice that, but there's a whole bunch of beavers right there making a little beaver den. There's all kinds of shit going on. I watched a blue heron and an eagle competing for the same. There was something going on in the water. And the gray and the blue heron was in the water. They stand in the water with their long, and the eagle was circling above. Like the eagle's like, I see it. I'm going to get it before that heron. I'm going to get it. And the heron, I don't know, the eagle came down and it was swooping down. Like the eagle came down to grab a fish and it was too close to where the heron is. So in mid-flight, before the eagle got to the water, the heron grabbed the eagle and just flipped it, just threw it. And the eagle went rolling on the side of the little land there and just shook it off and then flew off. And I remember thinking, fuck, man, that heron just bossed that bald eagle like nothing. Anyway, herons are bad. Also, eagles, they also do this thing where seagulls will start to circle over a part of the lake where the fish are. That's how they do this. So seagulls will start circling. You'll see them in the sky. And if they're circling, that means that right underneath where they're circling, there's a lot of fish. And they circle so that other birds can go down there and get the fish. I wonder, what are they circling for? Why are these guys circling while other dudes are not? They're circling because of the eagles. Because the eagles will sit in their tree and wait for a whole bunch of these seagulls to start circling. And then the eagles will be like, that must be where the fish are. And so they'll come in and they'll try and take the fish and then they get chased away by seagulls. I've seen that. I was very disappointed with eagles. I thought I was going to be like really blown away by how badass these eagles are. It turned out they're just a bunch of scavenger cowards. They're like, you guys suck. But yes, they can fuck you up. They can definitely fuck you up. An eagle can fuck you up. Those claws will rip your face off. Sometimes they pick up things. They're really strong. They can pick up things. I've never seen that, though. I've always wanted to see that. I've always wanted to see an eagle pick up a living mammal, like another mammal. I've seen it do fish, and all that stuff. That's pretty cool to just watch an eagle dive underwater and come up with a fish. That's pretty cool. I've seen peregrine falcons. Oh my God, I've seen that. Oh no, I'm just boring people. But what do you care? It's 5 o'clock. I've been on the air for 5 hours. Just stream of consciousness. Just me talking. I've seen peregrine falcons drop from 1,000 feet where you don't even see them and you think that there's just something fall. Who threw that from space? Did something just fall from space? Peregrine falcons are the fastest birds on the planet and they get super high, so you can't even see them. And then they've got really good eyes. I know we call it eagle eyes, but is falcon eye a thing? Because it should be. They go super high, the peregrine falcons, and then they can see the fish down below and then they just drop like a rock from the sky. And you just see this black thing fall from the sky and you're like, what the fuck? And then it goes right back up. Peregrine falcons, they're cool. Much cooler than bald eagles. Maybe our national symbol should be a peregrine falcon. Yeah, Maddie knows. Eagles like they're pieces of shit. They ruin power lines. Yeah, they are. They're pieces of shit. And you know what else? My eagles, and if I'm being honest, I have not seen my eagles since I've been back. I don't know if it's a winter thing. I'm hoping they're still there. But my eagles were kind of like fucking skank eagles. Like dirty. Like, yeah, they're white and they're bald, but it's like dirty. And then one of our eagles had like a big giant chunk of fucking feathers. Probably got into it with a coyote or something. So he looked like a hobo eagle. He looked like, oh my God, dude, you don't look good. You're not handsome. Anyway, guys, I love you. We had a great week together. We're going to be back Monday, right? Monday at noon for more Rant, days long crazy talk radio brought to you by the likes of me. Tip the show if you can. That would be great. Heading into the weekend, drop a little something, keep us going. So we need like $200 or something like that by the end of the month. And so let's try and get there. Actually, no, let's not kid ourselves, by Christmas. So whatever you can do to help tip the show, that would be great. Drop it in and we will be forever in your debt. Quite literally. All right. I'm going to get out of here. Anything else? Is there anything else? Anything else? Anything else? Anything else? Anything else? I don't think so.